everyone. Those of us who have figured out we're on the air, the internet is having some problems this morning, from what I can gather. Hold on, I gotta fix something on the screen right now. There's a little bit of a typo here, not a typo, extra space. Yeah, X is down. I think there's some sort of Cloudflare outage or something. That's what I was reading. So, but we're on the air to cover this press conference about the Epstein Files that's coming up in 32 minutes. But I think a bunch of people don't even know we're on the air. Actually, I don't even know, is Discord working? Let's see. Oh, I did see a notification of some sort. Let's see. Discord. Did I see it? Yes, I think there was a Discord notification that went out. But yes, there is a Cloudflare outage. A Cloudflare outage. But we're live. We are live. And so we'll talk about the Cloudflare outage, but also talk about this press conference coming up in 31 minutes. We're going to be covering the Epstein Files vote later today. I don't know exactly when that's going to happen. Yes, X is not working. But look, the stream is working. A bunch of the internet is working, so it's not the whole internet. So at least there's that. I'll show you here. Look, see what Reuters says. Elon Musk's X down for thousands of users, me included. Down Detector shows. I couldn't even get on Down Detector for a bit. Cloudflare, a web infrastructure company, was also having issues that impacted other services. It was not immediately clear whether the outages were related, says Reuters. So we're going to be talking about both of these things. We'll talk about the outage. Google's working. My Google is working. Okay. Hey, thanks to our members. So thanks for being here. So again, there's a press conference coming up in a half an hour with Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massie, and Ro Khanna, all congressional representatives. Bipartisan press conference about the Epstein Files. Now, it's hopefully the video isn't messed up because of the internet stuff. Hey, thanks by the way to our members. We have Chris RD44 and SP and Jeannie Sparks, all members. Thank you so much. And Kamante Fisher. Thanks, Kamante. And Kellen. Thanks for being members. Well, we'll do the best we can. If the outage is still going on after the press conference, maybe we'll switch over to covering the outage. But at the moment, we're going to focus on the press conference because that's 20 minutes from now. But we can talk about the outage too. Let's see here. Hey, thanks to our moderators. Janet B is here. Carms is here. Moderating, thanks. One of our viewers said it's really early. That viewer was correct. It is really early. We're usually not on this early. The one and only. Thanks for being a member. Yes, it is early. I will certainly give you that. Thanks to Idaho Star, who's moderating on Twitch. Thanks, Idaho Star. Hang on for a second. Hang on 1 second here. Thanks to Stern42 for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha for moderating on X, although they can't moderate right now because there's no X right now. X is not working. And thanks to our Facebook moderators as well. John W. Harvey says, X not working. John says, I had issues with my banking app this morning. Couldn't log in. Thanks Fran Cadenhead and Jarrett Najalki and Susan Priest Buchner, our subscriber. They're all watching this morning over on Facebook. Yeah, you know, the cloud, so X isn't working. In the article, actually, maybe I can pull this up. Cloudflare, just to show you here, I'll show you what they say. Cloudflare global network experiencing issues. Now they have said, update. We have made changes that have allowed Cloudflare access and warp to recover. I'm not sure what that is. We are continuing to work towards restoring other services. They first started reporting this at 6:48 Eastern Time, right? Because UTC now, I think it's UTC now is 13:33. So they started reporting issues at Cloudflare about an hour and 45 minutes ago. They said, and then they said about 24 minutes ago, the issue has been identified and a fix is being implemented. So they say they're working on a fix, guys. And they say they've identified the issue. Why is it down? They have not told us the issue, Callie Voltaire. But they said they've identified the issue. Somebody said True Social isn't working. Is that true? Yeah, True Social's not working either. Again, they said they have identified the issue. Oh, is ChatGPT not working either? ChatGPT is also not working. Because when I go to ChatGPT, I get... Ooh, hold on, I got to do something here. Something got messed up. When I go to ChatGPT, I get... I'll show you. Please unblock challenges.cloudflare.com to proceed. For me, it's not working. Anyways, again, Cloudflare says that they have identified the issue and a fix is being implemented. So at some point, hopefully it works. At least the stream is working. At least the stream is working. So later today, we're going to have coverage of the Epstein vote. But we're going to have the press conference coming up in 24 minutes. Some of our viewers said, WHB2 says my chat GPT is working. So hopefully that all gets fixed soon. I can't even, if you're writing to me on X, I won't see it though. Excuse me, everyone. Also, the Saudi leader Mohammed bin Salman is visiting Trump today at the White House. Where is... Give me a moment here. Give me a moment here. Hey, look, I have an update here about the Cloudflare outage. Well, I don't know if it's that big an update. Cloudflare outage disrupts ChatGPT X and other internet services. Wasn't there a Cloudflare outage a few months ago or something? Hey, thanks to Michael Hutchinson for your support. Michael said he works at a McDonald's. This was relevant to our coverage last night. In retirement, he said retirement benefits are up to each franchise owner. That's what Michael says. Hey, thanks, Michael. I appreciate that. Thanks for your support. That was more a topic from last. If you didn't see last night's stream, you might be confused. Why are we talking about McDonald's retirement plans? Well, we were discussing it a little bit last night, but I don't know the details on all those. But thank you, Michael. Michael's in the chat right now. Also, thanks to Dad Gone Gamer for your support. Dad Gone Gamer says, I'm ready to see a heavily redacted report with everyone's names except for Trump. That's what Dad Gone Gamer says. You can see here, by the way, AP says Cloudflare outage disrupts ChatGPT, X, and other internet services. Internet infrastructure provider Cloudflare says it is deploying a fix for an issue that caused global outages for ChatGPT, social media platform X, transit infrastructure, and other prominent internet services. Oh, in the process of remediating the issue, Cloudflare said it had to temporarily disable certain services for UK users. Cloudflare is a prominent internet hub providing network and security. Cloudflare is a prominent internet hub providing network and security products for internet service providers. Some cybersecurity experts have warned for years about potentially ugly consequences, the potentially ugly consequences of allowing a handful of big tech companies to underpin the online world's plumbing. There was a big Amazon Web Services, was it Amazon Web Services? A couple months ago outage in the last couple months? I don't even remember. Yes, so I'm looking at an article right now talking about there was an hours-long Amazon Web Service outage in October. Chimera says like 3 weeks ago. Okay, so anyways, well, this stream is working, except on X. X is not working. But everything else is working that we need for the stream so far. In just 20 minutes, we're going to have a press conference with Marjorie Taylor Greene and Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie, members of Congress. I would say leading members of Congress, leading supporters in Congress of the move to have the House vote to release the Epstein files. And we will be covering that vote today. We will be covering the vote today. House expected to vote on bill forcing release of Epstein files, but remember, the Senate would need to pass it as well, and then President Trump would need to sign it for it to become a law. Sydney said there was supposed to be a press conference of victims before vote. Yeah, if I have other press conferences, I will show them to you. I don't know what I'll have access to. Oh, thank you also, Michael Hutchinson. I will look into it. Michael Hutchinson, thanks for your support. I appreciate that. Thank you, Michael. Jesse Davin says, I'm at the Mayo Clinic in Jacksonville and the personal information systems for patients is down. Chris R.D. says, can't the president just release the files himself? I believe he can. We were reading a Washington Post article last night that said President Trump can do that if he wants. You can see here the House is expected to vote today on legislation to force the Justice Department to publicly release its files on Jeffrey Epstein, the culmination of a months-long effort that has overcome opposition from President Trump and Republican leadership. Back in July, when a small bipartisan group of House lawmakers introduced a petition to maneuver around House Speaker Mike Johnson's control of which bills see the House floor, it appeared a long-shot effort, especially as Trump urged his supporters to dismiss the matter as a hoax. But both Trump and Speaker Johnson failed in their efforts to prevent the vote. Now the president has bowed to the growing momentum. Oh, I have video. Hold on, I have video. The video is already live. So let me put the video on the screen for you. I do have video from this from the press conference. The press conference hasn't started. Hold on. Let's get this video up for you on the screen. Give me a moment. We got to put the video up there. Live, Washington, D.C.
That's one
I got to put my headphones on now. At least the video is working.
Everybody got it?
Thank you.
Hey, morning. What's going on?
Somebody said there were audio issues. Some people are saying there are audio and video issues. So I am watching the stream and I have not seen any video issues. Maybe try refreshing on YouTube if you're having problems. Yeah, try refreshing, because many viewers are saying it's fine, so it's clearly not for everybody. So you should just try refreshing. In general, try refreshing on YouTube. Sometimes people get issues on YouTube and you refresh and it's fine. But most people are saying in the chat it's fine. I don't know if it has anything to do if you're having issues with the internet stuff going on, but maybe just try refreshing. But most people are saying it's totally fine. I mean, there's nothing I can do about it. So about 15 minutes till this press conference coming up. X is still not working. The Cloudflare page has not updated its. Cloudflare says they are working for a fix for Cloudflare, which is causing problems with other sites and other parts of the internet. Hey, thanks so much to Debbie James for the gift memberships. That's really nice of you, Debbie James. Thank you. Also, the CoolTube 2020. Thanks for being a member. Thanks, Richard Burks, for being a new member. Thank you. Thank you, Shaff, for the gift memberships. Thanks so much, Shaff. Thanks, Alex BZ. Thank you, Alex BZ, for your support.
Yes, that's right. Thank you. And I'll be in touch.
I think the flag might be at half-mast still for Dick Cheney passing away, maybe. I'm not positive. AP says it is not clear how the Senate will handle the bill once it's passed by the House. It's expected to be passed today. Hey, look, it says release all the files.
Testing 1, 2, testing 1, 2.
AP says Senate Majority Leader Thune, Republican, has previously been circumspect when asked about the legislation and instead said he trusted the Justice Department to release information on the Epstein investigation. So there's this whole other question of will the Senate vote on this after the House has voted on it. William M., our viewer, thinks with his reversal to save face, Trump just landed himself in the lame duck pond. President Trump, a couple days ago, reversed his position and told House Republicans to vote to release the files when he previously had been working against that. Will there be another flyover of jets again? Manchester is red forever says. Last time there was one of these press conferences that we covered, there was a flyover of jets because President Trump, there was a guest at the White House. Maybe from Poland, I'm not sure. But it just so happened that they did a big loud flyover during that press conference. That was several months ago. That was a press conference, I think maybe with some victims in this location. Thank you, Joe, for your support. I really appreciate it. Joe, thank you, over on YouTube. And Peter John, 692001 on Twitch, thanks for subscribing. Stefan says, President can just release the files without voting. Thank you, Chris, for your support. Chris says Manchester is blue, not red. I do not have an exact time for the vote today. We're going to be covering it, but I don't have an exact time. But we will be covering the vote. I don't know if we'll have a different stream or the same stream. I don't know how we're doing it today. It just depends. But we will be covering the vote. I don't know if there's going to be debate in the House before the vote or not. Our viewer Rittenhouse thinks it was no coincidence months ago when during a press conference that I believe involved Epstein victims in this general location there was a flyover of jets. Hey, thanks Elijah for your support. I appreciate it, Elijah. And I am Charlie. Thank you, I am Charlie. Again, the members of Congress speaking at this press conference are expected to include Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massie, and Ro Khanna. It's supposed to start in 9 minutes. Bright and early. Thanks, Violet Rocks, for the memberships. Thank you so much, Violet Rocks. X is working now for me. Hey guys, X is working for me now. But are there, I am starting to see posts on X again. I am starting to see posts on X again. So check X if you use X. It's not all working. It is not all working, but it's starting to work. I can at least see some posts. They're not new posts. The last one is 14 minutes ago. I can't switch accounts, like, say, to the Agenda Free TV account, but it's starting to work at least, for me. So you might want to check your X if it hasn't been working. A lot of the viewers are saying mine is still not working. I just got a new post on X. My ex just came back. My ex just came back. What does that sign say back there? Do I want, is it, it says, Trump can release all files today or something? Yeah, there's a sign in the back that says Trump can release all Epstein files today. Yes, Trump can do it. Uh-oh, hold on, I gotta refresh the audio. Refresh the audio. Now we're back. Hey, thanks to Nick Sturgis for your support. Thank you, Nick.
You're the one who's saving the day, so no, I'm not. No, these are husbands. Do what you gotta do. I appreciate you. Okay, I'll loop around or whatever.
Thanks again to our moderators who are with us. Janet B is moderating. Thank you so much, Janet. I appreciate that. Over on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, De Bears, Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X, if X is working. Oh, we're not. I don't think we're live on X yet because it just starting to work for some people. Paul Anderson's modding. Thanks, Paul. Kay Lowry Body. Thanks, Kay. On Facebook. About 5 minutes till the press conference. Hey, thank you to Roslia Streaming Network in Canada. Thanks, Roslia Streaming Network. My ex just started to work a couple minutes ago. I am now seeing new X posts. I'm starting to see them. At least the video is working from the Capitol. Cloudflare says we are continuing working on restoring service for application services customers. They are fixing an issue at Cloudflare that is impacting parts of the internet. SharePiece says even Down Detector was down. Yeah, I was having issues getting to Down Detector. Down Detector is working again. It is showing X outage, Cloudflare outage, OpenAI, Uber, Canva, Amazon Web Services, Claude. These are some of Truth Social, Fan Fiction, DoorDash, New Jersey Transit, Google. My Google's been okay. ChatGPT, and other sites. If you go to Down Detector, you'll see there's a lot of sites. I think it's all. I think it might all be related to Cloudflare. All right, we're waiting for this press conference to start, guys. In about 3 minutes, we should be hearing from some congressional representatives, including Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massey, Ro Khanna. You can see that the podium says Epstein Files Transparency Act. That's what they're voting on today. Again, if you're watching on YouTube and you're having some sort of audio or video issues, please refresh the stream on YouTube. Our viewer, Tonya Bologna, thanks for being a member, says, we have been waiting for this for a long time. Callie Voltaire says the vote happens today. Yes, we are going to be covering it later. Time TBD.
Play more.
Thanks to Alaska, our member. Hey, look, there's a frog. There's a frog with a Justice for Epstein Survivors sign. It's being held up by a frog. All right, here we go. This is about to start right now. We're about to get started here. Here we go. I'm going to get rid of the clock. We don't need the clock anymore.
Hey, the camera's behind you. Gee, I would have never thought of it.
Everybody was here at 8 a.m.
I need to get this.
That is one of the survivors right there. I think her name is Annie Farmer. I might be wrong. But she in the glasses is one of the Epstein survivors. Survivors / victims, different terms used. I think there might be others there today as well. Ed Crelly thinks the bill will pass and we'll never see the actual files. That's what our viewer Ed said.
Not the crowd.
Kathy Wiseman says, I see a bunch of the victims.
You don't even have to say that. You can say Marina if you want people. She's only Marina. No, it's a very beautiful. I know. I left my arm. Thank you. Pardon. Not for you.
In front of you.
I can't wait till I love you so much. I couldn't read off my phone because my mouth was so small.
No, that's exactly the same.
There's Marjorie Taylor Greene right there. There she is.
How are y'all? Good. Reading a speech at work. Hi, how are you? Can I hug you? Thank you so much for all that you're doing. Thank you for everything you've been doing.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Whenever.
There's Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey as well, members of Congress.
Yeah, that'd be great. I appreciate it, Rose. Thank you. Thomas?
Let her go before me.
Whatever order,
Whatever.
guys.
Okay. Okay. She's gotten in enough trouble.
I've been looking forward to you, girlfriend.
Are we ready? Yeah.
Great to see you all.
Good morning.
Starting, guys.
Today is the first day of real reckoning for the Epstein class. We're here to stand with forgotten and abandoned Americans against an Epstein class that had no regard for the rules or the laws. Look, this is one of the most horrific and disgusting corruption scandals in our country's history. You had Jeffrey Epstein, who literally set up an island of rape, a rape island. And you had rich and powerful men, some of the richest people in the world, who thought that they could hang out with bankers, buy off politicians, and abuse and rape America's girls with no consequence. Because survivors spoke up, because of their courage, the truth is finally going to come out. And when it comes out, this country is really going to have a moral reckoning. How did we allow this to happen? There should be no buildings named after people in this Epstein class. There should be no scholarships named after them. They shouldn't be enjoying the perks of being affiliated with corporations or universities or writing op-eds or being lionized. And many of the survivors will tell you some of these people still are celebrated in our society. That's disgusting. There needs to be accountability. I want to recognize first and foremost the survivors. They are the ones who made today possible. Many of you had forgotten about this issue, and frankly, for decades we have not done enough about this issue, and it's only because of their advocacy, them coming here to the Capitol. They showed up here time and again, and on September 3rd, that the country started to pay attention. And I also want to thank the courage of two of my colleagues in particular. Both of them have suffered, as you know, extraordinary political consequences for what they did. One, my colleague, Congressman Thomas Massey. This would not have been possible if he hadn't led the discharge petition that got 218 signatures and is going to force a vote in the House of Representatives. And this would not have certainly been possible if it were not for the courage of Marjorie Taylor Greene. She signed the petition, and I would keep texting Thomas, is she going to drop off? Is she going to drop off? Because there was so much pressure against her, so much attacks against her. But she stood with the survivors. For Thomas or me, this has never been political. This is not about questions of Trump or Biden. This is a question of doing the right thing for survivors. We're going to get a vote today. I expect an overwhelming vote in the House of Representatives, and I don't want the DC swamp playing any games. They need to pass this in the Senate, and they should not amend it. President Trump has said he would sign the Epstein Transparency Act. It's going to get overwhelming support in the House. It should go straight to the Senate, and it should be signed. No amendments, no adding loopholes. Justice is long overdue. And I want to hand it over to my colleague, Representative Thomas Massey.
I want to start by thanking the survivors. I mean, they're giving everybody hope in this country. There are survivors of other sex crimes in this country wondering if they should come forward. They're clouded with shame and concerned that law enforcement will do nothing. And these survivors have stepped forth, taking that same risk, worried that they will be defamed themselves. They have been defamed for stepping forward. But we're going to get justice for them. That's going to happen today in the People's House. The founders set up our government with 3 branches and 2 branches of Congress. And I don't think it's any coincidence that this fight is being started and it's being won in the House of Representatives. I have people, other survivors of other sex crimes, who come to me and say, thank you. You give me hope. You give us hope. There is hope here. We fought the president, the attorney general, the FBI director, the Speaker of the House, and the vice president to get this win. But they're on our side today, though. So let's give them some credit as well. They are finally on the side of justice. And as Roe said, don't muck it up in the Senate. Don't get too cute. We're all paying attention. If you want to add some additional protections for these survivors, go for it. But if you do anything that prevents any disclosure, you are not for the people and you are not part of this effort. Do not muck it up in the Senate. So with that, I just want to say I am hopeful too. I didn't know that we would succeed when Roe and I started this effort. Most discharge petitions never make it, maybe only 4%. So we had long odds. But we had some brave women on the Republican side. My colleague Marjorie Taylor Greene is one of them who's here with us today. You cannot even imagine the consequences that they have suffered. My colleague Lauren Boebert and my colleague Nancy Mace, they stood so strong. They put their names on a document in here, and then they were pressured in ways that you cannot even imagine. And they stood strong. And that's why we're here today. And they didn't take us seriously over at the executive branch or in the Senate, because they always thought they could flip one of these women. They could convince them or cajole them or intimidate them into taking their names off of this petition. But they did not succeed. This is a victory for those women and women all over the country today, and I'm just glad to be a part of it. With that, I want to introduce my colleague Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Roe. I woke up this morning and I turned to my weather app to check the temperature, and it was 32 degrees. And my first thought was, hell has froze over. I want to speak goodness and love and hope into the women standing behind me and all of the other survivors whose names you don't even know, but stand with these women. They are survivors, and they are strong, and they are courageous, and they are daughters of God. They are not victims. These women have fought the most horrific fight that no woman should have to fight, and they did it by banding together and never giving up. And that's what we did by fighting so hard against the most powerful people in the world, even the President of the United States, in order to make this vote happen today. I was called a traitor by a man that I fought for 6 years for. And I gave him my loyalty for free. I won my first election without his endorsement, beating 8 men in a primary. And I've never owed him anything, but I fought for him for the policies and for America first. And he called me a traitor for standing with these women and refusing to take my name off the discharge petition. Let me tell you what a traitor is. A traitor is an American that serves foreign countries and themselves. A patriot is an American that serves the United States of America and Americans like the women standing behind me. And I want to tell you that this only became possible today because the American people, whom we serve as representatives here in Congress, demanded that this vote happen, and they put more pressure on every single elected politician in this city than has ever been put on them. And today you are going to see probably a unanimous vote in the House to release the Epstein files, but the real fight will happen after that. While I want to see every single name released so that these women don't have to live in fear and intimidation, which is something I've had a small taste of in just the past few days, just a small taste. They've been living it for years. But the real test will be, will the Department of Justice release the files? Or will it all remain tied up in investigations? Will the CIA release the files? will a judge in New York release the information? That's information that needs to come out. And will the list of names that these women privately hold, and they hold it because of their fear in their heart of what would happen to them if they release it on their own, will that list of names come out? That's the real test. So I want to thank Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna for your bravery in doing something that is much needed in America, crossing the political aisle that has become bigger than the Grand Canyon in America. But these men crossed that aisle on behalf of these women. And that is more of what is needed today in America than ever in our history. So thank you so much. Who's next? Ro, I'll let you introduce.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Marjorie, Representative Green, for your courage and your words. Before I introduce our survivors, I just want to say that they will make their statements, and then you can ask questions of Representative Massie, myself, or Representative Green, but we do not want people asking questions and cross-examining the survivors. They're here to tell their stories, and they should be heard by the American people with respect. Of course, Congressman Massie, myself, and Congresswoman Green would be happy to answer questions after that. With that, let me introduce the survivor who's helped organize a lot of this, and will be telling her own story and introducing the other survivors. Haley Robson, thank you for your courage and leadership.
Absolutely, thank you. Oh, good morning. It's a little chilly coming from Florida, not used to it. I want everybody to take a look. I know everybody sees us today as grown adults, but we are fighting for the children that were abandoned and left behind in the reckoning. This is who you're fighting for. This is who Congress is fighting for. This is who the House of Representatives are fighting for, and hopefully the Senate will fight for us too. I want to kick this off right, and I want to address Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massie, and Ro Khanna. I want to express my gratitude for all three of you, and I know, Ro Khanna, we spoke earlier. This is an incredible thing that I'm watching as a Republican, and this is non-political, but for you to go against your own party and to be ostracized, there's no place for political violence, there's no place for intimidation, and I can say firsthand, stepping out against Epstein and his crimes against children, we have all experienced that ourselves. So for you to knowingly put yourselves at risk and put your career at risk is unbelievable to watch, and we are so grateful. I also want to make a proposition for Marjorie Taylor Greene, because you've been an advocate for this. If you decide to read those names on the House floor for immunity, I will be more than happy, no security needed. I will stand beside you. I will hold your hand. I will hold your coat in solidarity with you. And on top of that, I did talk to Jayapal, who said she would be more than happy to read those names too on the floor with all of us. It's time that we put the political agendas and party affiliations to the side. This is a human issue. This is about children. There is no place in society for exploitation, sexual crimes, or exploitation of women in society. There's no room for it, guys. We're not having it. And to the President of the United States of America, who is not here today, I want to send a clear message to you. While I do understand that your position has changed on the Epstein Files, and I'm grateful that you have pledged to sign this bill, I can't help to be skeptical of what the agenda is. So, with that being said, I want to relay this message to you. I am traumatized. I am not stupid. I am traumatized. I am not stupid. You have put us through so much stress, the lockdowns, the halt of these procedures that were supposed to have happened 50 days ago. The Adelita Grijalva, who waited to get sworn in, and then get upset when your own party goes against you because what is being done is wrong. It's not right. For your own self-serving purposes, this is America. This is land of the free. Land of the free. In 1863, we have a woman on top of the Capitol building represent freedom. I do not feel free today. I don't know if the women behind me feel free today. So I am begging every member of Congress, every representative, to step up and choose the chaos. Choose the survivors. Choose the children. Protect the children. All children. You protect all of us equally. Thank you very much for your time. Following that, Lisa Phillips will be the next survivor.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Phillips. It's an honor to stand here again for something America is finally united on: the immediate release of the entire Epstein files. In a divided nation, this is one demand we all share. Last time I stood here, I made a promise to all survivors watching. If those in power refused to release the truth, we would start uncovering it ourselves. For anyone who doubted that, that moment has already arrived. Since that day, more survivors across the country and around the world have reached out. Text, emails, DMs, firsthand accounts, and evidence. Many are women who were abused or trafficked through the international modeling pipeline Epstein built, promising visas, apartments, opportunities, futures, while exploiting their dreams for abuse. Most are still terrified to speak publicly because the men involved are powerful. They're connected, and as we know, they're protected. For too long, survivors have watched others speak for us. And while we are grateful for our allies in Congress on both sides, we've realized something. This fight belongs to us. We lived it, and we know the truth. And we will not wait quietly for institutions to decide when we're allowed to speak. The survivors now coming forward have entrusted us with their stories. We are sharing that information with the proper authorities, and when it can safely be made public, it will be. So today, we are launching something historic. The first national, survivor-led political movement in America. Nonpartisan, laser-focused on exposing the systems, the loopholes, power structures, and silencing mechanisms that have protected predators for far too long. We are stepping directly into the halls of power, into the political arena. We will help rewrite laws that failed us and build protections for our nation's children together, targeted by sexual exploitation. Together, today, survivors begin our own fight, the survivor revolution. And we intend to change this nation for the better. If you're a survivor who wants to join us, please reach out. And to anyone who benefits from the current system, intentionally or not, remember this. Alone, yes, we are afraid. But together, we are feared. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I am Jenna Lisa Jones, and just as Haley, I would just like to give a little reminder that this was me at 14 years old. I was a child. I was in 9th grade. I was hopeful for life and what the future had held for me. He stole a lot from me at 14. So just a little reminder there for everybody. Sorry. So, I just want to start out by saying thank you for all of you for being here today. I want to start by expressing my deepest gratitude to the members of Congress who have stood with us, the survivors, in demanding the transparency and justice. Your support is a signal that this institution can still serve the American people. This issue was never one that should have divided us the way it has. In fact, it should have united us. Sexual abuse is not a Republican issue. It is not a Democratic issue. It is not it is also not a hoax. We are here as American survivors of a man who used his wealth and power to hurt young girls and women. The world should see the files to know who Jeffrey Epstein was and how the system catered to him and failed us. Emotionally, this process has been distressing. First, the administration said it would release everything and then applauded President Trump for that. Then it fought to release nothing. Now that checks and balances of our democracy have worked and the bill is getting passed to release the files, we are hearing the administration say they intend to investigate various Democrats who were friends with Epstein. I beg you, President Trump, please stop making this political. It is not about you, President Trump. You are our president. Please start acting like it. Show some class, show some real leadership, show that you actually care about the people other than yourself. I voted for you, but your behavior on this issue has been a national embarrassment. It is time to take the honest, moral ground and support the release of these files, not to weaponize pieces of the files against random political enemies that did nothing wrong, but to understand who Epstein's friends were, who covered for him, what financial institutions allowed his trafficking to continue, who knew what he was doing but was too much of a coward to do anything about it. Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell were able to recruit and abuse young girls and women. Then the country will learn nothing, and has horrible history will repeat itself if we do not do something about this. Thank you to the brave congressmen and women who have stood by us and recognized our side is the American side, and we should all be proud once again to be Americans. I want to just extend my thank you so much to all three of you very, very much. The first time we were here, listening to the, people yell shame at you, and when she was here in support of us, really hit home and spoke some volumes, and I just very much appreciative of your support, and we stand by you. Don't let any of them bully you. We're here for you. Thank you, guys.
Wow. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all so much for coming together today and taking the time to listen to us. Your presence means the world, and it shows commitment to understanding and supporting survivors and Americans. I stand before you today with a heavy heart. I originated from Brazil, and I came to the United States when I was 8 years old. I was only 14 when I first encountered Jeffrey Epstein, and my daughter is now almost at that age. At 14, the only things she should be concerned with are going to school, practicing at her cheerleading competitions, and enjoying her time with her friends and family. She should not have to bear the burden of worrying about being manipulated or exploited. At this age, she is still a child, and no child should ever have to face such threats. I also want to address a troubling statement made by a prominent figure on a major platform who suggested that a 14-year-old should not be considered a victim of pedophilia. This is a dangerous and incorrect notion. When we talk about how children at 14 should still be treated as children, I ask you to look at the young people around you. Remember when you were that age? Do you think you should have been responsible for being groomed? Put yourselves in our position when we were young. I am here today not to just share my story, but to call on all of you to help make a difference. We need to support to push for the Transparency Act and release the Epstein files. Please reach out to your Congress members and senators and urge them to support this crucial legislation. The truth is something that we all deserve, and it is vital for safety and protection of the future of generations. Think about all the young people in your life, your daughters, your nieces, your friends. Let's stand together and ensure that they grow up in a world where they are safe and valued. I often wondered, why did this happen to me? And then I realized, God only gives you what you can handle. I'm here for a purpose, and that purpose is to make a difference today. So, let's stand together to protect our children and our peace. Thank you.
Yes. Good morning. I want to say a few things before I begin. My speech may not be great. It was thrown together last minute as I only came here, decided Friday, when one of us, who has spoken several times, decided she couldn't come because of the threats. She was too scared. So I want to say, when you threaten one of us, you're threatening all of us.
Yep.
We are together now, and that's never going to change. This is me at 16 when I met Jeffrey Epstein. Now I'll start. It is an honor to stand here before the American people. However, I shouldn't have to stand here at all. I'm here because as a child, I was pulled into Jeffrey Epstein's world, a world built on exploitation and manipulation of innocence and the protection of powerful men and women who believed that they were untouchable. Today, we'd rather be preparing for the holidays. We'd rather be at home with our families, baking with our children and decorating the Christmas tree as we try to move past this horrific moment that has impacted our entire adult lives. However, that's not possible because it's become something it should have never been, political and sensationalized. The truth is simple. We were victimized as children and failed repeatedly by the very system that was supposed to protect us. That's why we stand here today, to demand justice and accountability, not just for Epstein and his crimes, but for every predator and every enabler who participates in or protects abusers. The Epstein case was gravely mishandled consistently and deliberately over many years. Epstein could have been stopped decades ago, but instead he was able to continue his abuse, even during his sweetheart deal, yes, with his ankle monitor on and beyond. A deal that protected him and silenced us. While I was a child fighting to survive what happened to us, federal prosecutors were negotiating ways to shield powerful adults. And the failures didn't stop there. Our civil cases were met with hostile judges and delay tactics, intimidation, and PR campaigns designed to smear us in the public eye. We were treated as problems to be managed instead of victims to be protected. Today, something has changed. Individually, our voices were whispers. Together, they've become impossible to ignore. We are encouraged to see elected officials from both parties, thank you, come together and finally take action to release the files. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Good job.
Good morning. My name is Wendy, and I'm standing here today with a truth that still scares me to say out loud. I'm going to put this down because I can't hold both, as you guys saw, but that was me when I was 14 when I met Jeffrey Epstein. None of us here signed up for this political warfare. We never asked to be dragged into battles between people who never protected us in the first place. We are exhausted from surviving the trauma and then surviving the politics that swirl around it. When survivors travel to speak, to advocate, to stand for the truth, we do it with our own money, from our own pockets, carrying our own fear, shaking in our own bodies. There is no team, there is no paycheck. It's just us hoping our voices make a difference. And it puts a pit right in your stomach because you know you're standing on the right side of history.
Yes.
But standing on the right side of history is not a comfortable place to be.
Yep.
It never has been. And in a sick, heartbreaking way, it's an honor to show up, an honor to speak here, and an honor to stand in light when the world tried to keep us in the dark. And what keeps me standing is, even with all this fear, I have a 14-year-old daughter myself, the same age I was. And when I look at her, I see the little girl I used to be, the one that no one protected. My greatest fear in this entire world is history repeating itself. And I will do anything, absolutely anything, to make sure that she has to never be one of these girls standing in front of a crowd like this today in her life. So today, from the safest and bravest places inside myself, I am asking Congress, please pass the bill. Please release the records. Stop making survivors fight alone for the truth that should have protected us in the first place. To the representatives that support us, thank you. Thank you for standing beside survivors so we don't have to face this fear alone. Thank you for choosing what is right over what is easy. And every survivor who is scared right now, your fear is real. Your courage is real, and even though we're terrified, we keep showing up. Because someone has to tell the truth. Someone has to protect these children. We deserve safety then, we deserve it now. And we are done being afraid so others can stay comfortable. So with that, I want to say thank you guys for having us. And I just hope that people can remember that as survivors, our story never leaves us, but the choice that you make to pass this bill, your career is in front of you, and that choice will follow you. Everybody will know. So thank you.
Good job. Yes. Well said. You're incredible.
Hello, everybody. My name is Danny Bensky. This was me at 17 years old. Oh, I'm sorry. Coming from the dance world, I was recruited in 2004 after a systematic breaking down where Epstein leveraged my mother's brain tumor scans. He threatened me to withhold care for her. He trapped me in a year-long cycle of abuse. The last time I was here in Washington, D.C., I talked about being a part of this beautiful mosaic of women behind me, and they are exactly that. They are a beautiful mosaic of energy and passion and love and life. I am one story of 1,000. Think of that number, 1,000. I spoke of how big our hopes and dreams once were, and I talked about how they were completely shattered at the hands of Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein. Now, I look at this amazing community behind me. They are survivor sisters. We are together. We stand together in this. And I realize that we are a representation of women across America. We come from different backgrounds. We have different religions. We are different races, different creeds, different ethnicities. We have different political affiliations. Some of us don't want to be political at all. And yet we stand here together for this cause. We're united in the call for transparency, complete transparency, to find justice. Justice for our younger selves. These pictures that you see, they're real people. I wish I could go back and give my former self a hug and say, this matters and it's going to change, and mean it. We are standing here for justice for the youth of tomorrow, and justice for those who are no longer with us, like the beautiful, brave Virginia Giuffre. We understand that the road is long, but I implore you to stay the course, please. Living in an age where you can get news in 10-second clips on your phone, I know that this is a big task for us, but it's a very personal one for survivors. It's a very personal one for us as a country. So I'd like to ask you to try something right now. I'd like everybody to close their eyes or soften their gaze just for a moment, and I want everybody to think of a child that is close to them between the ages of 14 and 18 years old. It could be your daughter, it could be your niece, it could be a friend's kids, it could be you at a former age, it could be your mother at that age. But really envision that for a second, 14 to 18 years old. Once you think of that person, I want you to think about what they feel like. What is their energy? What do they smell like? What sound do they make when they laugh? Really think about that child, just for a moment. Now I want you to picture a pair of giant looming wooden doors and an overbearing marble landing. Those are the doors to Jeffrey Epstein's house. Do you allow that child to enter or not? If the answer is yes, you would allow entrance. You stand with predators. If the answer is no, then congratulations, you're on the right side of justice. Now you have homework. I am calling for the American people. You have homework. Call your congressional leaders. Call your senators. Please support this bill. Let's get it all released. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Annie Farmer, and this is a photo of me and my sister Maria Farmer. Around the time I was 16 and she was 25. That's how old we were when we were abused by Epstein and Maxwell. Survivors have repeatedly stated that our pursuit of transparency and justice is a nonpartisan issue. But given the political noise surrounding this case, I just want to remind people of some of the facts. In 1996, when my sister Maria bravely blew the whistle on this group by reporting to the FBI what Epstein and Maxwell did to both of us, they hung up on the phone on her, and there was no follow-up of any kind. Bill Clinton was president. In 2006, the FBI came to us, finally interviewed us, and asked us both to be witnesses against Epstein. We were very anxious, but we agreed. And then we didn't hear back from them due to their infamous sweetheart deal. George W. Bush was president. In 2015, when the DOJ was sent FOIA requests for Maria's FBI files, and they were denied, as they have been many times, Barack Obama was president. In 2019, when Epstein died in prison due to either negligence or foul play, Donald Trump was president. In 2023, Maria's attorneys sent a letter on her behalf to the government, requesting an investigation into the repeated law enforcement failures in this case, similar to what was done in the case of Larry Nassar. They declined to do so. Consequently, my sister filed notice that she would be suing the government for failing to uphold its legal, ethical, and moral duties in this case. Joe Biden was president. This year, after campaigning on a pledge to finally release the files, under Trump's second presidency, the DOJ announced they were closing the investigation into Epstein's co-conspirators, and then transferred Ghislaine Maxwell into a prison camp, where it is well documented that she is receiving special treatment. This is not an issue of a few corrupt Democrats or a few corrupt Republicans. This is a case of institutional betrayal. Because these crimes were not properly investigated, so many more girls and women were harmed. My sister, because of her bravery, was repeatedly threatened and lived in fear, with dire consequences for her health and her career. 30 years later, even as oceans of allegations and obvious truths have emerged, the government has still not chosen transparency. This is why we have all come together as one united voice to demand the release of all the Epstein files and to finally bring the truth out of the shadows.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of Congress, and everyone gathered here today, I want to start by thanking the three of you. Thank you. It takes a lot of bravery to do what you're doing. We hear you. We see you. It means a lot for you to be here with us, and I know my sister would be incredibly proud. This is the moment she was fighting for and the moment that all survivors are fighting for, so thank you. My name is Sky Roberts, and I stand before you as the brother of Virginia Roberts Giuffre, a warrior, a mother, and a sister whose legacy will forever resonate in the hearts of those who understand the fight against injustice. Today we find ourselves in a place of deep sorrow, shattered by the loss of our beloved sister. Yet, we are honored and privileged to carry her voice forward and continue her relentless fight alongside her fellow survivor sisters. Virginia's story is one that should have been filled with promise, but instead it became a harrowing tale of exploitation and survival. At just 16 years old, she took a job at Mar-a-Lago believing she had secured a dream summer position. But that dream quickly morphed into a nightmare when Ghislaine Maxwell preyed upon her innocence. This isn't just the story of one girl. It's a story about the insidious nature of power and abuse, a dark chapter in our society that must be told. Virginia was no stranger to trauma. In her memoir, Nobody's Girl, she shares the painful truth that she had already suffered abuse at the hands of our father and a family friend. But what happened next was unfathomable. Epstein and Maxwell didn't just abuse her, they trafficked her to a network of the rich and powerful. Princes, prime ministers, politicians, financiers, and lawyers. These men committed unspeakable acts against her will, and against the will of countless survivors who stand united with us today. Virginia's strength was tested in many ways that most of us can hardly imagine. She was manipulated, coerced, and threatened, forced into complicity in her own devastation. She often spoke of psychological scars that ran deeper than the physical ones. From the start, she wrote, "They manipulated me into participating in behaviors that ate away at me, eroding my ability to comprehend reality and preventing me from defending myself. The most destructive wound they inflicted was that of forced complicity, a betrayal of self that was crafted by her abusers. But I stand here today to declare that their tactics of fear and intimidation did not work. Virginia's spirit could not be broken. She became a beacon of hope, a warrior, fighting not just for herself, but for every survivor who suffered in silence. She said, I felt it was my duty to stand up to predators like Epstein and Maxwell. I would put my neck on the line to make sure my daughter never has to go through what I had to endure. These survivors like Virginia have transformed into mothers and strong women, fierce in the face of adversity. Many of them have daughters the same age they were when they faced their own abuse. They are determined to break the cycle, to shatter the silence that has kept so many in the shadows. Virginia quoted in her memoir, "There I was, as the mother of 3 children. I felt it was my duty to stand up to predators like Epstein and Maxwell. I mentioned to Ellie in particular, her daughter, I would put my neck on the line to make sure she never has to go through what I had to go through. I said, joining Edward's CVRA case, what I would want somebody to do for my daughter or sister and friend. In the end, I said, I was just trying to do the right thing. That's what I felt like I'm doing," I said. "I'm making a small dent in this big world we live in." Well, sissy, you didn't just make a small dent. You made a monumental impact, a resounding statement that echoed across the world. You built an unbreakable wall, a barrier that will protect future generations from the horrors of abuse. As we gather here today, I urge each of you, members of Congress, advocates, and all those who hear this message to join us in this fight. We demand justice, accountability, and support for survivors. And we keep getting asked this. What does justice mean, you ask? It starts with acknowledgement. That's the first step. Acknowledge in the face of survivors that this happened and that this is true. Your vote carries that weight. My sister is not a political tool for you to use. These survivors are not political tools for you to use. These are real stories, real trauma, and it's time for you to stop just talking about it and act. Vote yes.
Yeah.
Virginia's legacy is not just hers. It belongs to all of us who stand against injustice. Together, we will ensure that the voices of survivors are heard, that the truth prevails, and that the horrors of the past are never repeated. Thank you. Thank you for listening, and thank you for standing with us. Together, we will not let Virginia's fight be in vain. Together, we will not let the predators win. Together, we will be the change this world desperately needs.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It was so beautiful.
This is me when I met Jeffrey Epstein in 1991. I always share the date when I talk about my story because people rarely acknowledge how long this has actually been going on. And for too long, truth has been buried, survivors have been silenced, and powerful people have been protected. And today we stand in a moment that will decide whether our government still belongs to the American people or to those who prey on them. Because when mountains of evidence and decades of victim reports across 5 administrations still lead to sweetheart deals or no prosecution at all, this isn't just one case gone wrong. It's an institutional failure on a historic scale, and every member of Congress and this administration must answer for that failure. Millions of sexual abuse survivors know the pain of speaking up and watching the institutions that are meant to protect them look away. We're not alone in this. Epstein may be the headline, but the betrayal reaches every corner of our country. And if our justice system can collapse this completely for so long, then Congress cannot pretend that the system is working. Not for us, and not for the generations that will live with the consequences of what they choose now. One long overdue step towards repairing this damage is the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Because without transparency, there's no accountability. Without accountability, there is no justice. And without justice, democracy dies.
Yes.
So representatives, you have a choice to show millions of Americans whether you stand with us or with the powerful predators that are counting on your complicity. Thank you.
Yeah, good job.
Good morning. This is me. This was me. My name is Charlene Rochard, and I stand before you today not as a victim of rumor or conspiracy, but as a survivor of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse. Far too long, survivors like me have been dismissed, silenced, or told that our pain was exaggerated or fabricated. Let me be clear. This is not a hoax.
Yes, it's not.
What we endured was real, and it has scarred lives across 5 presidential administrations. The truth has been buried in sealed files and hidden records for far too long. The Epstein Files Transparency Act is not just about survivors. It's about America itself. How can we keep America great if the principles the nation was founded on, that power belongs to the people, is not protected? No one, no matter how wealthy and well-connected, stands above the law. If we cannot face the truth, then we betray the very ideals that defines us as a country. By passing this act, Congress has the chance to prove that truth matters more than privilege.
Yes.
That justice matters more than influence. And that America has the courage to confront even the most uncomfortable realities. This is not just about survivors. It's about every American who believes in accountability, fairness, and the promise of justice. I stand here today not only for myself, but for every survivor of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse who has carried this burden in silence, and for every citizen who believes that justice delayed is justice denied.
Yeah.
I want to thank Representatives Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey for standing with us. Thank you. And I especially want to thank Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene. Her unwavering support, her courage to stand with us and demand transparency gives us strength. Thank you. It shows that this fight for accountability is bigger than politics. It's about humanity, justice, and truth. This is about America's future. It's about whether we, the people, will be heard when we have the courage to stand for truth and justice. Our voices are real. Our pain is real. And our demand for justice will not be silenced. Thank you.
Amen. Yes. Girl, Charlene. Hello. Good for you, girl. You did amazing.
My name is Laura Bloom McGee. This is my first time speaking publicly about my abuse. As a young woman in New York City, I was pursuing a modeling career and building a life of giving back through my philanthropic work. Instead, I was intentionally groomed and became part of an international model sex trafficking ring that was led by Jeffrey Epstein. I was sexually and mentally abused by Jeffrey Epstein. He used my dreams and vulnerabilities to silence me. Today, I am here to break that silence. Sex trafficking and sexual abuse are crimes against human beings, not political talking points. For too long, Epstein's abuse was an open secret, with his network remained protected. Evil thrives in darkness. We must shine a light on every corner where it hides. Nothing should be off limits in the search for truth. Please vote that everything in the files be released. Let investigations proceed without obstruction. Demand oversight and deliver justice. The government must never side with predators. I come as one survivor, but I stand here for everyone who prayed for me, who believed in me, and who hoped for me. To my fellow survivors, your courage brought me here. We are more than victims. We are mothers, daughters, sisters, friends. This is not a hoax, and we will not be erased. Shame on any elected official who obstructs truth and justice for the American people.
Yes,
Thank you.
Amen. Yeah, girl.
My name is Liz Stein. In 1994, I was a senior in college, just 21 years old. I had aspirations of attending law school after graduation, and it looked like I had a bright future ahead of me. 1994 was also the year I met Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein. My involvement with them changed the trajectory of my entire life. The Epstein Files are not about loyalty to any one political party. They are evidence of a crime. We stand here today, victims of the crime of sex trafficking. I'm here today speaking both for my 21-year-old self and for the countless number of people who have experienced sexual violence. When I am asked what I would tell my younger self if I could say something, I say that I would tell myself to tell someone. And if they don't listen, to tell someone else. And to just keep telling until someone listens. And even if nobody listens to you, you should be proud of yourself because you stood in your uncomfortable truth when others could not. And that is true bravery. We stand here today as survivors, part of a sorority that none of us asked to join. We have told our stories over and over and over. Now it's time to see who was listening. We ask that you vote to release the files, all of them, so the victims of this crime can finally see justice. Thank you.
Amen. Yes! Good boy, girl.
Well, hello, everyone, and I want to first say thank you for your ongoing leadership. I know it must not be easy thing to do, much like it's not easy for us to be doing this, so I guess we're in this together, so thank you so much. I feel like our courage has, we're reflecting, mirroring courage, because that's what it takes to do this, right? So this was me at 22 years old. I was not a child, technically, very young adult. I imagine most of you here can relate to the mindset and to be 22 years old. So today is a good day, and I thank God for that. It's widely and undeniably clear that our current political climate is quite rigid and seemingly at war with one another. This sets a stage. This sets a stage for voices, survivor voices, to get spoken over and drowned out by the political darts whizzing by. Not today, though. Today, our truth and our power have steadily risen up. We're at the peak. Our voices prevail today. Our voices initiated the coming together of both political parties. That's pretty big, I think. Republicans and Democrats, we all stand together today. We all stand together for justice, and we must continue to do so to protect the integrity of our country and our democracy. Truth and justice must prevail. The children today are those that will lead this nation one day. Think about that. What does that mean to each of you? If anyone doubts that this does not directly contribute to the fate of our country and democracy, I challenge you and I urge you to think again. Our voices are a fundamental pillar of future generations. Today, that's what we stand here for. Accountability, action, and justice. Let's get this vote done today. Let's send it through the Senate and straight to President Trump's desk for signing. I'd like to be there that day that he signs. I'm sure all of us would like to be there. Today is a good day, and let's keep moving forward. Thank you so much.
I just want to give you a hug.
Okay.
Hey guys, we're actually pressed for time, so we are not going to be taking questions. Going further, I bring back Rokana. He's going to do our closing conversation and comments.
Well, thank you, Haley. Teresa is right. It's pretty big what the survivors have accomplished today. And I just want to say how eloquent, strong, and admirable they were. Let's give them a round of applause for their courage. Thomas and Marjorie and I will take a few questions from people.
Go ahead. Is basically right now calling on the Senate to make revisions to this bill because he says it doesn't adequately protect the survivors, the victims that are standing behind you. Your response to that?
That's been a red herring all along. The survivors have always been in favor of this legislation, and there's a provision in there you can read, if you would just read it, that protects them. Now, if he wants to offer more protections in the Senate, that's fine with us, but here's the problem. Now we have to vote on it again in the House. And so, as you heard, justice delayed is justice denied. It could be just another delay tactic. But we want to...
Is that what you think? That's the motivation from the
Speaker? I think the Speaker wants to save face. He's going to vote for a piece of legislation today that he's disparaged for 4 months. And however he needs to come on board, we want him on board. So we appreciate that.
You don't actually need
legislation. Go ahead.
I wonder, what do you say today to Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, the man formerly known as Prince Andrew?
Well, you know, there's becoming a reckoning in Britain that needs to happen in the United States. A prince lost his title. The ambassador to the United States lost his job. We need to see those same kind of consequences here. As my colleague Rose said, there shouldn't be buildings named after these perpetrators of these heinous crimes. There shouldn't be scholarships named after them. And there needs to be accounting. We've seen tens of thousands of pages released by the Oversight Committee. What we've not seen is a single name. So I implore you to look and see if we have true justice and transparency here. And the survivors will know when that has happened.
And I do think that Prince Andrew does need to come and testify at our Oversight Committee, and that can be bipartisan. But I share Thomas's view that the urgency that the British people have shown in getting justice needs to inspire an urgency here in America.
You don't need legislation. You don't need legislation.
Go ahead.
You don't need legislation to get the files released. President Trump could just release them today.
Well,
is that frustrating for you? Why isn't he doing that? And also, did you ask him to be here today? It's a really powerful moment, this.
Look, I'll let my colleagues speak. I hope the president meets the survivors. And I hope when he signs the bill, the survivors are there. I don't care if I'm there, Thomas Massey is there, Representative Green's there, but the survivors should be there.
Didn't need it to
but I hope he meets them, because I think if anyone who meets them and sees their emotion will be moved. And my goal is to get justice here. So I hope he will meet them and really hear what's happened and actually take action. But the broader point is, yes, the president could order the Justice Department to release the files, but what in a constitutional democracy, what we're supposed to have is Congress says that the files should be released, and then it's not on the whim of any president. Then the Justice Department is compelled to release those files because that's the law of the land.
Let's just take it. Yeah.
Have you spoken to any Republicans in the Senate who are looking to, move this forward?
So Senator Merkley is a Democrat. He's led the exact same legislation that Roe and I introduced in the House. One Republican co-sponsored his bill yesterday, and I have spoken to at least one more who says they will co-sponsor. The important thing about the Senate is that they need not to muck this bill up. There's a lot of attention on here. We've needlessly spent 4 months dragging this out. A duly elected representative was denied her seat in Congress for 49 days, and it's time to pull the Band-Aid off. The Senate, it may be tempting for them to get cute and to do things that will limit the release of these documents. They are afraid that people will be embarrassed. Well, that's the whole point here. They need to be brought to justice, and embarrassment is no reason to stop it. So the Senate, John Thune, it's up to him. He needs to bring this to the floor of the Senate. And I think the vote today will show that in the House.
And the president, look, the president has said he would sign the bill. You're going to get almost a unanimous vote here. So you have the president and a unanimous Congress believing that this protects the survivors and is calling for the release. There's no reason for the Senate now to, as Representative Massey puts it, muck around with it. They need to put it up, have a vote, have the president sign it. If there's any further protections, they can do that through the DOJ process. But what they should not do is delay a vote on a bill that the House is going to vote overwhelmingly for and that the president supports.
On the release of these files, Congresswoman Green, you raised the question of whether or not the Justice Department will actually release these files. Do you take the president at his word when he says he's going to sign this bill, and do you have confidence that these files will actually be released?
I only take people's actions seriously, no longer words.
And what do you think the president's actions?
And I'll tell you, because I wasn't a Johnny-come-lately to the MAGA train. I was day one 2015, and there's a big difference in those Americans and those that decided to support President Trump later on. And I'll tell you right now, this has been one of the most destructive things to MAGA, is watching the man that we supported early on, 3 elections, for people that stood hours, slept in their cars to go to rallies, have fought for truth and transparency and to hold what we consider a corrupt government accountable. Watching this actually turn into a fight has ripped MAGA apart. And the only thing that will speak to the powerful, courageous women behind me is when action is actually taken to release these files, and the American people won't tolerate any other bullshit. That's where we are today. Thank you.
Go ahead. 2 more questions and then we're around all day.
Is this a watershed? How would you sum up today in terms of your battle to get to the truth?
I would say that these survivors have been fighting for decades, and they finally are being heard by the American people. And we're finally going to have a reckoning for this Epstein class that has gotten away with horrific things. Look, I grew up in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. People went to church, they played Little League, they went to their neighbors for barbecue. They didn't go to a rape island and abuse young girls or traffic young girls. And people with extreme wealth have thought that the laws don't apply to them, and their culture is totally out of touch with the values that built America. And finally, we're going to have a reckoning.
How worried are you that
we'll take the lady here.
Let me ask you this. You said you wanted this to go straight to the Senate. What message does it send to the survivors behind you if the Senate doesn't act quickly to move this bill forward?
Well, they're not here. They're not going to answer questions, so I'll answer a question. I prefer, actually, it goes straight to the president. He can release these files without the Senate acting. Sometimes they take a long time to get things done. The House figured out a way to take 4 months to get this done. I think it's disrespectful to the survivors if they delay this. There's nothing more important than cleaning out the rot in this country. And this is rot, and it's not a partisan issue. And the senators need to get on this. Yes, the economy is important. Yes, international policy is important, but there's nothing more important than getting to this rot and cleaning it out. They should put it at the top of their agenda.
As you know, there's a provision in the bill already that would allow the DOJ to not release certain information if it would jeopardize an active investigation. And the president just last week ordered his DOJ to conduct an investigation. What makes you think you would actually, if this bill passes, see these files, that the public would see them?
There are 1,000 survivors. They can't open enough investigations to cover up everything that's in these files. And yes, it's true they can try to protect a few certain people or a few certain companies, but those investigations will eventually end. And in the meantime, there's not enough investigations to cover up 1,000 different crimes, 1,000 different rapes, 1,000 different sex trafficking instances. And this is not a moot point, even though they are doing that.
And once this bill is signed into law, any career official at the DOJ or the FBI who does not comply with the law is at legal risk. It's no longer just up to the president.
Look, we could have passed a simple resolution here in the House, and that would have been the end of it. Instead, we chose a very hard path, which is to get legislation, a law passed, which means it has to go through the House, the Senate, and be presented to the president. And that will have the force of law. They will be breaking the law if they do not release these files.
Thank you very much.
The president has fought so hard.
Last question,
to
and then
release these files. Why do you think he has fought so hard? If he could do it now, why hasn't he done it now?
I believe he's trying to protect friends and donors. And by the way, these aren't necessarily Republicans. Once you get to $1 billion, you transcend parties. You just assume you can pay off whatever party is in charge of the White House, whatever party is in charge of the House of Representatives. And this is about those kinds of people. I think he's been trying to protect them. And I think it also incriminates our own government. This is a complete and total failure of the justice system, as the survivors have witnessed here today to us. It incriminates the FBI. It incriminates our intelligence agencies. It incriminates police departments in West Palm Beach. And that's what has been protected by this, either willfully or unknowingly, and it's time to end it.
And I would agree with Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene that what matters now is just the action. I don't speculate on what politicians' motives are or what's in their heart. The point is the American people have spoken, Congress has spoken, release the files. It's time for justice. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey, we have another news conference coming up right now. Speaker Johnson's going to be having a news conference. So we just heard from several congressional representatives, both Democrat, Republican. We heard from a number of Epstein survivors. And House Speaker Johnson, coming up, is going to have his own news conference. So let me send you over there. Look, we have it live for you. House Speaker Johnson coming up. I see a sign that says dangers of the discharge petition. The discharge petition is the petition that brought this to a vote in the House without Speaker Johnson agreeing to schedule it. A discharge petition forces the House to take a vote on something regardless of what the House leadership wants to do. So we're going to hear now from Speaker Johnson. I'm assuming, his news conference was supposed to start at 10. I'm guessing he was waiting. He might have been waiting for the other thing to end, which would make sense. So I'm going to put down soon. Speaker Johnson news conference ahead of Epstein Files vote. That's a long headline. Let's see if I can make it a little smaller and fit it all. There we go. So we'll hear from him. Hey, a couple quick thank yous as we wait for Speaker Johnson. We'll hear what he has to say about all this. Thank you for tuning into our coverage. I appreciate you watching very much. Thanks so much to our moderators, like Ruth Krafasi is moderating right now. Thank you, Ruth. And also Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, and Sarah on Twitch. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, Kay Lowry Body over on Facebook. Thank you so much. And also a big thanks to, thanks for your support, Ricky Como, Sydney for the gift memberships, Elijah, SC Gilmore, and Bonin the Carbarian are members, Arlia Zad, Jimmy, PA Jeeper 420, Babalu, Iroquois, Jimmy, Temi Dank, Criminy, and I am Charlie, 1,400-pound Devin, and Alex O. Segeda. Thanks for your support of the channel. Also Blissy in Alaska. Much appreciated. Thanks Chuck Mosca for subscribing over there on Facebook. thanks to Peter John as well, 692001 on Twitch. So any moment now, we will be hearing from House Speaker Johnson hours before this afternoon's vote in the House on the bill which would make the Justice Department release the Epstein files. For that bill to become law, it would need to be also passed by the Senate and signed by President Trump. We do not know if the Senate will vote on it. Hey, thanks to Michael Kelly for your support as well. I really appreciate it, Michael Kelly. I did want to make one point, which is, it's certainly striking to see that press conference we just saw and the number of victims. You're seeing one survivor after the other, of the Epstein survivors. But the thing is, we just saw a small fraction of the survivors. So in the Department of Justice and FBI, in their statement that came out, I think it was in June and July, but several months ago, their statement said, and I'm going to quote the statement to you, it said, consistent with prior disclosures, their review of the files on Epstein confirmed that Epstein harmed over 1,000 victims. That is from the Department of Justice and the FBI. Epstein harmed over 1,000 victims. So it's just unbelievable. Sharkingly says it's insane, mind-boggling. Just crazy. So we are going to hear from Speaker Johnson any moment now. I don't know if he'll have anybody with him, but he will be there. And let's hear what he has to say about this upcoming vote. Fallon May, our viewer, says, I'm glad the truth is coming out. There were concerns expressed in the previous press conference that even if the bill passes, could the Trump administration say something like, well, we can't release a bunch of the files because there are current investigations going on or something. So, there are all these questions. It sounds like the House is going to pass it either unanimously or near unanimously. Will the Senate vote on the bill? Will the Senate pass the bill? President Trump yesterday suggested he would sign the bill if the House and Senate passed it, but that remains to be seen. And then even if the bill becomes a law, will the files be released? We don't know. Thanks so much to Eliza Jane for your support. Thank you, Eliza Jane. The vote is going to be this afternoon. Oh, I'm hearing that Speaker Johnson, I'm seeing reports on news channels that Speaker Johnson has said he's going to vote for the release. Some of the speakers in the previous press conference said they thought it would be... Marjorie Taylor Greene said she thought it was going to be a unanimous vote in the House, just so you know. That's what Marjorie Taylor Greene said a short while ago. Yeah, both CNN and MS Now are saying that Speaker Johnson has said he's going to vote for the release. Some have accused Speaker Johnson of trying to not have the vote. You heard multiple speakers. I believe Thomas Massey, Republican, said this in the last press conference we saw, accusing Speaker Johnson of not sitting a new representative from Arizona, a Democrat, who was elected in September. She did not get sworn into the House until, last week, I think? but recently. And the allegation is that Speaker Johnson was intentionally not swearing her in because she would be the last signature needed on the discharge petition that would force a vote in the House on this bill. So again, any moment now, we're going to hear from House Speaker Mike Johnson. Just hours before the vote in the House, we will be covering the vote in the House today. JB4 says, how many votes were needed in the Senate? So one article I was reading today said it would need 60 to overcome a filibuster. So in the Senate, you'd need 60 votes. If somebody tried to, because that's how much is needed to overcome a filibuster. Oh, here's Speaker Johnson coming out right now. Let's listen to Speaker Johnson. Here he is.
Good morning, everybody. It's good to see you back. After 43 long days of the Democrat shutdown, we are finally back in regular legislative session. We have been very anxious to get here. We spent the last 6 weeks in our districts, most of the members of the House, at least the House Republicans did at least, 6 weeks they spent in their district, and many of them will tell you, and they've said publicly and privately, they did some of the best work of their career because they were right there with their constituents, at home, in their districts, in their counties, in their parishes, in our case in Louisiana, working with their constituents and helping them navigate the consequences of the Democrats' pointless political games in the shutdown. They did some really important work. And we are ready and eager now to get back to the legislative session work, the other side of this job, so that we can deliver on our promises to the American people. The Republican Party has been doing this, and we will continue. We're going to continue to reduce the cost of health care. We got big plans to do that. We're going to continue reducing prices and the cost of living for American families. And of course, to finish the rest of the appropriations government funding process. We've been needing to do that, and we are already working around the clock to accomplish those objectives. But with so many pressing issues on our plate, just very frustratingly to us, the Democrats are delaying that work even further with a political show vote. They're forcing a political show vote on the Epstein Files. So we're just going to address that right at the top here this morning because they've spent so much time, the Democrats have, spinning the facts and trying to confuse the people that I wanted to come in this morning and just clearly explain for the people back home how we got here and why this vote is happening right now. First, a quick review of the relevant history here. For 4 long years, under the previous administration, under the Biden-Harris administration, Democrats insisted there was no border crisis. Remember, they told you that that wasn't a problem at all. They dismissed inflation as transitory. That's what they told us. They told the American people not to believe what we could all see with our own eyes, that there was an obvious mental and physical decline on the part of President Biden individually. And now, seemingly overnight, these same cast of characters, they've taken a sudden and urgent interest in the Epstein investigation. Suddenly, it's all in the name of transparency. That's what they're trying to tell us. But the truth is, the biggest proponents of this discharge petition were never actually interested in transparency or ensuring justice or protecting victims of this unspeakable tragedy, the Epstein evils. And how do we know that? Because the Democrats had every one of the Epstein files in their possession for the 4 long years of the Biden administration. The Biden Department of Justice had the files the entire time. And not a single one of the people who are so loud and animated right now, they never said anything about it for all those 4 years. None of them held press conferences. None of them demanded the release of the documents. And under Biden's DOJ, when they prosecuted just Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, not a single one of these Democrats or any of the proponents of the discharge ever made any noise about that at all. So it's fair for the American people to ask the question, why now? Why suddenly are they so interested? They have such an urgent interest in the Jeffrey Epstein matter. The truth is simple and straightforward and obvious for anyone who is willing to look at it objectively. Clearly, this is a political exercise for Democrats and a few others, sadly, and it is as deceitful and dishonest as their pointless stunt to shut down the government. Same ideology behind this. Democrats are trying to use the Epstein matter as a political weapon to distract from their own party's failures. And in a desperate attempt, they're trying to somehow tie President Trump to the scandal. President Trump has nothing to do with it. He has said himself he has nothing to hide. And that's clearly what they've been trying to do. They're trying to attack President Trump. This is what they've done. They weaponized the justice system over the last several years to go after him, and this is their latest attempt. And they don't have a platform or a principle to defend on the Democrat Party side, so they put all their eggs in this basket. And that's why you hear endlessly about Epstein, Epstein, Epstein. Everything's about Epstein. Now, this was an unspeakable tragedy, we said that. And we have great compassion for the victims. And I'm heartened that I met with the victims. Our House Oversight Committee members met with the victims, and they deserve justice. It has been too long delayed. Not just justice for what they were made to endure, but also we need answers on why it took so long for the Department of Justice itself to do that job under previous leadership. Republicans, meanwhile, are working in earnest to deliver transparency to the American people, and we're working to do that in a responsible manner that does no further harm to these innocent people and the victims who have been wrapped into this. There are a few key facts here that everybody needs to understand. First, I mentioned the House Oversight Committee doing its work. That is a bipartisan effort. They are already producing far more than the discharge petition even anticipates. Chairman Comer is our chair of oversight. Some of the biggest bulldogs in Congress serve on that committee, you all know, and I've mentioned this so many times. They have been, on the Republican and Democrat side, they're deeply dug in. They've been working around the clock. They worked even through the government shutdown, and there were tranches of documents that were released even over that period. So far, by last count, it's over 65,000 documents, Epstein file documents, that are now out in the public for everyone to review. That includes tens of thousands of pages from the Epstein estate. And that includes Epstein's flight logs, his personal financial records and ledgers, his daily calendars, and so much more. And none of that is even written or included in the discharge petition. So in other words, the Oversight Committee is doing far more than the discharge even anticipates, and the most valuable information thus far has come from the Epstein estate files. That was produced because of the work of the Oversight Committee that is doing that in a professional, robust manner, using the full subpoena authority of the U.S. Congress. From the very beginning, our side has been insistent that this matter must be handled very carefully and with utmost caution and care for the victims. We want maximum transparency. We have always been about that. We want every single person who had any scintilla, there's any scintilla of evidence that they were involved in the Epstein evils, they need to be brought to justice, and it should have been done a long time ago. We need to find out who those people are. But in the meantime, you have to remember there are real people's, innocent people's lives at stake here, and young victims who don't want to be dragged into this political game because it could hurt further what they've already endured. They would be made to suffer more harm if Congress is not careful in what we're doing. And unlike our very important work that's underway in the House Oversight Committee, the Democrat-led discharge petition would carelessly dump thousands of documents without proper protections for the innocent. I brought a chart in here this morning. I want to illustrate for you what we are concerned with. Now, I was a federal court litigator. The members of our House Judiciary Committee, Republicans in particular, have many of these concerns. You have Chairman Jim Jordan and attorneys like Chip Roy, who's running for Attorney General of Texas now. You have Brad Knott, who's a former federal prosecutor, many members on the committee. Andy Biggs is running for governor of Arizona. They're lawyers, and they understand that the way the discharge petition was drafted is haphazard and dangerous. This is why we have been opposed to this point, okay? And I could be here for a long time going through all the details of it, but the big concern we've all had all along is that the House bill, if it's passed in its current form and it was signed into law, it is dangerously flawed. And our problem and our frustration is there is no way for us in the House to amend it or correct these problems because the authors of the discharge will not allow it. And that's one of our great frustrations. Let me just very quickly, we have a legal document that the lawyers, we have all drafted to explain all this, but let me give you five quick, maybe the top 5 concerns about it, and there are more. But as drafted, the discharge petition It fails to fully protect victim privacy. I'm going to read you an excerpt out of our legal document we put together to explain all this. Congress should give the Attorney General broader authority to redact all the victim information. The discharge doesn't do that. This would prevent the release of information that could be used to unmask victims who have chosen to remain anonymous. Now, you have some very brave women who have come forward and put their names and faces out there and done press conferences and explained that justice is overdue, and our hearts go out to them, and they are heroes. But you have as many as 1,000 women, by some of the accounts, who may be caught up in this. And the vast majority of them have not come forward, probably for obvious reasons. They don't want to be unmasked. But the discharge petition doesn't have adequate protections. It risks re-victimizing those who were trafficked and exploited. And the courts have recognized this concern, by the way. I'll read you a quick excerpt. On August 20th of this year, Judge Richard Berman of the Southern District of New York issued an order denying the DOJ's request to release Epstein grand jury materials, noting, quote, names and identifying information of victims appear in the subject materials, unquote. Judge Berman then quoted a letter related to the victims' concerns, which stated the following, quote, transparency cannot come at the expense of the very people whom the justice system is sworn to protect, unquote. And importantly, the judge quoted a letter from one of the victims. In the proceedings, she is named as Jane Doe 2. She said this is one of the victims, quote, I beg the court to make sure it is of the utmost priority that in any sort of release, all and every detail that could possibly reveal our identities be redacted. The victims of Epstein's evils deserve that protection, and the discharge does not currently provide it, okay? Number two, the discharge petition could create new victims, okay? Because it requires the DOJ to release information even in cases where the DOJ or the FBI has already reviewed it and determined it is not credible, it is false information. Doing this and requiring this to come out could ruin the reputations of completely innocent people, such as those who have may just have known Epstein but knew nothing of his crimes, or whose names he exploited. Think of this, innocent people whose names he exploited and used to try to get close to his intended victims. Their names may be in these files, and they had nothing to do with this. And so by just haphazardly releasing it, you're going to destroy their reputations. Releasing information containing the names of innocent people would subject those innocent people to a guilt by association. It would create an entirely new group of victims who have no means to clear their names. That's a concern of Congress, and it should be. It should be. Number three, the discharge in its current form fails to prohibit the release of child sexual abuse materials. That is a term of art. It's called CSAM, okay? It's defined in the U.S. Code. The discharge is so haphazardly written because, remember, it's just a political exercise for these guys. They don't seem to care about this, but they cited the wrong section of the U.S. Code. So when they say that we don't want child pornography to come out, child sexual abuse materials, of course, we don't want that released. They wrote this thing so quickly that they cited the wrong section. So you know what that means? It means that it doesn't really bestow any real legal authority on the Attorney General to redact those materials. And that would compel the DOJ to release that stuff into the public. Every single person in this room knows that's wrong, and you should stand against it. But that's what the discharge says. Number four, it jeopardizes the future federal investigations of the United States. Why? Because the discharge only allows the Attorney General to redact limited portions of records that could publicly identify individuals who are promised confidentiality. In this scenario, you're talking about whistleblowers, you're talking about confidential informants who came forward and gave information and evidence in exchange for agreeing to have their identities not revealed. Violating confidentiality, imagine the chilling effect that would have on future investigations. Who's going to want to come forward if they think Congress can take a political exercise and reveal their identities? Who's going to come talk to prosecutors? It's very dangerous. It would deter future whistleblowers and informants. And the release of that could also publicly reveal the identity, by the way, of undercover law enforcement officers who are working in future operations. Dangerous stuff, and they seem not to care. And by the way, I'm going to remind you again, we went to the authors. We asked the authors of the discharge to change this, and they said jump in the Potomac, all right? Number five, national security concerns, okay? The discharge requires the Attorney General to release within 30 days, quote, classified information to the maximum extent possible. This ignores the principle that declassification should always rest, and always has rested, with the agency that originated the intelligence. Why? So that they can protect their critical sources and methods. It is incredibly dangerous to demand that officials or employees of the DOJ declassify materials that originated in other agencies, in intelligence agencies. I could go on. I won't be here all morning, but there's a lot of problems. There's also a lot of legal scholars, and I'm among them, who are concerned that that you've got problems with grand jury secrecy. We know Rule 6E of the Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure prohibits the release of grand jury materials, but the way the discharge is drafted, you can make an argument that it requires all that to come out, and that is a serious problem. Grand juries are not adversarial, okay? There's no opportunity there for cross-examination. You can't disprove evidence. You can't challenge the evidence in any way. And if Congress goes in and breaks that seal and just starts releasing sensitive grand jury materials and allegations like that, it raises a risk that the grand jury process will be politicized in the future. And that's a whole other danger that we could talk about all day. I'm gonna wrap this up and just say that Republicans support maximum transparency. We always have. The President of the United States supports maximum transparency. You've heard him say it in his own words. But he has had the same concerns that I've just articulated here, and we've talked about that. All of us have had these concerns, and we understand that we have a responsibility to innocent people and victims that is not properly guarded by the discharge petition. And that's why we're so incensed about that. We've got to make sure that we disclose the names of anybody who aided or conspired in any way with Jeffrey Epstein. But at the same time, you've got to make sure that innocent people are protected. So we have to do this in a way that doesn't violate victim privacy, that doesn't create new victims, that doesn't disclose the names of any whistleblower or informant, that causes the release of grand jury materials or child sexual abuse materials, or undermines our national security. And I think everybody of good conscience and common sense would say, of course you have to do that. But here we are. So the discharge petition got its 218th signature, and it is going to go forward. It is going to pass, because it only takes 218. And we know that the Democrats have disregarded all these concerns, and they're going to move it forward anyway. So all the people of good conscience here say, we've registered our concerns, we stated our opposition as long as possible, but we're also for maximum transparency. So what am I to do as a leader in a situation like this? I called my counterpart in the Senate, Leader Thune, and I talked him through this with him and shared our deep concerns. And of course, they share those concerns as well. And so I'm very confident that when this moves forward in the process, if and when it is processed in the Senate, which there's no certainty that that will be, that they will take the time methodically to do what we have not been allowed to do in the House, to amend this discharge petition and to make sure that these protections are there. The authors of the discharge did not allow us to do that here. That's the rules here. But in the Senate, they can correct it. So under that circumstance, because of that, we know there's serious deficiencies. We know that the work of our colleagues in the Senate can address that and will. They're very conscientious and concerned, as we are, about all this. As we've insisted from the very beginning, Republicans are the only party trying to make a material difference in ensuring maximum transparency. Oh, by the way, I'll just tell you, I put the bill on the floor for unanimous consent last Wednesday night. And guess who objected to it? The Democrats, okay? If this is so urgent and they were so concerned about getting this done and seeing justice be done and all that, they would not have blocked the request, okay? This is about politics. They blocked our unanimous consent motion to expedite their bill and made us waste all this additional time so they could have a show vote today. Republicans are ready to get the job done, to move forward so we can continue to get on to these important issues of dealing with what the American people demand and deserve for us to deal with. And so I want to leave you with this thought. Everybody should think long and hard about who here is acting truthfully, honestly, and in good faith. It is not the Democrat Party that has obfuscated and blatantly lied for the last 4 years about all these things. It is not the Democrats who shut down the government for their own selfish political purposes. It is not the Democrats who blocked the passage of this discharge a week ago because they wanted to have a political moment. It is the Republicans who are acting in good faith, and I believe the American people are going to see that and understand it. I'm going to vote to move this forward. I think it could be close to a unanimous vote because everybody here, all the Republicans, want to go on record to show they're for maximum transparency, but they also want to note that we're demanding that this stuff get corrected before it is ever moves through the process and is completed. I sincerely hope my Democrat colleagues will show the same level of urgency and enthusiasm when it comes to tackling the real issues facing the country that we got to get to. And that's what we really wanted to talk about this morning. Affordability issues are real, and the Democrats themselves created the crisis. Remember, over the last 4 years of the Biden administration, they spent like drunken sailors, and when you throw a bunch of new money into the system, it makes inflation rise, right? Republicans are ready and eager to continue our work to clean up the mess that the Democrats made. We've been doing that already, and we're going to continue to do it. Joining the leadership team this morning to discuss our record-setting success and our continued efforts to bring back affordability, to lower the cost of living, to lower the cost of health care, and have abundant American energy are two of our Republican colleagues who are leading the charge on this issue. And Chairman Brett Guthrie, you'll hear from in a moment, from Energy and Commerce, will speak with you, and Congressman Nick Begich of Alaska, great state of Alaska, is going to address it as well. But I'll first turn it over to our chair of our conference, Lisa McClain.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome back. So let me start with this. House Republicans will not allow Democrats to distract us, and we will not allow any more obstructions to stop us from doing the work of the American people. Because the American people sent us here to do a job, and that's what we intend to do. The Democrats' shutdown never stopped us. The countless witch hunts against President Trump never stopped us either. And the latest discharge petition is just another Democrat distraction. And I can assure you that won't stop us either. Because the American people actually expect us to do our jobs and not to distract and obstruct. For more than 40 days, Democrats inflicted needless pain on hardworking Americans. And I ask you this, for what? For what did all of these Americans suffer pain? They did it to use the American people's pain as political leverage. And let that sink in for a second. And don't take my word for it, take Catherine Clark's word for that. They used the leverage for $1.5 trillion of a wish list for that Americans' families just simply can't afford. But Democrats, they didn't get a single one of their demands because House Republicans actually stayed united. And now we're taking that momentum into the fight that matters most to the American people. This week, House Republicans will pass consequential bills to make energy costs more affordable. Bills that will lower energy costs for hardworking families, bills that will build on the work that we've achieved to unleash American energy that we passed in the Working Families Tax Cuts. Bills that increase energy production, which you'll hear from Representative Begich and Chairman Guthrie, that cut red tape and drive down prices for every single American. And contrast that to what will the Democrats do? They will almost certainly vote no. But ask yourself why. Why? It's because their radical left won't let them vote yes. So again, Republicans want to bring down energy costs. That's why we will vote yes on the bill. Democrats have a lot of talking points, but their actions will say no. We don't want to bring down energy costs for Americans, and they will vote no, right? So at some point, y'all need to ask the Democrats, when will your actions match your words? Because they don't. The contrast is crystal clear. Republicans will always fight to make energy more affordable for the American people. Now, the Democrats, they'll talk about it, but when the rubber meets the road and they have to vote, watch how they vote. They will absolutely vote no. So while Democrats prioritize the wishes of their radical base, we will keep moving forward with our agenda that actually lowers costs for the American people, forward with solutions that makes America affordable again, and we will move forward with the momentum the American people entrusted us with. Because House Republicans aren't here to play politics, or we aren't here to obstruct or distract. We're here to deliver affordability and low cost. We're here to drive down energy costs. And we're here to make America more affordable again. And with that, I will bring up our chairman, Mr. Brett Guthrie.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for being here today. It's an interesting time. It's a challenging time, but an extremely interesting time in the American energy industry. If you look at the last generation, we've had a generation of flat generation. We've had a generation of flat demand. And so those have
let me
worked.
just cut in for a second here. So we heard, we'll keep an eye on this. We heard Speaker Johnson talk about the Epstein Files vote, which is upcoming this afternoon. I just want to mention a couple other things going on. Representative Adelita Grijalva is shortly going to hold a news conference about the Epstein Files. She is a Democrat and planning on covering that for you. Also, President Trump is hosting at the White House today the Saudi leader Mohammed bin Salman, and we may have some live footage of that soon. Who knows, maybe President Trump will comment on the Epstein Files vote when he appears with the Saudi leader. So that is something else we're keeping an eye on. We're keeping an eye on all of this. I think both of those things might happen very soon. So I will keep an eye on both of those, and as soon as I have video, I'll let you know. I think in this news conference, they might talk some more about the Epstein Files. It's a little unclear. Speaker Johnson spoke about it. Now they're talking about energy. Maybe they'll come back and talk about it, or different speakers will talk about it, so I'm not sure. But again, very soon, supposed to have some video, both of this, of a news conference from Representative Grijalva on the Epstein Files vote, and President Trump at the White House with the leader of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman. So we're keeping an eye on both of those things. Yes, he is the crown prince, but he is the de facto leader. So he is technically the crown prince, but he's the de facto leader of Saudi Arabia, which is why I'm calling him the leader. Okay, so let me go back to this for a second, but I'm keeping an eye because very soon we should have the other stuff to give you and to show you. Also, thanks so much to Casmira, Flanagan, Anthony, and Andrew Huffman, Jiggle Jess, Herbs, the comment section, the Vladinator, Will, and Zillzone for your support. I really appreciate it. And Eliza Jane and Eddie Harada. And all right, so let me turn the audio back on, but waiting for those other things shortly, and I will get them up on the screen as soon as I see them.
To make sure we deliver the energy we need for America to be successful in this geopolitical battle and winning the AI battle. But so people, when they turn their lights on and off in their home, can have affordable power. And one of the great resources of power and one of the most beautiful places in our great country is in Alaska. Even at 46 below zero, in Fort Greely, Alaska, if you happen to go to Northern Warfare School, you can sit around and look around and go, wow, this is a stunningly beautiful place. And so I'm glad to hand this over to my good friend from Alaska, Nick Begich.
Thank you, Chairman. You know, it is cold in Alaska.
It is in
46 below is not as cold as it gets. It can get minus 70 or worse.
Cold enough for me.
You know, every product in America is an energy product. Whether you're producing that product, whether you're sending that product to a grocery store, whether you're going to the grocery store to pick up that product, whether you're going to visit family.
I'm monitoring this. I'm turning the volume down on this because they're talking about energy still. So we're monitoring that. We're waiting for another news conference coming up about the Epstein Files vote. We're waiting for President Trump to appear with Saudi Crown Prince and de facto leader Mohammed bin Salman at the White House. So we're waiting for that. And I want to take some comments from you guys on what's coming up with this vote and get you updated on the vote. And if you give me a moment, what I think I'm going to do is I think I might adjust. Well, I'll do that in a second. I'm going to change that. I'm going to update because the original title of this broadcast was the Epstein Files press conference. We already saw one of them, and then this talked about it too. We're supposed to see another one, but we may end up just staying on the air until the vote. I don't know exactly when the vote is going to be. It's going to be this afternoon. It was striking that Speaker Johnson called the vote today. He called it a political show vote a few minutes ago when he spoke. But again, it is expected, and even Speaker Johnson said that he's expecting, I believe, it to be a near unanimous vote in the House. Marjorie Taylor Greene said she thought it was going to be unanimous or near unanimous vote in the House. Let's see if this speaker says anything about the Epstein Files vote.
These days, anti-Trump temper tantrums seem to be the Democrat Party's MO. Instead of helping us, Republicans in the House, the President in the White House, and the Senate majority, instead of helping us secure our border, cut taxes, and make life more affordable for the American people, Democrats have shown time and time again that they're more interested in opposing President Trump and his successful agenda at every turn. But their obstruction and partisan games will not deter our efforts to deliver countless wins for the American people. This week, House Republicans are returning to Washington with a packed agenda, full of promises kept. Where the Biden administration and climate alarmists stifled our nation's energy production and caused prices to skyrocket, House Republicans and President Trump are restoring America's energy security and ensuring affordability. Where Democrats put violent criminals above innocent Americans, Republicans are ensuring our communities are safe from dangerous offenders. And where Democrats chase headlines and mislead the public, Republicans are actually pursuing transparency and justice. The contrast could not be more clear. Republicans govern, Democrats obstruct. We already passed the largest middle-class tax cut in American history with absolutely no help from Democrats. And that was just the beginning. Now, as you see, that we're back from this ridiculous, needless shutdown caused by Democrats, we're moving full steam ahead to make up for the days that they have taken away with their delusional shutdown. And with that, I'll turn it over to our leader, Steve Scalise.
Well, thank you, Whip. And it's good to be back. It's good to have the Democrat shutdown ended and the pain, the suffering that went on for way too long finally be over. And now to see the House back doing its business. And, of course, we missed a few weeks, and so we're making up for lost time. We have a very robust schedule this week. As you can see, full 5-day work week. We're going to be working and having some late-night votes. Today we have 3 vote series going into the night, and our members have rolled up their sleeves and are ready to get back to work, too. The committees are going to be meeting into the night this week and beyond to catch up and get back to focusing on those issues that we've been fighting for this entire Congress, and that is fighting for those families who have been struggling under the failed Biden agenda. All we saw under the Biden and Democrat agenda was higher costs for families, higher inflation, higher interest rates, open borders, chaos around the world. And President Trump has reversed that quickly. As you look at all of the things that this president has done, working with this Congress, we have been focused on fixing the problems that Biden created and then really setting a new course. Things that this president has done, working with lowering costs for families. You heard Chairman Guthrie and Congressman Begich talk about this great energy agenda that we're continuing to deliver on. Of course, in the working families tax cut. So we had a lot of provisions in that bill, in fact, that Congressman Begich himself brought forward to open up areas in Alaska. I walked the Alaskan pipeline in Section 1002 of the North Slope, and to see all of the ability to produce energy in America that had been shut down under Joe Biden. We couldn't even produce the energy we know we have here in America because of stupid policies by the Biden administration. And we've been reversing that. Many of those provisions that Congressman Begich campaigned on he already delivered on in the working families tax cut, but there's more to do. And so we're bringing some of those bills to the floor this week. You're going to see the Department of Interior probably this week, hopefully in the next 2 weeks, roll out their 5-year leasing plan for the Gulf of America. Again, something that President Biden shut down that drove investment to foreign countries. We saw billions of dollars of energy investment moving to foreign countries because Biden shut down America. Well, America's open up for business again. And that means more jobs here in America, but really importantly for families, lower energy costs. And energy costs affect everything that we do. When you go to the grocery store, lower energy costs mean lower food costs for families. And so we're going to keep delivering on that agenda. Obviously, this week, it's going to be a very aggressive schedule, and we're going to continue to move bills in the future. Something else the Democrats broke, we talked about this a lot during the shutdown here at this podium, and that is the healthcare crisis in America. The current law in healthcare is the Affordable Care Act. I think everybody would recognize it's unaffordable for millions of American families. And yet they have dumped more families into that plan, and the cost increase are evident. 80% increase in costs for families since Obamacare passed. And yet, as the Affordable Care Act has failed to work for families, Democrats continue to try to shove hundreds of billions of dollars more into that failed program and not giving relief to families, but giving COVID subsidies to insurance companies. That's what Democrats were fighting for. You saw President Trump today saying one of the things we want to do as Republicans is give those tax credits to families, not to insurance companies like Democrats want to do, but to give it to families. We've been working before the shutdown with our 3 relevant committees, Chairman Guthrie's committee in Energy and Commerce, Chairman Jason Smith in Ways and Means, and Chairman Wahlberg over in Education and Workforce. The 3 committees that work on healthcare policy to focus on legislation that would actually lower costs for families and give families options so they're not trapped in the Unaffordable Care Act policies that drive up their premiums. And so we've brought bills. We had some of those we talked about in the working families tax cuts that didn't make it all the way through the process. We're going to be coming back to that. We moved PBM reform last year, very bipartisan bill that Chuck Schumer sat on because he and Democrats don't want to lower costs for families. We do. And we're going to keep bringing those bills over the next few months. We're working with all of our members. We talked about it again today in conference. But we've been working on it for months. We've been bringing bills to the floor. And Democrats, sadly, have walked away from this because all they want to do is force people into unaffordable products, the Unaffordable Care Act. They want families to have to pay more in premiums because they want a
Hey guys, let me just cut in here for a second. So I was waiting to see if they talk more about the House vote that's coming up. We also have right now Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman is supposed to show up soon at the White House, and we have live coverage of that too. And there's supposed to be another press conference coming up, and that next one is supposed to be on the Epstein Files. So we're going to show you that. But what I want to do is just keep an eye on all of this here. So if you give me a second, I'm trying to keep an eye on all these things. And hold on a moment. Do I have this other one here? Hold on, what's this? Okay, yeah, so there's the White House there. There's the White House. So we'll keep an eye on that. And then at some point, President Trump is going to appear with Mohammed bin Salman and maybe take some questions. And I wouldn't be surprised if he talked about the House vote when he does. So we're keeping an eye on that. And there may be questions coming up in this GOP news conference. And if they do take questions, I would think some people might ask about the House vote. So we're keeping an eye on all of this stuff, and I just changed the name of the stream so that it's called House Vote on Epstein Files. So at this point, I think we're probably going to end up just staying on this stream until the House vote, although that could be it's supposed to be in several hours, but might as well at this point. So So again, keeping an eye on a bunch of different things right now. And earlier we showed, hold on a second. Here's Speaker Johnson again. Speaker Johnson is speaking.
On this idea of transparency. In the name of transparency, he released the MLK files. In the name of transparency, he released the JFK files. Why not, in the name of transparency, call on the president to just release the full Epstein files? He doesn't even need Congress to have this vote.
Well, the president's made very clear his position over the last few days. His truth post over the weekend and what he said. I mean, he had a press gaggle yesterday. He said the same thing. He says release all the files. He's been saying that. What he was counting on and what we were insistent upon is using the processes of Congress, as I explained here in great detail this morning, to do it in the right way so that it's not haphazard. And Congress has a role to do that. The Oversight Committee is the appropriate place for this to be done, and that is what is happening right now, as you've all seen. And so we preferred that route. And by the way, as I mentioned, that route is more comprehensive than anything the discharge petition would accomplish anyway, because it didn't even mention the Epstein files and some of these other things, I mean the estate files. So we want the process to play out. We want it to be done in the right way. We want to do it in a way that doesn't jeopardize our legal system and doesn't inflict more harm on victims. And the president is resolute on that, as we have been, and that's why we opposed this gambit from the beginning. Yes?
Do you acknowledge that by voting for this discharge petition today, that is a reversal for you, that you could have put this on the floor months ago and may not have even needed to have a discharge petition if you had supported it months ago?
No, it's not a reversal. As I just explained, we had big problems with the discharge from the moment it was filed. We talked with the authors. There was lots of people that went and pleaded with them to fix it so that everybody could be together, because we've been for maximum transparency. But again, there's a reason you have rules and processes here to ensure that this is not done haphazardly, and I was not satisfied with that. But I've been for maximum transparency from the very beginning. We wanted the process to play out. So yes.
Last question, guys. I understand where you're coming from with your concerns with the discharge petition. I also understand your want for transparency in this case. You've been very clear on both those fronts for weeks. So is the reason why you're now deciding to vote for this resolution because President Trump directly said Republicans should vote for this? Because this has been your position all along, and you've made it clear you weren't in support of this resolution.
If and when the discharge reached the 218th signature, it will be forced. And the forcing mechanism here prevents the very deliberate, professional, careful manner in which Congress is supposed to do this. I lament that. That's why I'd been opposed to it all along. But having now forced the vote, none of us want to go on record and in any way be accused of not being for maximum transparency. So the only intellectually consistent position to have right now, the only way to ensure that both those things are true at the same time, is to allow for everyone to vote their conscience and to go on record to say, of course we're for maximum transparency. Now, I'll tell you, there's a handful of Republicans, Judiciary Committee members, and a few others who are really struggling, as I have been, about whether or not they could even vote yes today because of this, because we don't have an absolute guarantee that this will be fixed in the Senate. I have a high degree of confidence in that, and that's why that's why I'll be voting yes today. And I've talked about that at great detail. We had an hour and a half long conference call on Sunday with Judiciary Committee members who are really, really concerned. I mean, they're all for maximum transparency, but they're really, really concerned about protecting the victims, and I am as well, and that's why we have gone through this whole long process. Last one, Olivia, go ahead.
On that, James Blair today at a Bloomberg event said that they're looking at ways to send millions of Americans checks from tariff dividend revenue, but without Congress being involved. Do you have concerns about them not running that sort of process through Congress?
Well, I'm not sure that's possible, and James Blair and I will have some intense fellowship about that, I'm sure. He's a good friend. We collaborate on strategy all the time, but this is an idea, I think, that makes sense. The president was talking about it as recently as yesterday. I think what I heard him say, and I haven't talked to him about it because he and I have both been so busy the last 24 hours, I'll see him in a little while, but I think what I heard him say yesterday is he's thinking about something maybe midway into next year, when the tariff revenue is realized and we can figure out what that looks like. But I think it would require an act of Congress, so we'll have to see how. I'm not sure what's being proposed, so it's sort of a hypothetical. Last one, yeah.
Getting specifically to the substance here, reading through the bill, though, I guess I'm confused because the bill specifically says the Attorney General may withhold or redact portions related to child sexual abuse materials as defined in the law, anything jeopardizing federal investigations. It specifically says says they can withhold anything containing personal identifiable information of victims, personal medical files. We know the survivors are comfortable with that. All of these things are actually in this bill.
They're not. Let me give you an example. And we could be up here for a long time. I'll litigate it with you because I brought all this stuff. All right. Okay. So the first one you mentioned. Okay. So here's the HRS 581. This is the discharge. Okay. It says on page 5, redact anything that depicts or quote depicts or contains child sexual abuse material (CSAM) as defined under 18 U.S.C. 2256. Okay. All right. So you go to 18 U.S.C. 2256, definitions of the chapter. Nowhere in this section, okay, go look it up, all right, does it contain the definition of child sexual abuse material. So I used to litigate federal cases, and I would challenge statutes in court, okay? The language is very important and very precise. If it's not listed here and this were to become law, child sexual abuse materials are not included. They're not included for redaction, which means the Attorney General and someone there, if they interpret the discharge in the statute that it passes directly and literally, as they're supposed to do, they're required to do under the law, then you're going to have things that would qualify under child sexual abuse materials. You have child pornography included in the distribution of this stuff. We can't go for that. And why did they? No, it's not up to the Attorney General because the way it's listed in the document. No, it's not. It's not because it doesn't reference the right code section. So we could go through every one of these things. We have had a small army of lawyers going through it because I want to make sure that all of my concerns, because I read it the first time initially and I thought, whoa, this is way out of bounds. We have in fact, we'll put on the speaker.gov. I'll put it on the website here when we leave. You'll see the summary of the legal analysis, and it goes through point by point, and it points to the specific sections in the discharge. Guys, we're not making this up, and you can take it to your counsel at your outlet's offices and have them review it, and they'll tell you the same thing. This should have been done in a much more careful manner, and it was not. And I'm going to point out again, when the authors were asked to fix it, they said they weren't interested in doing that. Okay, why? Because this is a raw and obvious political exercise. Again, I'm just going to leave you with this question. You should go ask them all. If you were so concerned about the Epstein files and protecting the victims, why didn't you do a darn thing about it for the 4 years of the Biden administration? All this stuff was sitting in a warehouse, and nobody said a word about it. They didn't care. Now they're doing it. We all know why, because they're trying to attack President Trump. That's it. Thank you. Thank you.
That was Speaker Johnson. You heard him. He said he has problems with the specifics of this bill and the way that the bill was written, and he thinks that this is not the right way. He says he supports releasing the files, but it's not being done in the right way. Okay, so hey, let me go over here too. Here's the White House, by the way. There's the White House. So that vote's going to happen this afternoon. And soon there's supposed to be another news conference about the Epstein Files vote by Representative Adelita Grijalva. So as soon as I have that, I'm going to show you. Also, President Trump is welcoming to the White House Mohammed bin Salman, Crown Prince and de facto leader of Saudi Arabia. So, and he's supposed to appear with him. And maybe he'll take questions, and maybe he'll talk about the Epstein files. So we're going to be covering that. Hey, a quick thanks to Narwhal14 and Will B and John Grobmeyer for your support, and Kazmira Flanagan, Anthony, Andrew Huffman. Oh, I got to update the headline. Andrew Huffman, thank you. Jiggle Jest number 1, HBR, Herbs, and the comment section for your support. Also, thanks over on Facebook to Cindy Coomley and Sarah Pitstop Spencer. Sorry, I was delayed in thanking you for the Facebook stars. And I need to fix our headline here. Is there volume on this? Let's see. What are we hearing? Is there music? I think the microphone is off on that. So we'll keep an eye on that. And I need to update the headline. So, House to vote today on releasing Epstein files. Again, the Senate would need to pass it and Trump would need to sign it to become law. Now, President Trump is welcoming Saudi Arabian ruler to the White House. So we're waiting for that while we wait for other things. It's like bonus coverage during this stream. Oh, hold on. I have the new press conference. New press conference right now. New news conference about the Epstein files.
Currently,
Right
major
now.
institutions, including our government, our
I believe.
banks,
Hold on
and
a
our
moment.
companies, may be led by abusers who are named in the Epstein files. Not releasing this information allows them to continue their reign of terror and power and control, increasing their influence and thus increasing their ability to cause more harm and cover up their actions. Releasing the files will dismantle pathways of harm and serve as a warning to others who might seek to exploit their wealth or influence to commit sexual violence. Transparency is a deterrent. Exposing networks of abuse makes it harder for similar systems of exploitation to operate in the shadows. Accountability must extend to the powerful. No one should be allowed to commit sexual violence, no matter how much influence, money, or control they have. Exposing them will uncover systems of abuse that have existed for decades. But acknowledging institutional failures helps us strengthen laws, strengthen policies, and strengthen protections to stop abuse in the future. Without systemic prevention, the same patterns will repeat. Preventing future harm requires breaking the silence that fuels rape culture. Hiding abuse normalizes it, while transparency sends an unmistakable message that sexual violence has consequences no matter who you are. We demand transparency, accountability, and an end to the ongoing harm. Releasing the Epstein files is crucial to protecting our citizens from abuse and upholding our democracy. Epstein's network crossed international lines in trafficking and exploiting victims around the world. In releasing these files, the U.S. will lead by example, strengthening global cooperation against sexual exploitation, ensuring justice is pursued not only in our country, but everywhere that harm has been allowed to flourish. Finally, passing the Epstein Files Transparency Act will uphold the integrity of our democracy. Individuals from both parties are expected to be implicated. Transparency is the only way to demonstrate that justice is not partisan. Justice, transparency, and accountability are the rights of the people. Full disclosure is the only path to restoring public trust and ending the perception of government cover-ups. People must see that elected officials can hold each other accountable. Without this, faith in our government collapses. How can we trust our leaders to pass laws protecting us and our children from sexual violence if they cannot hold each other accountable for committing it? At its core, this is about restoring trust in our justice system and our government and our collective ability to end sexual violence. 69% of Americans believe there is a cover-up, and 86% support releasing all files from the Epstein case. Every day the truth is withheld, public confidence erodes further. We demand the immediate release of the files, with only minimal redactions as is necessary to protect victims and ensure national security. We stand united in calling on Congress to use every tool available, subpoenas, lawsuits, and the swift passage of the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Justice cannot be delayed any longer. Survivors, families, and the American people deserve nothing less than the full truth. Thank you. Now let me be clear in a few points. This letter has the support of 48 organizations calling for immediate action. The Epstein Files Transparency Act is the only sure path to fully releasing these records. This is not a partisan fight. Accountability and transparency must apply to everyone regardless of party. We call on the House and the Senate to swiftly pass the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Now, I am honored to introduce Representative Adelita Grijalva, whose bravery, persistence, and refusal to back down in the face of intense pressure made her an indispensable catalyst for change. Representative Grijalva, thank you for standing with survivors. The podium is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Especially to the survivors, family members, and advocates who are here today and who have never given up.
I also want to thank the organizations who are standing with us today: the Sexual Violence Prevention Association, the National Center on Sexual Exploitation, the National Women's Law Center, and Ultraviolet, and more than 40 other organizations and dozens of survivors calling on Congress to pass the Epstein Files Transparency Act. I'm not standing here because Congress suddenly found courage. I'm standing here because survivors forced Washington to pay attention. Your voices, your persistence, and your truth got us to this moment. Today is about something very simple. The American people deserve the truth. Survivors deserve justice, and no one, no matter how powerful, should be protected by secrecy. This vote, this transparency, and this accountability are long overdue. We know now that thousands of pages released thus far are only the tip of the iceberg. And that matters, because without full transparency, we cannot have justice. Let me be clear, this is not a Democratic issue, this is not a Republican issue, it's a human rights issue. It's a matter of justice. The momentum behind this did not come from politicians, it came from survivors and the public who demanded answers. This is why the discharge petition crossed 218 signatures, despite Speaker Johnson doing everything in his power to prevent this from happening, including calling on an early summer release and delaying my swearing in for 7 weeks. The public pressure cannot stop now. There are going to be people trying to frame this as a hoax, a distraction, or a partisan fight. To them, I say, you cannot call it a hoax when real survivors are standing right here. The truth is the truth. No one's name, party, wealth, or fame, or title should prevent the truth from coming out. We don't know yet what every document will show, but that's exactly why they must be released. And while the House will hopefully pass this legislation today, this is just the first step. The bill must pass the Senate, the President must sign it, and even then, the DOJ must implement the law fully and responsibly. So today is a milestone, not the finish line. No one should ever have to fight this hard for the truth, but survivors' courage inspires all of us. Because sunlight is the best disinfectant, and justice cannot survive in the dark. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. As Representative Grijalva just said, this does not stop here. The House is just the first step. It then goes on to the Senate. And with that, I am proud to announce Senator Mark Kelly, who is speaking next. Thank you so much for being here.
Morning, everybody. Well, thank you for being here. I know it takes a lot of courage for the victims of these crimes to speak out. We're here because of you. Together, we are on the edge of doing something important. From Epstein on down, the people who carried out and aided in these horrific crimes thought their wealth and power meant that they would never have to answer for them. They thought the system was rigged for them and not against them, but against their victims. And for a long time, they were right. But we have a chance now to prove them wrong. We have the chance to say that in America, you will be held accountable. Doesn't matter if you're rich. Doesn't matter if you're a Republican or a Democrat. If you hurt people, you will answer for it. This hasn't come easy. Powerful people like the President of the United States and the Speaker of the House have tried very hard to keep the whole truth from coming out. They made Adelita Grijalva wait how long? 2 months?
50 days.
50 days to take her seat in Congress just to delay accountability. And next, we're going to need your help on the other side of the Capitol, making sure that Senate leadership doesn't delay this any further. They need to schedule a vote on this so this can get passed into law. But together, we can get there. Because at the core of this isn't about Congress members or senators or the media. This is about real victims. but also about their families who deserve justice and who deserve accountability. And together, we're going to make this happen. And thank you very much for being here. We've got a little bit more work ahead of us, but my hope is that Leader Thune will do the right thing and bring this legislation to the floor of the Senate and allow a vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Next up, we have Representative Robert Garcia.
Well, thank you. First, let me just start by saying that today, especially, all of our thoughts are with every single survivor and victim of Jeffrey Epstein. These are incredible women who, many of whom were abused when they were children at the hands of powerful men in our country, and centering them and the work that you're all doing should happen every single day as we debate in the Congress what our next steps are as it relates to holding people and the powerful accountable. I, of course, want to thank all the advocacy groups that are here. I especially want to thank Congresswoman Grijalva, who has been a great friend, but also a true leader and champion of ensuring that this process moves forward. I serve as the lead Democrat on our oversight
really
committee.
quick,
And
President Trump is welcoming Saudi ruler Mohammed bin Salman to the White House. So we have double screen here. We have the press conference on, and we also have we're gonna watch President Trump welcome the Saudi ruler to the White House at the same time.
We're expecting the Senate to take this vote up. And Leader Thune needs to do the right thing by the survivors and call for a vote immediately. In addition to that, we want to make it very clear to the president. He has been fighting this vote for months. After saying that he would release the files during the campaign, after his attorney general said the files were on her desk, he then flip-flops and has been doing everything in his power to stop.
There we go. There's Mohammed bin Salman right there. We're just cutting in for a second with coverage of Trump welcoming the Saudi ruler to the White House. Then we'll go back to the news conference. Is there a flyover going on? Sounds like a flyover.
Directly to Leader Thune. He needs to understand that this issue is bigger than what we're just doing here in the Congress. There are millions of girls and women that are watching our actions across the country and the world. There are millions that are survivors themselves of sexual abuse. There are millions that are being abused in their workplace or in their home. And they're watching us and asking, will our government, will our leaders actually do anything about this abuse? Or are they going to continue to hide and protect the men and abusers at the highest levels of government and power? And if the Epstein survivors who were abused by the most powerful cannot get justice, how can the millions of women and survivors across the country and world expect justice for themselves? And so this is a very important moment for the country. And lastly, I'll say this. I'm often asked, what's next? This is directly from the survivors, and I've been talking to them pretty regularly, including one just 2 days ago. They have all asked us to look where they believe the truth is, and that is in the financial and bank records of the most powerful financial institutions in this country that have the information and where the money was transferred from those powerful men who paid and were involved in the trafficking of these girls. So if you are the president of a bank, if you are a leader of a financial organization, and you are hiding information as it relates to justice for these women, the Oversight Committee is coming after those documents. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those remarks. Next up, we have Representative Kelly Morrison. Please join me in welcoming her to the podium.
Good morning. I'm Kelly Morrison, Congresswoman from Minnesota's 3rd District. It's good to be here with all of you this morning on this incredibly important day. Thank you so much to the Sexual Violence Prevention Association for bringing us together. So much gratitude to Teresa for being here today. Your bravery, selflessness, and advocacy are truly remarkable. Your courage to speak out and stand up for others is the only reason we are in this position today, finally able to try and bring the justice and transparency that is far too long overdue. And thank you to the Sexual Violence Prevention Association for delivering this letter today, bringing nearly 50 organizations dedicated to ending child abuse, sexual violence, and human trafficking together to call on Congress to pass the Epstein Files Transparency Act and demand the release of the files. Because that is exactly what today is about. Standing up against child abuse, sexual violence, and human trafficking. Today is an opportunity for us to send an important message here in DC, across the country, and across the world. Today is our opportunity to say, no matter who you are, no matter how rich you are, no matter how powerful you are not above the law. No amount of money, power, connections, or corruption can buy you a free pass to abuse children or sell human beings. For decades, the government and people in power have been complicit in covering up the horrific abuses of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Today, we will say no more. The time has come for the victims and survivors to get the justice and the transparency they are asking for and deserve. The time has come for the perpetrators to be held accountable. The time has come for the corrupt leaders who were complicit in facilitating this to be exposed. The time has come for the American people to get the transparency they have demanded. And we have to ask ourselves, if we don't get this right, if we don't release the files and bring justice to the victims and hold the perpetrators accountable, what message would that send? Today marks a new day. Today we say this will no longer stand. We are putting the rich and powerful on notice. We are saying you cannot and will not get away with exploitation and abuse. There is nothing more deeply American than the notion that everyone has equal rights under the law. And today we are reasserting our rights as Americans. I met with survivors of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell alongside members of the Democratic Women's Caucus earlier this fall. Their stories are harrowing. Their testimony is powerful. Their bravery is unmatched. We have seen the lengths the rich and powerful will go to cover up their crimes. But these women are putting everything on the line simply to ensure that we never allow this to happen to anyone else ever again. So today, every single member of the U.S. House of Representatives will go on record to say whether they will be complicit in a cover-up protecting pedophiles and the corrupt, rich, and powerful, or if they stand on the side of justice, truth, transparency, and the American people. It should not be lost, however, that the only reason we are having to take this vote is because the Trump administration is refusing to comply with a subpoena and release the files. The president and his administration are legally required to release the files to Congress and could do so today. They could have released them at any time since he was sworn in. Not only has he refused to comply with the subpoena, he and the Speaker of the House have tried to block the release of the files at every turn, going so far as to shut down the House of Representatives for more than a month. But Americans understand that this is simply not a partisan issue. This is about our very humanity. I hope to see this pass with a unanimous vote in the House today, and I expect the Senate to take it up immediately and pass it with the support of every single senator. And then the president must sign it into law and finally release the files so that the survivors can finally get the justice that they have been denied for far too long. It is truly the very least that we can do. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very powerful. Please join me in welcoming Fatima Goss-Graves, President of the National Women's Law Center Action Fund.
Thank you so much. And as she said, I'm Fatima Goss-Graves. I'm President of the National Women's Law Center Action Fund. And I want to begin with deep gratitude to the survivors who have given us the gift of their stories and who have persisted in the face of a lot of resistance. I also lead the National Women's Law Center's Time's Up Legal Defense Fund, which helps to support thousands of survivors of sexual harassment and violence. And in our time running that fund, we've seen a lot. Each week, we've seen survivors who have stories of powerful men using their influence to create harm and to escape accountability. And we've also seen the many ways that survivors risk everything to simply tell their story and get the justice that they deserve. Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, they were predators. They used money and connection to exploit and silence and terrorize young women for gratification of Jeffrey Epstein and his friends. But we know abusers are often enabled by individuals and enabled by networks who allow violence to occur and continue and who ensure silence and shame.
Oh. I have a timing update. Sorry, I didn't realize that my mic was on, so sorry that you were hearing my keyboard. I have a timing update for you. So according to Reuters, at 1:30 p.m., the Epstein vote, the House debate is expected at 1:30 Eastern time. And then they would debate, I guess maybe for 30 minutes. So that's the initial schedule. What I'm seeing, and again, this could change, but according to Reuters, the debate on the floor of the House would be around 1:30 Eastern time, which is less than 2 hours from now. Also coming up, President Trump is going to do an appearance with Saudi ruler Mohammed bin Salman. I would not be surprised if they take questions. So we're going to keep an eye on that as well at the White House, and he might take questions about the Epstein Files vote coming up. So we're keeping an eye on all of this. Sorry, it's a bunch going on here. The debate it's not, the vote is going to pass. It's going to be near unanimous, according to people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Speaker Johnson. But they will have a debate, so different. You'll have different House representatives getting up there and making statements about the bill. So we will certainly cover that, and we will cover the vote. So let me send you back to this news conference, keeping an eye on what's going on. We'll watch Trump when he appears at the White House and see if he comments on the upcoming Epstein vote. And then when we get to the House, when the House starts debating it, we'll certainly go to that. I appreciate you all tuning in. Thanks, by the way, to Sevenfold and Narwhal 14 for your support. I really appreciate it. And let's get back to the press conference, and I'll turn the audio on, and we'll keep you updated with everything.
Anna Sherman, Campaign Director for Ultraviolet.
Thank you so much, Omni, for the kind introduction. What an absolute gift and honor to be here with all of you today. My name is Jenna Sherman. I'm a campaign director for gender justice organization Ultraviolet Action. I'm also a survivor and a rape crisis counselor. Ultraviolet Action is so incredibly proud to be one of the 47 organizations, 48 total, I think, signed on in support of passing the Epstein Files Transparency Act. We are deeply grateful to our fellow organizations for staying steadfast in the fight to release all files, even amidst pathetic feet dragging and finger pointing. We are deeply grateful to House leadership and many of the representatives who have spoken today and who couldn't be here for tuning out the noise and doing what is right. And above all, we are deeply grateful for and in awe of every single survivor abused at the hands of pedophiles Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Your bravery, your resilience, and conviction are changing our political reality. Your power is palpable and it is unstoppable. At Ultraviolet, we are so fortunate to work with powerful survivors every single day. And we know that sexual violence is a major health epidemic, one that is far too common and touches all of us. That's right, all of us. Abusers and survivors can be from any political party, ideology, religion, or belief system. That's why we have come together today as a powerful bipartisan coalition to demand accountability for every powerful man and woman, regardless of background or political party, who partook in or enabled Epstein and Maxwell's abusive and criminal enterprise in any way. If there are sexual predators out there grooming and sexually exploiting kids and teenagers, and yes, newsflash, teenagers are children,
we are seeing Trump with the Saudi ruler at the White House in the lower left
and
there,
in many
just
cases,
keeping
they
an
are
eye on
controlling
that.
parts of our country. But we are here to make loud and clear that they are not above the law and that they must pay the price for their crimes. These perpetrators losing their jobs and reputation is nothing compared to the mental and spiritual anguish experienced by the over 1,000 survivors whose lives were irrevocably altered, some of whom we have heartbreakingly lost to suicide. There are real, lifelong consequences, even intergenerational consequences, to experiencing sexual abuse, and especially child sexual abuse. And we are done with those consequences being used as a political football with zero accountability. The only path to truth and justice is to pass the Epstein Files Transparency Act in the House and Senate. Only then can abusers be held accountable. Only then can we get the transparency that we need and deserve. And hopefully then, survivors can begin to truly heal. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you, truly. Thank you to every member of Congress who is pushing for the truth, to every nonprofit leader standing with us, and most of all to the survivors who continue to show extraordinary courage and resilience. You are the reason we are here. Your strength is what makes this fight possible. Thank you to the 47 organizations who joined our letter. This coalition proves that when survivors lead, the nation must follow. Let me make one final call. Congress must pass the Epstein Files Transparency Act. The American public deserves the full truth. Survivors deserve justice, transparency, and accountability. Preventing the sexual violence epidemic in our country requires addressing this egregious harm and uprooting the systems and institutions that permitted and concealed it. Our democracy depends on our willingness to confront this head on. With that, we will now take about 5 minutes of questions.
Congresswoman Grijalva?
Yes.
You called today a milestone, not the finish line. What happens next if the DOJ doesn't follow through, if the act is passed, to get you to this finish line of transparency?
You know, we're seeing, I mean, this is a demand from the nation, from people. It's not a partisan issue. So many people, regardless of political ideology, want to see what is in these files. Trump promised that on, when on day one, when he was elected, he was going to release the information. And here we are stuck. And my concern truly is that with this, partisan sort of launching of investigation of just Democrats that are implicated, that will hold up in some way the release of the full files. And so I do think that we have to look at that for sure. Yes.
Congressman,
Yes.
Congressman Roy Connor believes that Prince Andrew should be subpoenaed to speak before Congress. I'm just wondering if you agree with that, and whether you think that the UK government and the royal family should cooperate in ensuring that happens.
I think really any way that we can get more transparency and more justice for the survivors, we need to utilize every avenue. So if Prince Andrew has information that would be beneficial to Congress, then we should utilize that avenue. Well, I mean, if the leadership that has been working on this issue much longer than I have believe that he has insightful information, then we should utilize that option. Yeah. Yes.
Congresswoman,
oh, I'm sorry.
Speaker Johnson today called for Leader Thune to amend the Transparency Act. He listed 5 things, flaws he says in it, including it doesn't protect victims and whistleblowers enough. What's your reaction to that, and do you think this is just another delaying tactic?
I believe it's another delaying tactic. I do think that the Transparency Act really covers that information and trying to protect survivors. And so, again, my concern is that there continues to be this resistance in releasing information that the public is demanding, because survivors are demanding it. And they need to be able to move forward and begin this healing process. And every turn that this administration takes in trying to prevent the full information from getting out is just another ploy to hold on and protect, pedophiles and protect people in power. Yeah. Go ahead.
It's just been revealed that Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett was actually texting with Jeffrey Epstein during a hearing. I know you're new here, welcome, but what is your response to that? And should Democrats move to censure her, saying she was texting with a convicted child sex offender?
I have no information about that. I can't verify that information, and so I'd rather not speak on it.
Happy to follow up on that.
Yeah, thank you. All right.
We're all good?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, that was Representative Adelita Grijalva and some other members of Congress and others at by the way, I saw it described as an Epstein survivors news conference, but it was more representatives. So I'm sorry, I probably should have updated the headline. Anyways, but it was about the Epstein files, so I'm sorry about that. Let me go to, I just realized I should have updated the headline. Anyways, but it was a news conference organized by Representative Grijalva about the Epstein files vote today and the Epstein files. Right now, I want to go to President Trump and the Saudi ruler who are at the White House right now, and we are seeing video of that. And they're supposed to appear and maybe take some questions. So let me put the volume on here. This is the White House. So let me update the headline, as you can watch this. I think they're supposed to appear indoors and answer questions. Maybe this is outdoors, obviously.
Thank you very much.
So they're going to do an appearance inside, where they're going inside and they're going to do a press appearance where, again, I believe they're going to make statements and take questions. So we'll keep an eye on this right now. Thanks to JD63 for the gift memberships. Thanks, JD63. I really appreciate that. Also, Nene W. Thanks, Nene W, for your support. I really appreciate that. There is Secretary of State Rubio and Secretary of the Treasury Bessent and Vice President Vance are all there. This is there's Secretary of Defense Hegseth is there as well. Is the construction noise from the east from the new ballroom? I don't know.
Yeah, no, we're good. Let's go. Yeah, let's go this way. Yeah.
So we have a camera there at the White House. Okay, we'll get a shot back in a second. Okay, so again, around 1:30 Eastern time is when the debate is supposed to start at the House, in the House. And then after that, they do, I don't know, half an hour of debate, I don't know, which we'll cover. Then they'll have the vote. So we're going to be covering the vote. We're going to be covering the debate before the vote. But meanwhile, while we're waiting for the vote, we are watching the White House, where President Trump is with Saudi leader Mohammed bin Salman, and they're going to do an appearance soon. Okay, so just trying to stay with all the different happenings here. But we are here to cover the vote and the debate before the vote. Sorry, a lot going on here. I'm going to take some comments from you guys too. But the Oval Office video is expected shortly. Oh, speaking of which, I might have another version of that I want to get ready to show you as well. So let me see, where is that? We might get video earlier from the House floor as well. Oh, hold on, I have video. I have video from the Oval Office, I think. Hold on a second. Give me a moment. I got to pull this up on the screen here. Hang on a moment. Hang on. There's like 2 feeds. There are 2 feeds? Jeez. Give me a moment. I'm getting this up on the screen for you guys. Give me one moment here. Thanks for your patience. Thank you for your patience. Let's see if this works. Okay, let me get the other video on for you right now. Give me a moment. I'm pulling it up on the screen for you. Give me a moment. Hold on. I'm getting it up on the screen right now. Where is it? There? That's not it. Hold on. Why is that all weird? Please bear with me. That video is not available yet. All right, hold on. Hang on a moment. Hang on one moment. We're waiting for more video. We'll have video from the Oval Office shortly. Oh, the clock is incorrect. It doesn't. There's no. The press conference clock is from before, so I can get rid of that. Thanks for bearing with me. Now, why is this not displaying correctly? I know why. There it is. Okay, so as soon as we get the video back from the Oval Office, I have a couple different feeds here. As soon as and I have to update the. I got to update the thing over my shoulder as well. Give me one moment, please. Let me update the thing over my shoulder, the graphic over my shoulder. So any moment now, we're supposed to get video from the Oval Office of President Trump and the Saudi leader Mohammed bin Salman. Okay, that's fixed. All right, I have my eye on it. I have my eye on both of the feeds. For the moment, I'll go back to the White House feed. That literally just shows the White House. Oh, where is this? Hold on, I see what it is. We want to do this one. Right. Here's the White House, but any moment now we're going to get the feed from inside the White House. Thank you for bearing with me. The House is coming back from recess in a few minutes too, so we got to keep an eye on the House. Although they're not supposed to have debate on this bill until, I think, around 1:30. About an hour and a half. They'll just do some sort of debate where they just have a bunch of different House members will talk about the bill. I'm also checking for any other news updates here. There wasn't a flyover by fighter jets that we heard before. We didn't see it, but we heard it. So again, any moment now, we're going to get the footage from inside the Oval Office, and I would not be surprised if Trump mentions the Epstein Files vote that is coming up. Oh, the White House actually posted the flyover that happened a few minutes ago. Look, I'll show you here. Putting it on the screen for you. See, it says the White House says U.S. military jets fly over the White House as President Trump welcomes Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. There you go. Appreciate you guys being with us for our coverage of this vote. That is going to happen maybe in around 2 hours, but there will be developments before then. And we are awaiting President Trump. I should put that on the screen. Awaiting President Trump appearance with Saudi Crown Prince, with Saudi ruler. Putting that on the screen right now. Soon, President Trump appears in Oval Office with Saudi ruler. That is what we are waiting for. What do I predict the vote for be? Both, I believe Marjorie Taylor Greene said she thought it would probably be unanimous. And I think if I remember right, Speaker Johnson said it would be at least close to unanimous. One of our viewers, Denise Diamond, thought maybe the fighter jets that flew over the White House were F-35s, since, well, reportedly, President Trump said yesterday he had agreed to sell F-35 fighter jets to Saudi Arabia. Let me try to get you some updates on this. Again, very soon we will have footage from the Oval Office. AP says the U.S.-Saudi relationship had been sent into a tailspin by the operation in Saudi Arabia targeting Jamal Khashoggi, a Washington Post journalist, a fierce critic of the kingdom, who was killed by Saudi agents in 2018. U.S. intelligence agencies later determined Prince Mohammed bin Salman likely directed the agents to carry it out. But 7 years later, says AP, the dark clouds over the relationship have been cleared away, and Trump has tightened his embrace of the 40-year-old crown prince he views as an indispensable player in shaping the Middle East in decades to come. Prince Mohammed denies involvement in the killing of Khashoggi. At the end of the, by the way, there was supposed to be, I think, a dinner at the White House tonight with Khashoggi there. If I have that right. Yeah, it says, hold on a second here. Tonight at 7:15 p.m., President and First Lady participate in a dinner with the Crown Prince and Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia. AP says technically it's not a state visit because the Crown Prince is not the head of state, but Prince Mohammed has taken charge of the day-to-day governing for his father, King Salman, who is 89 and has endured health problems in recent years. So we are waiting for the video of their Oval Office meeting. And I do have, hold on a second, what I can also put on the screen for you, if you give me a second, is I can put on the screen for you just give me one moment, guys. Thanks for your patience here. Just to have it in the corner. I don't know that nothing real big is going on there right at the moment, but I want to put the House of Representatives feed up there. When there's something pressing, we will go to it and cover it. But I did want to have that up there for you. So there's that. And I have to put something on the screen about it. Now, why is that? I see. What are they saying? The House chaplain is saying something. Let's see.
You who causes the sea to roar and the dry land to shudder, shake us from our falseness and rekindle our desire to love and to serve you in faithfulness and truth. You own all that we value. You own the silver and the gold, the cravings of our hearts and the successes we achieve. All those things that we're inclined to place before our allegiance to you and deem more important than our obligation to steward this abundant wealth for the benefit of your creation. Fill this place with your spirit. With the might of your word, speak to us of your power and purpose, that there will be no doubt in our minds that you alone are our desire. Everything we want, that we need, and that we have been given by your hand, that we would turn our hearts and minds to you and dedicate our efforts to ensure that all the people we serve, your people, would have the assurance of your provision, even when the world around them trembles, and the upheaval of these times threatens their well-being. Lord of the whole earth, sea and sky, to you may we give our whole selves, that what we do on this day would reveal your power and provision for the children of your creation, the very people you have entrusted to our care. In your mighty name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceeding and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for up to 15 one-minute speeches on each side of the aisle.
Is this
For
the
what
debate?
purpose does the gentleman from
What is
South
this?
Carolina seek recognition?
This might not be the debate on the bill yet. I thought the debate on the bill was
Without
supposed to be about
objection, the
1:30.
gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pre-business.
The Schumer shutdown was proven
Yes.
irresponsible, achieving nothing, hurting
So,
American families.
Just to be clear, guys,
Last week I joined with
there is going to be debate on the bill, on the releasing the Epstein Files bill, I think around 1:30 Eastern time. So the House is in session right now, but they're not at the point where they're dealing with the bill. And I think that's going to come at around 1:30 Eastern. But while we're waiting to have the live video of President Trump in the Oval Office with the Saudi ruler, we're listening in on the current U.S. House proceedings. Thank you, by the way, to, I really appreciate it, Sevenfold and Jiggle Jess for your support. Also, I want to thank our moderators who are here. I really, really appreciate it. Janet B. is moderating right now, and over on YouTube, and on Twitch, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, and Sarah, thank you. Also, speaking of Twitch, thanks to Penolta for your support, and DC Dog XX for subscribing, and Stashzilla for subscribing on Twitch. Also, CC for your support, and Timido. Oh, I got behind on Twitch. Also, Timido for your support on Twitch. And also over Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha, who moderate for us on X. And our Facebook moderators as well, like Kay Larry Body, Margaret Riley, Shannon Davis Hughes, and Paul Anderson. So we're keeping an eye on everything here. Let me put the volume back on here.
Morgan knew about these.
Whoa, what is that? What is that? What is
for
that?
more than a
I am hearing something that I'm not supposed to be hearing. So where is that coming from? Oh, I see the video. Well, there's a different video. Did they not do the... Now I'm confused. Hold on a moment. Wait 1 second. So why is this happening? Why is the video from outside? We haven't seen the video from inside. There's supposed to be a video of them meeting, which we have not seen yet. All right, hang on. We're keeping an eye on that. Also, what was it? Was I hearing... Maybe I was hearing someone talking in this video. Hold on. Let's see here. What was I hearing? Let's try this. Now I'm hearing nothing. Oh, I know why.
Master of Troop 66 in Colorado Springs. For years, Rick has served as a mentor and a role model to the Scouts of Troop 66. His commitment to the principles of scouting has created a nurturing environment where scouts
the people speaking in the House right now are not talking about the Epstein Files bill. They're talking about other things. It's like House business going on. So let me just confirm, I believe the debate in the House starts at 1:30, but let me just try to confirm that for you. I think. Well, that's currently it's currently my best understanding. All right, sorry, I'm just trying to keep up here with everything. Thanks for bearing with me as we jump around. Oh, hold on a second. I'm seeing some stuff from the press pool. Nothing really new, though. I need another moment here. Let me turn the audio on from the House. Sorry, and I just need to take a moment here. Hang on a moment.
In 2003, he became director of Hancock Emergency Management Agency, a role he has carried with steady leadership for 22 years. During that time, he guided the county through many countless emergency destructive storms, and most notably, the unimaginable challenges of Hurricane Katrina. Through every crisis, Hootie was a source of strength, calm, prepared, and fully committed to protecting the people of Hancock County, Mississippi. His leadership saved lives, strengthened the emergency response across our region, and set a standard of service we should all admire. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me in thanking Hootie Adam for his extraordinary dedication and wishing him the very best in well-earned retirement. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition? The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate Midland High School Principal Tila Sherman for being named the Michigan 2026 High School Principal of the Year. Principal Sherman's compassionate and hands-on leadership sets an example for schools across the country. She is an extraordinarily gifted leader who inspires those around her to stand up for every child in all of our communities. It is her passion for education and her fervent belief in every child's potential that guides the work she does every day. She encourages collaboration and teamwork among educators, making Midland High School a safe space that uplifts everyone under its roof. Principal Sherman pushes her students to dream big, asking them every single week, "Chemics, you determine your legacy. What will it be?" There are years ahead in her leadership journey in education. I have no doubt that she will leave a legacy of educational excellence, deep caring, and a spark of hope for every student she encounters. Go Chemics. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as we recently celebrated veterans across the country, H.R. 5939 the USMC Helicopter Support in Vietnam Congressional Gold Medal Act would award a Congressional Gold Medal to the Vietnam-era Marine Corps and Navy veterans who performed vital helicopter support missions. These flight crews executed incredibly risky and dangerous operations. They successfully carried out life-saving medical evacuations, transporting approximately 189,000 service members. Recognizing those who put their lives in harm's way to help out our wounded is long overdue. With the enactment of this bill, Congress can and must take the crucial step towards finally giving these brave veterans the heroes welcome they so deserve. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. I want to sincerely thank the committee for its graciousness in allowing me to waive onto the Committee on Natural Resources earlier this year. It has been a privilege to serve and to help
Just to update you on the schedule, I believe that around 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time is when the House will move on to the Epstein Files bill. They will start doing some debate. I don't know if it'll be a half hour or hour or whatever on the bill around 1:30 p.m. Eastern. I believe. I'm not positive. So that would be about 90 minutes from now. And then sometime soon, seems like the schedule's a little off, we're supposed to see President Trump and the Saudi ruler Mohammed bin Salman doing an appearance in the Oval Office. So we're waiting for both of those things to happen. But I'm guessing we'll see President Trump before the House starts talking about the bill. And I'm looking for updates as well.
That the following name member be and is hereby elected to the following standing committee of the House of Representatives, Committee on Homeland Security, Mr. Fong.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Democratic Caucus, I offer a privilege resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 887, resolved.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be considered as read.
Without objection, the resolution is considered read. And without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 879 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 47, House Resolution 879. Resolved, that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House any joint resolution specified in Section 2 of this resolution. All points of order against consideration of each such joint resolution are waived. Each such joint resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in each such joint resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on each such joint resolution and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit or commit as the case may be. Section 2, the joint resolutions referred to in the first section of this resolution are as follows. A, the joint resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 80, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska Integrated Activity Plan Record of Decision. B, the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution.
I'm turning it down for the moment because they're not talking about the bill yet. Okay, so again, I'm sorry to repeat myself, but around 1:30, we're expecting debate on the Epstein Files bill to start in the House, which we will show you live. And any moment now, but who knows when, Fox News says it'll be soon, we're going to see President Trump doing a live appearance with Saudi ruler Mohammed bin Salman in the Oval Office. So we have both those things going on. In the White House, they were supposed to do the Oval Office meeting and then the lunch. I wonder if they did the lunch before the Oval Office meeting. Although I would think they'd want to get the Oval Office meeting done before the vote and not have it at the same time as the vote. You never know. You never know. I'm also looking for other updates. Oh, by the way, Donald Tusk, who is the Prime Minister of Poland, says he posted this. Donald Tusk said, just to show you here. So there was, Poland said that part of a railway that leads into Ukraine from Poland that had been used to supply Ukraine was, over the weekend, they said there was an explosion that blew up part of the railway. Actually, multiple parts of the railway were damaged. So Donald Tusk said today, Prime Minister of Poland, as a result of the investigation, we now know it was the Russian secret services that commissioned the blast of the Polish railway and recruited 2 Ukrainians to do it. We also know the identities of the perpetrators who immediately fled to Poland, who fled Poland for Belarus, which is a Russian ally. So anyways, just wanted to update you on that. That's a different story. We'll have to see how that develops. Chris N., our viewer, says not good. Is the Reuters is still saying that they believe that the debate on the Epstein Files bill will start around 1:30 Eastern time. Let me just see real quick. Give me a second here. Oh, now what's happening? Sorry. They're switching the guard outside the Oval Office, I think. The doors, I think they just switched the guard outside of the Oval Office there on the live shot there. Yeah, I'm not playing the audio. Oh, the White House went live on their feed? Thanks. So I'll have to keep an eye on that too. I think I have 3 different feeds here of the Oval Office. Yes, the White House is live, thanks. So they're live with their feed. But the feed isn't, they're not actually, it's just the graphic that says soon President Trump coming up. All right, well, we'll keep as soon as I have video from any of these feeds, the U.S. House one just got screwed up again. Why does that keep happening? Give me a moment here. Let's see if I can fix this. It keeps getting messed up. So again, as they clean the car, I think that's going to take the Saudi ruler away after the meeting. Soon we'll have the shot from the Oval Office. No, he's not leaving yet. They're just on that shot right now. He's not leaving right now. I can check in on her audio for a second if you want. Oh, hold on. Here's the Oval Office.
For consideration.
There's the Oval Office. There's the Oval Office. It's the Oval Office. Look. It's the Oval Office.
Yep. Oh.
It's the Oval Office.
Stills ready.
They got to fix the lighting. They got to fix the adjustment, the camera adjustment. They'll fix the camera.
You guys should go. Okay.
We'll get a better shot from the White House, I think. Or maybe it's hold on. They lost their footage for the moment. Well, they'll get it back on. They'll get it back on. Hold on. Stand by. Stand by. The White House is not live and Reuters is not live yet, so it's not happening yet. But it looks like it's about to happen. Again, I'm watching 3 different feeds. All right. Again, waiting. We're going to have the Oval Office live shot momentarily. Just to check the audio here. I don't believe it's being discussed.
When we ignore the opportunities to harness these resources for our benefit, we deny ourselves the opportunity
they're not
to grow
talking
more
in the House yet about the Epstein Files bill. Thanks for being with us for our live coverage today. CNN says the vote on the bill will be soon. I don't know that it's soon. Maybe the vote itself will be like 2 or 2:30. Yeah, just kind of a weird day with a couple things happening where the scheduling is kind of fluid. I think the flag might still be at half-mast because of former Vice President Cheney dying. I think. Yeah, one of our viewers says it's Sam Hanna said it is at half-mast until his funeral on the 20th. Hold on a second. What's happening? I got to turn that off. Yeah, from what I'm seeing online as well, the funeral is on the 20th for Dick Cheney. Yes, and the flag will be half-mast until then, as our viewers said. So again, any moment now, we will go into the Oval Office to see President Trump speaking with Saudi ruler Mohammed bin Salman. I can see it right now. I can see it. I can see it. Hold on. Hold on. There it is. There it is.
He's a good guy. I'm giving you a build-up. Good guy. He is.
For the moment, let me get rid of the house. This is live. We're live. Live inside.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. We have a extremely respected man in the Oval Office today, and a friend of mine for a long time, a very good friend of mine. And I'm very proud of the job he's done. What he's done is incredible in terms of human rights and everything else. And he's the Crown Prince, the future king, and I just want to pay my greatest respect to your father, the king, who is an amazing man. I met him early on. He greeted me at the airport at an age that was pretty high up there, and it was about 117 degrees, and he was standing on the red carpet as I came out of the plane. And he's amazing. And when I met his brilliant son, it was at the Oval Office. Shortly thereafter, you came in representing the country, and I called the father. I said, "This guy is fantastic." And I don't know if that helped you or hurt you, but obviously it couldn't have hurt too much, because here you are, right? But we had a great meeting, and the office has changed quite a bit, and we inherited a mess. You actually told me you thought the country was in big trouble. I'm not going to use the exact word that you use. I refuse to say that you thought our country was dead a year and a half, 2 years ago, but our country was in trouble, and now we have the hottest country in the world. You said that also. And we do. We have the United States is right now the hottest country in the world. And between the tariffs and the election, November 5th election, we've done things that nobody can believe. $21 trillion will be the amount invested in the United States or committed to invest in 1 year. So I'm here 9 months. We're up to almost $18 trillion. Biden, as an example, the Biden administration, if you call it that, it's not, to me, it was the Biden lack of administration. They were less than $1 trillion for 4 years. We're going to be $21 trillion for 1 year. I think that's hard to believe. The biggest in history was a certain country, $3 trillion. We're going to be $21 trillion. On top of that, prices are coming down. We inherited a mess with high prices. The worst inflation in the history of our country. We had inflation that was a single 4 years, the worst inflation in the history of the United States. Gas prices through the roof, and that's after destroying our petroleum reserve, which was meant for wars and big emergencies, not to try and win an election. They opened up the reserve so that people get $3 less in gasoline, and it didn't work. They got about 3 cents less, because as big as those reserves are, they're peanuts when you're talking about that kind of traffic. And we're rebuilding the reserves. We're doing all of this, and we've done a job. We're also bringing down prices very substantially, and we've already brought them down very, very substantially. Gasoline is way down. I think you'll be seeing $2 gasoline, but we're now at $2.50, $2.45. Some are lower than that. It was $4.50, $5, $6, $3.50, $3.75, under Biden, all different numbers, but way high. And we have energy way down. But the biggest thing to me, because I know what it means in jobs, is the fact that we're at over $17 trillion, Scott, and we expect to be around $20, $21 trillion in 1 year. And that's many times bigger than, in history, the highest number was $3 trillion. And we're going to be at 21 trillion. That means new plants, new AI, new auto plants. We have auto plants coming in from Canada, from Mexico, from Germany, from Japan. Toyota just agreed to invest $10 billion on new auto plants, all American workers. We've never been in a position like this. You can go back to the beginning. Our country has never been in a position like this. And it really is because of the fact that we use tariffs to bring all this money in. And you're going to see the results in a year when these plants start to open up. We have more plants under construction now than at any time in the history of our country. And these are big plants. These are the biggest plants anywhere in the world. And I want to thank you because you've agreed to invest $600 billion into the United States. And because he's my friend, he might make it $1 trillion, but I'm going to have to work on him. But it's 600. We can count on 600 billion, but that number could go up a little bit higher, yes, sir. I don't know. We'll see. But we appreciate it very much. So Saudi is going to be investing at least $600 billion, and that means investments in plants, in companies, money on Wall Street, and what it really means for everybody that really counts is jobs, a lot of jobs. We have a lot of jobs. So I just want to thank you. We've been really good friends for a long period of time. We've always been on the same side of every issue. I think we've done a great job in wiping out the nuclear capacity of Iran. Nobody else could have done that. No other president would have done it. We had the pilots in the Oval Office right here. We were celebrating a very successful attack. So I had them in with that beautiful B-2 bomber that's over there. And they said, sir, for 22 years, we practiced this attack. Our predecessors, these were very young guys, so 22 years, they said our predecessors and us practiced the attack on Iran, but no president ever gave us the go-ahead. 3 times a year they went out and they practiced the attack. Nobody let us do it until you came along, and I let them do it because it was the right thing to do. You can't have a nuclear Iran. And so we put you in a very good position. But I just want to say it's an honor to be your friend, and it's an honor that you're here. And if you'd like to say a few words, but thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. This relation has been a relation for about 9 decades, and we've been working together for a long time. But today it's a very important time in our history because there is also a lot of things that we're working on in the future. We believe in the future of the United States of America. We believe in what you're doing, Mr. President, really creating a lot of good things and good foundation to create more economic growth, more business in America. And it will also your work for the world peace. I believe, Mr. President, today and tomorrow we're going to announce that we are going to increase that $600 billion to almost $1 trillion of investment, real investment and real opportunity by details in many areas. And the agreement that we are signing today in many areas in technology, in AI, in earth materials, magnet, etc., that will create a lot of investment opportunities.
So you are doing that now. You're saying to me now that the $600 billion will be $1 trillion.
Definitely, because what we are signing, it will facilitate that. And
I like that very much. Go ahead.
He works hard.
No, that's great. I appreciate that. That's great. We're doing numbers that nobody's ever done. And in all fairness, if you didn't see potential in the U.S., you wouldn't be doing that.
Definitely.
You don't want to lose money.
As you said, Mr. President, it's the most hottest country in the planet. But what you're creating is not about opportunity today. It's about also long-term opportunity in the United States of America that will affect American economy positively in the next coming decades. Preparing the right foundation of emerging technologies, that's a game changer for America in a good way, and we want to be part of it.
Yeah, we're doing really well. And this, you don't see what we're doing so much because we have, although the construction industry sees it. If you look at Caterpillar, who's been incredible, the tractors, everything else, the numbers that we're doing in construction are unbelievable. Some of the plants that we're building, AI, and they're building their own electric with the plant. I gave them the right to build their own electric with the plant because no country, frankly, will have this. China's working very hard to produce enough electric, but we're beating China substantially at AI, which is a big thing. And we had a great meeting 2 weeks ago with President Xi, but on AI, we're doing well. And I have a man, David Rommel.
Yes, sir.
David, could you say a few words about what you're seeing on the job front and all of the some of the assets, and also how we've been helped by the Saudis in terms of the kind of investment they've made, please.
Yeah, most certainly. Thank you for the opportunity. I am a facility leader for GE Vernova, and if you look at the landscape for GE Vernova investment, over $750 million in the U.S. focused on true manufacturing jobs here stateside. We're looking at tripling the output of our Greenville, South Carolina facility, where we make the gas turbines that are supporting U.S. needs as well as the Saudi Arabia needs.
Right.
So real jobs, $300 million in gas investment, resulting in over 500 pieces of new equipment being installed in the Greenville, South Carolina facility. That translates into roughly 1,800 jobs across the board for GE Vernova as we try to scale capacity to be able to meet this demand. Along with that, we're partnering with local communities to build the skill set that's required to meet these capacity needs. So that talent pipeline is incredibly important. So it's real jobs in the manufacturing space.
Well, you've been great, and thank you very much. And we love that state. I won that state by record numbers. I won a lot of states by record. Texas, a lot of them by Indiana. We're working with Indiana or something right now. We won that. We won a lot of them by records, but that was one of them. I want to thank you very much. Say hello to everybody. Great job. You're doing a great job. Thank you. So just in wrapping up, we'll take a couple of questions, but I want to just tell you what an honor it is to be your friend. And I very much appreciate the investment of now $1 trillion, okay? I'm glad you got that out. I didn't want to be the one to tell them, but that's great news.
You keep increasing, Mr. President.
I know.
Each time the opportunities are just increasing more and more.
Well, the opportunities, right? We're doing better. If even if you look back 6 months ago, I mean, all of a sudden you feel even better. So, and I think we're only going to go in one way. Does anybody have any questions?
Mr. President, have you approved the export licenses for advanced chips to Saudi Arabia? The export licenses?
We are working on that. We're negotiating that right now. Marco, do you want to talk about that, or Scott?
Well, I mean, that's part of. We may have announcements on that later today, but that's what we've been working on is the mechanics by which something like that could be achieved, and it's part of the broader process, part of this broader engagement and cooperation between our two countries.
Certain levels of chips. Yeah.
And for the Crown Prince, Your Royal Highness, you're talking about $1 trillion of investment. Could the kingdom continue to do that with oil prices in the mid-60s?
We are not creating a fake opportunities to, please America, please President Trump. It's real opportunities. For example, when you ask about the AI and the chips, Saudi Arabia have a huge demand a huge need of computing power, and we're gonna spend in the short term around $50 billion by consuming those semiconductors for our needs in Saudi Arabia. And with the agreement that we're gonna have with the United States of America, that will allow us to focus that consuming power in the short term by $50 billion from the United States of America, and long term with hundreds of $billions in the long term. So there is a lot of real opportunities that fit to our need in Saudi Arabia and fit to our investment strategy.
Mr.
Mr. President, is it appropriate, Mr. President, for your family to be doing business in Saudi Arabia while you're president? Is that a conflict of interest? And Your Royal Highness, the U.S. intelligence concluded that you orchestrated the brutal murder of a journalist. 9/11 families are furious that you are here in the Oval Office. Why should Americans trust you? And the same to you, Mr. President.
Now, who are you with?
I'm with ABC News, sir.
You're with who?
ABC News, sir.
Fake news, ABC fake news, one of the
But the
worst,
question is
one of the
legitimate,
worst
sir.
in the business. But I'll answer your question.
Thank you.
I have nothing to do with the family business. I have left, and when I've devoted 100% of my energy. What my family does is fine. They do business all over. They've done very little with Saudi Arabia, actually. I'm sure they could do a lot. And anything they've done has been very good. That's what we've done. We've built a tremendous business for a long time. I've been very successful. I decided to leave that success behind and make America very successful. And I've made America more successful by far than it ever was, and that it ever could have been, no matter who was president. There would be nobody bringing in $21 trillion, that I can tell you right now. As far as this gentleman is concerned, he's done a phenomenal job. You're mentioning somebody that was extremely controversial. A lot of people didn't like that gentleman that you're talking about. Whether you like him or didn't like him, things happen. But he knew nothing about it, and we can leave it at that. You don't have to embarrass our guest by asking a question like that.
It's just you ask, Mr. President, you allow me to answer. You know, I feel painful about, the families of 9/11 in America, but, we have to focus on reality. Reality based on CIA documents and based on a lot of documents that Osama bin Laden, he used Saudi people in that event for one main purpose, is to destroy this relation, to destroy the American-Saudi relation. That's the purpose of 9/11. So whoever buying that means they are helping Osama bin Laden's purpose of destroying this relation. He knows that strong relation between America and Saudi Arabia, it's bad for extremism, it's bad for terrorism. And we have to approve him wrong and to build our relation, continue developing our relation. It's critical in the safety of the world. It's critical against extremism and terrorism. About the journalists, it's really painful to hear, anyone that been losing his life for, no real purpose or not in a legal way. And it's been painful for us in Saudi Arabia. We've did all the right steps of investigation, etc. in Saudi Arabia, and we've improved our system to be sure that nothing happened like that, and it's painful and it's a huge mistake, and we are doing our best that this doesn't happen again.
Mr. President,
Thank you, Mr. President. The Crown Prince has been instrumental in helping lifting the sanctions on Syria. Will there be any joint investment between the U.S. and Syria? And will you visit Damascus?
Are you from Syria?
No, but
Where are you from?
I'm from Palestine.
Oh, you're making a lot of progress, huh? Very good. Well, they like me. The Palestinians like me. The Palestinians are doing very well, actually. I think we're working very closely with a lot of people that make everybody happy, including Israel, the Palestinians, and everybody. That's very interesting. No, I think that I will tell you, the Crown Prince called me, and he specifically asked me if I would lift the sanctions on Syria, because he wants to see Syria make it. As you know, the leader of Syria was just here, and we had a great meeting, and he's a strong guy, and I guess you need a strong person to run it. And I think Syria's made tremendous progress. And we did lift the sanctions at the request of the Crown Prince. Also, the president of Turkey, Erdogan, called me specifically. He said, if you don't lift the sanctions, Syria doesn't have a chance. If you do, they have a very good chance. And between the two of them and some others, I lifted the sanctions. And the results so far have been pretty good.
Mr. President, can I ask you a question about the F-35s that are being sold to Saudi Arabia? Are these the same ones that are being used by the Israeli military? And if so, how does that allow for the qualitative military edge for Israel? And then I want to ask you, because you brought up the plight of the Palestinians, are you aware of relocation flights to South Africa that are taking place right now?
Which flights?
There are relocation flights that are taking place. Some Palestinians are being charged up to $2,000
I'm not going to South Africa for the G20 because I think their policies on the extermination of people are unacceptable. So I'm not going, so I won't refer to anything having to do with South Africa. South Africa has behaved extremely badly. But I will say that When you look at the F-35 and you're asking me, is it the same? I think it's going to be pretty similar, yeah. You know,
How will that
this
affect-
is a great ally, and Israel's a great ally. And I know they'd like you to get planes of reduced caliber. I don't think that makes you too happy. They've been a great ally. Israel's been a great ally. And we're looking at that exactly right now. But as far as I'm concerned, I think they are both at a level where they should get top of the line. Yes, please.
Can I just ask for the Crown Prince, if I could just ask about the direct talks between U.S.
It's all right. Steve, 1 second. Go ahead.
Have you reached an agreement on a U.S.-Saudi defense treaty today? And are you going to bring up the Abraham Accords in your discussion?
I already brought them up.
What did you say?
I think I got a positive response. Would you like to respond?
Yeah, so
put you on the spot.
so definitely we believe having a good relation with all Middle Eastern countries is a good thing, and we want to be part of the Ibrahim Accord, but we want also to be sure that we secure a clear path of two-state solution. And today we have a healthy discussion with Mr. President that we're going to work on that to be sure that we can prepare the right situation as soon as possible to have that happen.
I think we're, you know, I don't want to use the word commitment, but we've had a very good talk on the Abraham Accords. We talked about one state, two state. You know, we talked about a lot of things in a short period of time. We'll be discussing it further too. But I think you have a very good feeling toward the Abraham Accords.
Yes, definitely, Mr. President. We want peace for the Israelis. We want peace for the Palestinians. We want them to coexist peacefully in the region, and we will do our best to reach that day.
And the defense agreement, have you reached agreement on that?
We pretty much have.
Question for the Crown Prince, if I could just finish.
We have reached agreement on that.
Okay.
I wanted to ask you about the direct talks between the United States and Iran. Have you been fully briefed on that, and are you concerned at all about how this might impact Saudi security interests?
Well, we are close ally. We'll be working closely together on that issue, and we will do our best to help to reach a deal between the United States of America and Iran. And we believe it's good for Iran's future to have a good deal that will satisfy the region and the world and the United States of America. So we will do our best to see that day happen.
And by the way, Iran does want to make a deal. I can say I think they very badly want to make a deal. I am totally open to it, and we're talking to them, and we start a process. But it would be a nice thing to have a deal with Iran, and we could have done it before the war, but that didn't work out. And something will happen there, I think. But they would very much like, I mean, they may say something else, but they would very much like to have a deal.
Do we have a timeline?
That you are going to sell 35 F-35 jets. You are planning. You said you are planning to sell the F-35 jets to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Is it part of the security agreement? And how you assess the defense partnership between Saudi Arabia and the United States? And the question for the
Well, no, I just said it though. I mean, we're going to sell them F-35s. That's the end of the question, I guess.
Is it part of the security agreement or no?
No, we're going to have a deal. They're going to purchase F-35s. They're buying them from Lockheed, and it's a great plane. We make, by the way, the best military equipment. You saw that during the Iran little skirmish. We make the best planes, the best missiles. We make the best defensive missiles. We make the best military equipment in the world.
Nice. For His Royal Highness, I would like to ask you about how you see the cooperation between the United States and Saudi Arabia in the advanced technological field, especially AI, and how it will support Saudi Arabia to serve its goal to achieve the vision of 2030.
Well, I will try to answer that in short, but definitely there's a lot of interest in many industries between Saudi Arabia and America, and we are signing a lot of agreements in different areas that will really add value to American economy, but also to add value to us in Saudi Arabia. And AI, it's critical for us because one of the long-term problems that we could have is lack of workforce. As you've seen in the past few years, some of them have reached 30% of the global immigration to Saudi Arabia. So we know that to assure the Saudi Arabia GDP growing with the lack of workforce that we have, we need to use a lot of computing power to replace job in the long term. So that's huge demand in Saudi Arabia, and we want to link it to American private sectors and getting the supply from America. So there's a lot of opportunities in that area.
And we're also involved in AI in Saudi Arabia. So we're working, and we're leading by a lot on AI. By actually a lot. China would be in second place, but we're leading by a lot. And I have to say this, and our relationship with China has been very good. And as far as buying our farm products, They're pretty much on schedule, Scott. I'd like you to call them, say if they could speed it up, it would be good. Okay, but they're pretty much on schedule.
I'm sorry, media, please. If I may, I have a question for both the Crown Prince and
Who are you? Where are you from?
Faisal Abbas from Arab News, Saudi Arabia, Your Excellency.
You should be a friendly question.
Your Royal Highness, just picking up on something you've just mentioned about how some people try to destroy the relationship between Saudi Arabia and the United States. Perhaps, since the launch of the vision, we've been used to having the bigger picture and that everything fits into the bigger picture. Might you want to elaborate a little bit about where is the relationship, the bilateral relationship, the strategic partnership between Saudi Arabia and the United States heading, and what's the big picture there?
Well, I don't think it's a relation that we can replace it from the Saudi side or the American side. It's a critical relationship for our political attempt, for our economical attempt, for our security, for our military, for many things. And it has been there for 9 decades. And the opportunities that we have today, it's huge. And it seems that it's going to get deeper in the next few decades. And what we are having today and tomorrow with President Trump, it's really a huge new chapter in this relation that will add value to both of us.
You know, when you think about it, I'm just sitting here. You're with the future king, a man who's respected by everybody, a man that doesn't have to be doing this, really. I don't have to be doing it either. And yet we're sitting here taking questions, we didn't say, oh, you can't talk about this. And there's never been transparency like this, even in his country, but there's never been, in our country, that's been acknowledged. But we didn't put restrictions, and I'm saying it's sort of wonderful to be taking questions from all over the world. Everybody's here. This is just a small group representative of tremendous numbers of media that are outside, that are very jealous that these people were so selected. But they're representing a lot of people that are outside. I think it's terrific that we can be sitting here being this open, and I think it's really a wonderful thing. Yeah.
If you don't mind, I have a personal question for you.
Okay, here we go. I should have said that.
So apart from everything you mentioned in your opening remarks, you forgot to mention that you've de-escalated 7 wars since you started. At least in our part of the world, you are seen as a peacemaker. And adding that to all the executive orders and everything else you've mentioned, I really have to wonder, in your speech in Saudi Arabia, I was there, you said that His Royal Highness does not sleep at night thinking how he does things better. We wonder in Saudi Arabia, how do you manage your own time, and what's your formula for managing?
He does not sleep much, and I don't sleep much. I think we have the same schedule. We're thinking about our countries. And if you sleep a lot and you're president, we just had one that slept more than any president. He broke every record. He sleeps all the time, during the day, during the night, on the beach. The only guy could fall asleep on the beach with the press watching. No, he's not a sleeper. I'm not a sleeper. We don't. We talk at night. We can talk. I can call him almost any time. He goes, hi, how you doing? It's like the craziest times. But no, when you love your job, when you love your country, and when you're in a position like we are, future king, highly respected, crown prince, and in my case, president, you're thinking about your country. You're thinking about making America great again. We're thinking about keeping Saudi Arabia strong and vital, and in a pretty tough part of the world, tricky part, right? Tricky part. A lot of tricky people, but he thinks about his country, and I think about my country. I don't want to sleep.
President Trump, do you expect a formal civil nuclear deal to be reached soon? Can you talk to us about that aspect of today's with Saudi Arabia?
I can see that happening.
Do you think that an agreement will happen today?
It's not urgent. It's always when you have civil nuclear, but you have more oil than almost anybody else. We actually have more oil and gas than they do, but I refuse to say that. We have more than anybody. Can you imagine?
And on the F-35s, are those sales? Israel had reportedly wanted those sales to be conditioned on Saudi Arabia moving to normalized relations.
Israel will be happy. Israel is going to be happy.
Condition of the F-35
Israel's aware, and they're going to be very happy. Okay? Yeah, please. Hello.
Hi, hello. My name is Aman Hazani from Sharq al-Awsat newspaper, from Riyadh, of course. I have a question for the Crown Prince and for you, Mr. President. Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, how much you expected from developing the cooperation with the United States in the field of new energy, AI, supply chains? How much you expected from that?
No limit. We just continue pushing forward. There's no limit. So we just push forward for all the opportunities that we have.
You have to understand, this is really a great ally. Just the fact that they're now doing, I came in here at 6, I did not know that. I was pushing for the 1 trillion, but he didn't tell me that. Now he told me. This is a great ally of ours. You know, when you invest $1 trillion, that's national security for us too, because it creates jobs, it creates a lot of things. And I would say, Scott, right, when you hear one country is putting $1 trillion into the United States, that creates national security. And, you know, I think that they don't have to say that, but I think a big part of that is also the fact that tariffs are in play. But even beyond tariffs, that's a real ally that will do that. Creates a lot of power for the United States.
We are also in Saudi Arabia very happy because this much of Saudi money is a function here, and of course it's come back for us for benefits. So it's complementary interest. So this is the I think what's different the friends and ally do.
Well, look, I love the country of Saudi Arabia. I know the people very well. The level of treatment that we go when we go to Saudi Arabia is something that is incredible. And the people like us, and I think they really like America, especially when I'm president. I mean, I don't think they liked America so much maybe for 4 years recently. I think Obama treated Saudi Arabia very, very badly, as you know. And I think Biden didn't have any idea where the hell he was. I don't think Biden knew the difference.
How would you describe the future relationship with Saudi Arabia? I mean, from the strategic aspects, how would you describe
the relationship is with?
Yeah, the of economic.
I would say top of the line. It's as good as it can. I don't think it can get much better. We have a country that trusts us, and that's why they make that investment. If they didn't trust us, they couldn't make that investment. And we trust them. They've been very reliable. Now I rebuilt our military in my first term, and we spent trillions of dollars, and we gave away some of it in Afghanistan stupidly because we had stupid people running our country. But we gave away. But that's as much as it was. It's a tiny fraction of what we put here. And we're bringing our military to a new level, the highest level ever. We have those plans to go now. And again, it's all American jobs and everything, so it's good for a lot of reasons. But as far as Saudi is concerned, no, I don't think our relationship could be better. I don't think they had a great relationship under Biden, and I don't think they had a great relationship under Obama. But they have a great relationship under Trump. When we did the Presidential Walk of Fame, you saw that, right? And we're walking, and I asked the Crown Prince, so outside of Trump, because I blow everyone away, who was the best president for Saudi Arabia? And you could maybe, it's an interesting answer, I don't know.
Roosevelt, who started it, which is a Democrat, and Reagan, he's one of the historical presidents that have close ties with Saudi Arabia. But we've worked with all presidents.
Does Trump blow them all away?
No, it's another league, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
and Trump doesn't give a fist pump. I grabbed that hand. I don't give a hell where that hand's been. I grabbed that hand. Remember Biden? He travels for 20 hours, gets out, and he gives a fist bump. No. When you get out of the plane and you got the future king and the man who's one of the most respected people in the world, you shake his hand. You don't give him a fist bump, right? We don't want to ask you about that, but I can't imagine you were thrilled. You were like a little bit surprised. He's a fantastic guy. You don't do that. Yeah, please.
We're getting closer to the end of the year. Have you started the interviews for the Fed chair?
Yes.
Who have you interviewed?
Hey, guys. Hey guys, they've started the debate in the House over the Epstein bill. So I was going to go to the debate where the stream is about the Epstein Files bill. They're debating it in the House right now. So if you want to watch the rest of President Trump, you can go to the White House social media, for example. But this is the Epstein Files stream. So we're going to start covering the live debate in the House over the Epstein Files bill. As soon as I can get the audio for you. Right now.
Financially, the embarrassment, the humiliation, the shame
He's been wrong.
that we still deliver on the backs of women who have been brutalized, who've been raped, who've been assaulted. The shame that the media pours over their heads, that their colleagues, their friends, their neighbors, their loved ones, because you come forward and because you talk about sexual assault, you are not a slut. It's not because of what you wore. You're not a whore. But that's how women are treated, and you're not lying. And I want every woman to know, every Epstein survivor to know, every woman across the country who is a survivor, who is a victim of assault. Today, we see you. And this fight and this vote tonight, I see it is about the Epstein victims. But it's about much more than the Epstein victims. This is about the powerless, taking power away from the very powerful. This is about giving women who never had a voice, giving a voice to the voiceless. This is about their sacrifice. This is about having and recognizing their courage. This is about justice for the Epstein victims, but it's also about hope. Earlier this year, I gave a speech right here on the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives, detailing trauma that I experienced, endured, and am a survivor of, that I accidentally uncovered 2 years ago, almost to the day. And today, I still don't have justice, like millions of women across the country. When I spoke out, I got attacked. When I spoke out, I was shamed. When I spoke out, I was defamed and smeared, and that goes on today, right now, in the present. God sure has a funny way of working through us. I, like many of the Epstein survivors and many other survivors across the country, I don't think I will ever heal from the destruction my abuser did to me. But I can heal by being a vessel and being a voice for all those who need it, and that's why we are here today. That is why I will never abandon a single survivor ever, and I will never waver. I spent my morning talking to law enforcement and others about another potential Jane Doe number 5, who may be another sexual assault victim in the case that I uncovered 2 years ago. It's very difficult for us to come forward, but I want to thank the women who have, the Epstein victims, the victims in the case that I uncovered. I want to thank all of you for being a voice, for giving me hope. Maybe one day, I too can get justice. Thank you, and I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Our colleagues want Americans to believe that this discharge petition and underlying legislation are the be-all and end-all in this investigation. However, it's House Republicans who've worked tirelessly to achieve true justice for victims. To date, the significant information that has come out has come from the Oversight and Government Reform Committee as a result of its issuing 13 subpoenas. We've released 65,000 pages of documents from the Department of Justice, the Epstein estate, which was not mentioned in the underlying legislation, former U.S. attorney, and others. Let me state again, the unanimous consent request to pass the legislation immediately last week was blocked by the minority leader. Full stop. If Democrats truly cared about finding justice immediately for victims, this legislation would have been passed last week. Instead, they want political theater to capitalize on. House Republicans, on the other hand, remain focused on truth, accountability, and delivering real justice for Epstein's victims, not political points. I reserve.
Reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to how much time I have remaining?
Gentleman has 5.5 minutes remaining.
I yield myself 3.5 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, all that is necessary for evil to prevail is for good men to do nothing. And we've had a lot of good men doing a lot of nothing on the other side of the aisle until we did something. 3 brave women and myself and the Democrat caucus. We did something. And then what did they do? They've opposed us every step of the way. They've lied about the legislation. Let me tell you some of the lies they've told. They've said that it doesn't protect victims. Well, if that is so, why were dozens of victims with us today at a press conference urging this body to pass this legislation? It's because this legislation specifically protects victims. They've said this legislation does not prevent the release of child pornography. Of course it does. We have a specific provision in our legislation to prevent that. They've said so many falsehoods about this legislation, but now they're going to vote for it, hopefully enthusiastically. But really, they've been drugged to this. Our judicial system is broken. If it were working, there wouldn't be 1,000 victims who haven't seen justice yet. They are victims of the Epstein class. I begrudge nobody success that they become a billionaire. But if you think being a billionaire or buying politicians keeps you out of the judicial system, lets you rape young women, lets you traffic women, you've got another thing coming when this bill passes. Do not let the Senate muck this up. There have already been efforts to derail this, our discharge petition. The Oversight Committee has released thousands, tens of thousands of documents. That's fine. Keep working. How many names have you released? 0. You are still protecting, or the DOJ is protecting, pedophiles and sex traffickers. The time for that to stop is now. Now, our speaker says, oh, this bill needs amended in the Senate, and specifically, he's trying to create a loophole. He's trying to categorize the pedophiles as victims. He's saying, oh, we don't embarrass the people that went to the rape island. We should protect those names against unreliable accusations. Is he calling all of these victims unreliable? They've testified to the FBI. The FBI has these names in their possession. I asked the FBI director in a hearing, have you looked at the documents? No, he trusts everybody that's been there for decades. That is wrong. Do not let the Senate muck this bill up. And if you're a party to that in the Senate, you are part of this cover-up that we are trying to expose. I am sorry if one of your billionaire donors is going to get embarrassed because he went to Rape Island. That is what they have coming. In fact, they need to be on the other side of bars, a lot of them. Some of them will be embarrassed, but some of them need to go to prison, and the survivors know that. So how will we know if this bill has been successful? We will know when there are men, rich men, in handcuffs being perp-walked to the jail. And until then, this is still a cover-up. I urge my Senate colleagues, do not muck up this bill. The president has already said he will sign it. That means he will sign the bill that we have here today. Do not change this bill. He is ready to sign it. Give it to him. Put it on his desk. Let's get justice for these victims. With that, I reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentlelady reserves.
Is the gentlelady prepared to close?
Yes, I am, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I yield the remainder of my time to Ranking Member Mr. McGovern.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you. And first, let me say how much I admire the courage of my Republican colleagues who are beside me here today. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, this is not about us, and it's not about politics. This is about the survivors, young girls who were exploited by powerful men, men who use money and power to take advantage of girls, some as young as 11 years old. The President of the United States calls it all a hoax. Can you imagine that? What an evil and disgusting thing to say. These young girls, now women, the survivors, what happened to them was horrific. They were sexually abused, many of them for years, and the President of the United States calls it all a hoax. What kind of messed up, sick-in-the-head, immoral person says something like that? This bill is about making sure powerful men are held accountable. It's about demanding truth and transparency for the American people. Now, Republican leaders in this House lost control of the story. They lost the ability to hide behind procedure, and they lost the luxury of pretending that they were ever on the right side. The American people see it, survivors see it, and history will see it. And listening to the Speaker of the House's press conference today, I mean, it sounds like he basically wants to kill this whole thing. He's trying to obstruct and derail the process. Why the hell is he fighting so hard to do the opposite of what the survivors want? What an awful, awful thing to do. So let us release the files. Let's give survivors the transparency they've long been denied. Let us take back power from the rich billionaire elites who think they can do whatever they want with no justice or accountability. And let's remember exactly who had to be dragged here under duress and who stood up from day one demanding the truth. And with that, I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the President. The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, those of us who did not sign the discharge petition are just as concerned about the victims, or if you, as some are calling them, survivors, as our colleagues who signed the discharge petition. We share contempt for anyone who abused anyone else. I've stood on this floor many times, Mr. Speaker, to speak out for victims and survivors of people who have been abused, and against anyone who breaks the law or takes advantage of an innocent person. We will not be characterized as insensitive to that. But what House Republicans who didn't sign the discharge petition remain focused on truth, accountability, and delivering real justice for Epstein victims. Again, I'll point out that it was under President Trump's Department of Justice that Jeffrey Epstein was arrested and tried. We have not tried to avoid this situation. We want things done the right way. We want maximum justice for these victims and survivors. Our rule today simply expedites consideration of the Massey-Khanna legislation. And as I said, we would have liked to have seen it pass last week when we gave an opportunity for it, but it was blocked by the Democrat minority leader. I ask for support for this rule, the underlying legislation. With that, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the previous question, yes on the rule, And Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentlelady yields back the balance of her time. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
Now, I'm a little confused as to what's going on now, because they're supposed to vote on it, but I'm not sure what's going on right this second. They were just debating it. They just did the debate. So let's wait and see. I thought the vote was going to be right after the debate. But it might be delayed for a bit. If it is, we'll show you some more of the debate. Because I can tell you Fox says soon the House votes. Fox News says it'll be soon. CNN says in the next hour. MSNBC, MS Now says this afternoon. So it sounds like it's not right this second. But the thing is, we didn't even see the first part of the debate because the debates...
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4405.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4405, a bill to require...
This is something different.
General to release all documents and records in possession
Hang on.
of the Department
Oh, no,
of
it's not.
Justice relating to Jeffrey Epstein and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the
right
rule,
here.
the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Is there
Mr.
more
Speaker, I ask
debate now?
unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 4405.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
We all support holding bad guys accountable, and we're all going to vote for this resolution.
More debate.
But I think a little perspective is important. Democrats have spent 6 months talking about Epstein, even though they had 4 years to do something about it. Now, why would they do that? Why would they do that? Maybe it's to go after President Trump. Never forget, they shut down the government for 43 days. They said, don't worry about our military, don't worry about air traffic controllers, don't worry about our economy, don't worry about American families. No, no, no. Close the government for a month and a half because it might hurt the president. For the past decade, there's been one constant for Democrats. One constant. Go after Trump. They spied on his campaign. Then it was Mueller. Then it was impeachment 1. Then it was impeachment 2. Then it was all the lawfare. Alvin Bragg, Fonnie Willis, Letitia James. Then it was Arctic Frost investigation at the Justice Department, surveilling United States senators and congressmen, and a whole host of other Americans. Then it was Jack Smith and his gag orders and his raiding President Trump's home. Then it was a 43-day shutdown, and now it's Epstein. And by the way, the same party that did all that, they were also the ones who were texting with Mr. Epstein during a hearing where Michael Cohen was their witness in another effort to go after the president. Americans see through it all, and frankly, it's actually kind of sad. This obsession, this syndrome, this mindset that says we got to go after President Trump no matter what that they have. And when I think about it, I think it's because President Trump and Republicans have accomplished so much that they told the voters they were going to accomplish in the 2024 election. We're actually doing what we said we were going to do. President Trump said he was going to cut taxes, and he did. President Trump said he would secure the border, and he did. President Trump said he'd get men out of women's sports, and he did. President Trump said he would make sure Iran doesn't have nuclear capability, and he did. And he said he would get the hostages out of Gaza back into Israel, and he did. All in 9 months. So I don't know what causes this mindset, this syndrome that the left has, but I know one thing. It is real. Which brings me to last week. Think about what the Democrats did last week. The Democrats released an email that the Oversight Committee had obtained from the estate, an email from Mr. Epstein to Ms. Maxwell. When the Democrats released it, they redacted the victim's name, something we all support, something everyone supports, except in this case, no court had ordered that name redacted, no agency had redacted it, and the estate didn't redact it. And the victim had already went public. So why black out her name? Why black out her name? Because she had said in her book and had testified under oath that she never saw any wrongdoing by President Trump. So think about what they did. In an email between two criminals, Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell, in an email between two criminals, they hide the name of an individual who had went public and exonerated the president, and we know why, to distort and twist the message because they thought it might harm the president. Their position, cover up the names of people who are already public, but don't worry about other innocent people who the court said should remain private. Again, I think the American people see through it. They see through what the Democrats are doing. The American people know what this is. They know Democrats have nothing else to run on because of the success of this administration. So I say let's vote yes on this resolution, and then let's get focused on making sure we're doing what the American families elected us to do. With that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Today, 4 months and 3 days after Mr. Khanna and Mr. Massey introduced their discharge petition, perhaps the most famous discharge petition in American history, the People's House unites across party lines to draw a moral line. We draw a line against the rape and sexual violation of children. We draw a line against the global criminal trafficking of girls and young women to service the pleasure of rich and powerful men who believe they are beyond all law and all morality. We draw a line to put the voices of the victims and the survivors first. We ask the Senate to join us without changes rather than obstruct this bill with dilatory amendments, legislative graffiti, and self-dealing million-dollar jackpot provisions for lucky senators. Just pass the bill. We're finally voting today because a bipartisan discharge petition led by Representatives Massey and Khanna and signed by 218 of us overthrew the determined obstruction of the Speaker. This forced vote means the House will no longer acquiesce in this astonishing real-time cover-up of a multi-billion-dollar global sex trafficking and child rape ring that has ravaged the lives of more than 1,000 girls and young women. We're here today because these victims, these survivors, these citizens, these inspiring women who have come to Washington are demanding nothing less than justice and the complete truth about who is responsible for their vicious abuse, including those responsible for enabling it, ignoring it, bankrolling it, and covering it up. We join them today in rejecting any more dangerous lies about the crimes they suffered. No, child sex abuse is not a hoax. It's a crime. Human trafficking is not a hoax. It's a crime. These crimes are a curse on children and young people across America, in universities and elementary schools, in churches and mosques and synagogues, in Boy Scout troops and college sports teams and summer camps. Anywhere the powerful and the rich believe they've got the opportunity and the impunity to exploit the young, the poor, the powerless, and the vulnerable. We must face the truth and find the co-conspirators still at large in one of America's most extensive and sophisticated sex trafficking and child abuse rings in history. Release of the file will expose the role of everybody who facilitated and covered up these crimes, like J.P. Morgan Chase, Bank of America, Deutsche Bank, and Bank of New York Mellon, which executed billions of dollars in transactions related to these offenses, as well as any bank executives who participated in the sexual abuse of girls and young women. We must expose everyone who covered up these crimes, like Alex Acosta, the former U.S. attorney in Miami, Donald Trump's labor secretary, who gave Jeffrey Epstein an unbelievable sweetheart plea deal, immunized unnamed conspirators, and killed an investigation into Epstein's financial crimes that could have brought down the entire criminal network. And with that, I'm going to yield. I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 4 minutes to the distinguished chair of the House Oversight Committee, Mr. Comer, the gentleman from Kentucky.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As chairman of the House Oversight Committee, I've always believed that sunshine is the best disinfectant. For years, the American people have demanded transparency about Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's horrific crimes and about the federal government's failure to protect the victims. The House Oversight Committee is conducting a thorough review of the federal government's investigation into Epstein. Our work goes far beyond the legislation before us today. We are committed to accountability, transparency, and justice for the American people and for the survivors of these appalling crimes. To date, the Oversight Committee has released more than 65,000 pages of documents, issued 13 subpoenas, and conducted interviews with 2 key witnesses, both of whom were Republicans. The Trump administration has provided us with Department of Justice materials and access to suspicious activity reports. Unfortunately, throughout this investigation, Democrats have chosen to manufacture yet another anti-Trump hoax instead of pursuing justice. They have mischaracterized witness testimony and selectively released documents complete with targeted redactions in an effort to smear President Trump. For example, former U.S. Attorney General Bill Barr, who oversaw the 2019 Epstein investigation, stated clearly under oath that the prosecution team found no evidence that President Trump committed wrongdoing. Despite this simple and straightforward fact, Ranking Member Robert Garcia, moments after that deposition, tiptoed out and publicly claimed that, quote, Barr could not clear Trump of wrongdoing. That was a lie, and we have the transcript to prove it. I invite the media to read the transcript. When the Oversight Committee interviewed former U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Florida, Alex Acosta, Democrats whipped themselves into a frenzy trying to manufacture a gotcha moment, but they failed. Mr. Acosta dismantled the Democrats' narrative. His testimony confirmed there was no contact between President Trump and Mr. Acosta and no connection between President Trump in the Epstein case. Next, Democrats resorted to selective leaks and doctored documents to mislead the American people. Oversight Committee Republicans have posted 65,000 pages of documents we have received to date. Democrats, by contrast, have released fewer than 1 dozen. In their latest selective leak, Democrats released just three of the 23,000 pages of documents from the Epstein estate. And they made redactions to 2 of those emails that changed both the context and the meaning of the 3 pages they released. When CNN called them out for their deceptive redactions, Representatives Stansbury and Crockett tried to blame Republicans for their own edits, for the Democrat Oversight Committee edits. After Democrats released only 3 emails, Republicans released over 23,000 pages. And what did Democrats say in response when we released every single document that we got? They claimed full transparency was meant to, quote, disorient, or distract from their manufactured narrative. These are the same Democrats who chant, "Release the files" every day until the files contradict the story they want to tell. That is the definition of hypocrisy. In contrast, full transparency exposed how Epstein appears to be TDS patient zero. The evals reveal a journalist coached Epstein to blackmail then presidential candidate Donald Trump.
The gentleman is recognized.
The files also show that a House Democrat colluded with Epstein during the 2019 oversight hearing to discredit witness with a vendetta against President Trump. And unsurprisingly, Democrats have been silent about their colleagues' coordination with Epstein. Another email shows Democrat fundraisers invited Epstein to an event or to meet privately with Hakeem Jeffries as part of their 2013 effort to win a majority. So Hakeem Jeffries' campaign solicited money from Jeffrey Epstein. That's what we found in the last document batch. The files underscore why former President Trump must appear for his deposition. We've subpoenaed him. To date, the Democrats have done nothing to help us secure his appearance. I support full transparency. The Oversight Committee will continue to work to get the truth to the American people and to get justice for the victims. That's our goal of this investigation. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I should just point out that we've heard now from the two distinguished chairmen of the Judiciary and the Oversight Committee, and they've spoken almost exclusively to denounce Democrats. We have a bipartisan coalition here demanding the truth about the largest child sex abuse and trafficking ring, perhaps in American history, certainly in this century, and they want to just throw stones at the Democrats. What a remarkable failure of leadership we're seeing from the other side. And I imagine that the chairman of the Oversight Committee will follow up his spectacular failure in trying to impeach President Biden with his spectacular failure in trying to block the resolution we brought to the floor today. I'm happy to yield 1 minute. Excuse me, you're not recognized, whoever's speaking. And I'd like to yield 1 minute to the very distinguished minority leader on the House Oversight Committee.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, it's wonderful to hear Republicans and certainly the chairman of our committee finally wanting transparency on this issue. It is time to end this White House cover-up now. Now, we know that Donald Trump has tried everything to kill our Jeffrey Epstein investigation, and he's failed. And now he's panicking. He's about to lose his Epstein vote to force the Department of Justice to release the files. And let's be crystal clear. Trump has the power to release the files today. He does not even need a vote. And he continues to defy the subpoena of the Oversight Committee to release all the files. What is Donald Trump hiding? What is Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, hiding? Why won't they release the Epstein files right now? And he must explain to the public why he moved sex trafficker and monster Ghislaine Maxwell to a cushy, low-security prison after her interview with Trump's personal lawyer. He should declare, and every Republican should say, that she does not deserve a pardon or a commutation.
The gentleman's time has expired.
30 more seconds.
I grant him 20 more seconds.
We don't care how much money you have, what party you're in, how powerful you are. We should get justice for the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein. And our work on the committee is not over. Next up are the bank and financial records to follow and expose Epstein's network. Today, there should be a unanimous vote on releasing the files, and we will get justice. And with that, I yield back.
And we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield a minute and a half to the distinguished gentleman from California and member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Kiley.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I have consistently called for the maximum possible level of transparency when it comes to the heinous crimes of Jeffrey Epstein. That's why I've consistently said I am inclined to vote for this bill, and it's why I will be doing so today. The victims deserve the truth. They deserve justice, and they deserve closure. For months, they've had to wake up every day and see the name of their tormentor on the front page of every newspaper, on every TV channel, as has the broader American public. This issue has been so politicized by so many people in so many ways. which is deeply unfortunate when we're talking about matters of the highest sensitivity and untold suffering. It is my hope that the passage of this resolution today, together with the work of the Oversight Committee, will lead to the expeditious release of all pertinent material so that we can move on. Let's get accountability, let's get answers, and let's get this over with. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman reserves.
Yeah, we reserve.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the very distinguished gentlelady from Washington, a member of the Judiciary Committee.
The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thousands of girls, children, were abused by Jeffrey Epstein and his massive and powerful ring of pedophiles and protectors of pedophiles. We can't say all their names here. We don't have time. But let's at least bring a few of the courageous survivors and their names onto the House floor right here as we debate this. Haley Robson, Jenna Lisa Jones, Michelle Licata, Ashley Rubright, Annie Farmer, Marina Lacerda, Rachel Benavides. These women have carried a burden that they never should have had to bear. And today, they demand, we demand, the American people demand that we answer their clarion call to justice. Today, despite all the giant cover-up attempts by this administration and this Speaker of the House, we will vote to release all the Epstein files. To be clear, there is no protection for pedophiles, no protection for the rich and powerful men of either party who participated, who turned a blind eye, who winked and grinned while witnessing the horrific abuses of young children. Release all the damn files now.
We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield a minute and a half to the distinguished gentleman from North Carolina and member of our committee.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have been very supportive of this effort, specifically to bring justice to the victims of this horrific series of crimes. However, I have worked behind the scenes to raise concerns with this petition as it is currently drafted. Specifically, I believe that there is grave risk at harming innocent people. And I repeat, harming innocent people. When innocent people are harmed, that is not furthering justice. With an investigation of this size and a file that is as large as the Epstein files and as poorly defined as that is in this petition, there will invariably be people who are released pursuant to this discharge petition who had nothing to do with criminal activity. Imagine, if you will, a bellman, a waiter, some type of doorman, a mere social attendee who had no impact whatsoever on the criminal activities of Jeffrey Epstein, no participation. Their lives are forever ruined. And I'm reading specifically from the petition's language that prohibited grounds for withholding information in this file are embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity. And I would just submit, if you were going to be embarrassed, if you were going to suffer social harm, and that is all of the encompassed activity that you were a part of, you will be named in this petition. And I resent that. Innocent people should not be harmed when we are pursuing justice. I understand the political nature of this petition. I resent the fact that there was not room for good faith amendments. And I urge the Senate to protect innocent people. I yield back.
He yields back. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you. I'm yielding 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Representative Kamlager Dove.
The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, 1 in 3 women and girls around the world are physically and sexually assaulted each year. Of the 152 women in this body, that means 51 women. It includes your daughters, your sisters, your nieces, your mothers. And with the Epstein files, we have a chance to change that. But real talk, the administration doesn't need a discharge petition. It has not complied with the subpoena, and it has the power to release the files today. Instead, the man in the most powerful position in the world has used the full weight of the government to block and obfuscate and deflect the full release of the files. It is the same person who intimidated female members of Congress to withdraw names from the petition, who responded quiet piggy to a female reporter who asked about the files, and who nominated an alleged sexual predator to be our AG. It is the same person whose name appears more than any other in the Epstein emails. And in the pantheon of violence, a sexual predator is the worst of the worst. So why protect him? It's also curious that the judiciary is managing this debate and has not even had this come before the committee. I wonder why. Release the files now!
We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, chairman of the Constitution Subcommittee.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the chairman. Today, a united Republican Party and a bipartisan supermajority is going to pass a bill to increase transparency regarding the egregious abuses by Jeffrey Epstein, a goal that anyone of conscience desires. That is, in totality, an important statement to check the rich and the powerful. Remember how we got here. After decades, it was President Trump's Department of Justice that indicted Jeffrey Epstein in July of 2019. It was President Trump's DOJ that arrested and indicted Ms. Maxwell. It was the Republican-led Oversight Committee, through 13 subpoenas, that has released 65,000 pages of files in just 10 months. Meanwhile, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have largely ignored this issue. It was Democrats who redacted an email to mislead the American people about the truth of a witness that exonerated President Trump. It was a Democrat, Representative Placette, who literally texted with Jeffrey Epstein as we questioned Michael Cohen. It was Democrats who shut down the government, resulting in the delay of swearing in of members. As we vote to pass this legislation, and it will pass, it is impossible, however, to avoid problems with its politicization. One colleague has offensively gone so far as to say that to oppose this bill means you support pedophiles. Yet I know good public servants, former law enforcement, former prosecutors who never knew Epstein, never knew any visitors to his criminal enterprise, who have genuine concerns about supporting this bill out of fear of creating new victims or harming existing victims or both. That is what we've reduced Congress to, inserting itself into the prosecutorial process for political motivations, driven heavily by hatred of President Trump. We should be concerned about victim privacy, concerned about risking disclosure of non-credible allegations, of child sexual abuse materials, future investigations. But here's the deal. The leaders of this nation must expose abuses by the rich and the powerful. That is why President Trump and the House have been working for full transparency. But we should be motivated by truth and justice for all, not politics. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Massachusetts, Representative Clark, the Minority Whip.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This should be an easy vote. This is about justice for the victims and survivors of Jeffrey Epstein. This is about every victim of trafficking and sexual abuse, monstrous crimes that thrive in secrecy and fear. Yet instead of shining a light on that darkness, just moments ago, Donald Trump defended the continued obstruction of releasing these files. Even as House Republicans prepare to vote yes today, Speaker Johnson is calling this a show vote. He's calling it dangerous. He is signaling the U.S. Senate to block it. Republicans continue to use their power to shield rich pedophiles from justice. If you can't stand up for these survivors, how can anyone trust you to stand up for them? I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back.
We yield.
The gentleman reserves. Does the gentleman reserve?
Yeah, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Yes, just very quickly, what happened under the Biden administration? Well, under the Biden administration, Ghislaine Maxwell was prosecuted for conspiring to sexually abuse and traffic girls in 2020. Right when it's in 2021, she was convicted. In December of 2021, after a month-long trial in Judge Nathan's courtroom, in 2022, Maxwell was sentenced to 20 years in prison under the Biden administration for sex trafficking and sexual abuse of minors. But when President Trump took office in January of 2025, they killed the investigation. They assembled all the materials, they got all the prosecutors together, and they terminated the investigation. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Raja Krishnamurthy.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support to release the Epstein files. First, this issue is beyond party. It's a question of justice. Survivors have waited too long. Stop the delay. This is not a hoax. Release the files. Second, we must face a hard truth. Silence that shields the powerful is a betrayal of those they hurt. Congress must reject any attempt, including a presidential pardon or any form of clemency for Ghislaine Maxwell. This cannot be done. This would be a cover-up. We cannot allow clemency of any kind for Maxwell, not now, not ever. Survivors deserve justice. I urge a strong yes vote. Thank you.
I want to thank the gentleman for his eloquent remarks. Pardons are for people who are contrite. Pardons are for people who are repentant. Pardons are not for people who lie. Every member of this body should immediately, verbally, vocally denounce the idea of clemency, commutation, or pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell, and we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Yeah, we reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves.
I yield 30 seconds to Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
The gentlelady is recognized.
There were thousands of girls and young women abused, trafficked, and used by Epstein, the elite and the powerful who believed they could get away with it. Epstein told the young victims that he controlled the banks and the government. Those women refused to be silenced, and today they have pierced the dark with their light. Anytime any girl is trafficked, molested, or abused, the world must stand up. Today, the House proves Jeffrey Epstein wrong. The Senate must do the same tomorrow.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California. 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from California.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I thank you, Chairman. Mr. Speaker, a minute and a half or an hour, the words would still have to be the same. We've all said that this will pass the House, perhaps unanimously today. I think all of us who have looked at the details of this particular bill know that it is flawed and that before it goes to the President's desk, it has to be amended as it can be amended in the Senate. And we call on the Senate to amend it so that we protect the innocent, so that we have the provisions that were intended perhaps to be in this bill but are not properly written. With that, President Trump has said, get it to his desk, he will sign it. President Trump has said he will do it. But I'm going to say to all of us, it is also important that we remember that Epstein is dead, but people live on, people who were innocent, people who in fact should not be named. We're not talking about the rich and the powerful. We're talking about the very victims. That is what we need to make sure is amended before it goes to the President's desk. And with that, I thank the chairman for his time. I think no more needs to be said that this body will vote for it all, but let's not kid ourselves. It has to be changed so that it properly protects both the tradition of the grand jury and clearly those innocent people that would otherwise be swept up. And I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman yields back. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
This whole bill is about protecting the innocent. Mr. Speaker, the Senate must pass the bill as we are passing it today and as the President has said he would sign it after changing his position on the bill over the weekend when he could see the tidal wave of public opinion moving against him. Let's pass this bill, pass it in the Senate, sign the bill, and let us go ahead and release the complete file. I yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Arizona, Representative Ansari.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the walls are closing in on Donald Trump and his rich and powerful friends who either abused or raped children or were enabling and complicit in these heinous crimes for decades. This vote today matters, but here is the truth. Donald Trump could direct the Department of Justice to release the files today. He is choosing not to. They are already under subpoena, led by oversight Democrats, and have refused. This is an ongoing cover-up by the Trump White House, and Mike Johnson and the House has been complicit. What is Trump hiding? Why not release the files today? This is a
time has expired.
Release the files today. Thank you.
The gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Today I want to talk about hypocrisy. Let me be clear. I was from Jumpstart, a co-sponsor of this very bill. From the beginning, we should never protect pedophiles. But for months, my Democratic colleagues have done what they think is politically convenient through all the yelling, through all the tears, through all the sadness. They say releasing the Epstein list is of grave concern to them. If that was true, where were they during the 4 years of the Biden presidency? Why didn't they demand the release of these files from Jumpstart in year 1? Mr. Speaker, why didn't they ask for them in year 2? Or if that wasn't good enough, maybe in year 3. They had control, or not even in his final year of office. Other than a single letter the ranking member wrote in 2019, a single letter, not one Democrat on the committee spoke out about Epstein or his victims of this very terrible tragedy, other than to say that he didn't like the plea deal. Let me say this. When they stand here today insisting how badly they want these files released, why didn't they do it? Yet they stayed silent for year after year after year after year under Joe Biden. It's impossible. Mr. Speaker, it is impossible to see that as genuine. What I see is a group more focused on scoring political points and drama than on protecting abused children. The record is clear. Under Republicans, far more information has been released in the last 6 months than was done during all 4 years of the previous presidency under Joe Biden. We've actually been the party of transparency. We've released the information. We've told the truth. Unfortunately, and I'm sad to say it, they have been the party of hypocrisy. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
You know, I've never heard a more defensive presentation in my life than what we're hearing from over there. The gentleman should spend a little less time pointing out hypocrisy and a little more time trying to ferret out cruelty, humiliation, and rape. And that's what we're working on. I yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Min.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I want to remind you that we are all here voting on this bill because President Trump, who has the power to release the Epstein files at any time, has refused to do so, calling this a hoax. We're here because Speaker Mike Johnson and President Trump have gone to extraordinary lengths to try to kill and delay the discharge petition, including refusing to seat Adelita Grijalva for over 40 days and threatening House Republicans who signed on. Now, several of my Republican colleagues have accused those of us House Democrats who support justice here of having Trump derangement syndrome. You all suffer from something much worse, which is pedophile protection syndrome. Stop protecting pedophiles. Release the Epstein files. The victims deserve justice. I yield back.
We reserve.
Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair.
No kidding.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from Maryland.
I'm yielding 30 seconds to my friend, Representative Walkinshaw from Virginia.
The gentleman is recognized.
For years, Mr. Speaker, we have watched dangerous conspiracies like Pizzagate and QAnon shape our political landscape. They help fuel the rise of President Trump and were built on baseless claims about secret pedophile rings, while the real documented case of child sex trafficking involving Jeffrey Epstein remained shrouded in secrecy because President Trump refuses to release the files. What is President Trump hiding? Why won't he release the files? The House finally has the opportunity to act. Release the files and let the American people see the truth. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Granting 30 seconds to the very distinguished gentlelady who is finally with us, Representative Adelita Grijalva from Arizona 7th.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the survivors, family members, and advocates who are here today and have never given up. The legislation in front of us, at its core, is about something very simple: The survivors deserve justice. The American people deserve the truth. To every survivor watching, your courage is inspiring. You are the reason why this vote is happening today. Protecting women and children from pedophiles should not be a Democratic issue, should not be a Republican issue. It should be a human rights issue and a matter of justice. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the Epstein Files Transparency Act. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, and we reserve.
The chair will remind all persons in the gallery that they are here as guests of the House and that any manifestation of approval or disapproval of proceedings is in violation of the rules of the House. The gentleman from Maryland.
Yeah, but I'll just add, they're here as honored guests of the House, and we're delighted they're here, and with that, we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Yeah, we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland.
I'm granting 30 seconds to Representative Lois Franco from Florida.
The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, for far too long, the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse were failed by a justice system that minimized their suffering and prosecutors who treated young girls as if they were criminals. That was wrong, and I am here with my colleagues to promise this. We will get to the bottom of why the Epstein survivors were treated so badly, who made those decisions, and who were they protecting. No more secrecy, no more excuses. We all deserve the truth, and I thank the survivors for their courage and perseverance. Your voices are being heard.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from the great state of Louisiana, the Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Mr.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Jordan, for doing such an extraordinary job on all of this. For 43 long days, the Democrats held this House and the entire country hostage. Finally, with the lights back on, this body's returning to our regular legislative session. We have a lot of work to do. My colleagues on this side of the chamber are ready and eager to get back to our urgent legislative work that we promised the American people we would do. We've got to continue lowering the cost of health care. We've got to bring down prices for American families, and we've got to finish the regular appropriations process, just to name a few of those priorities. And I wish I could say that our first order of business would be to get to those urgent priorities, but of course we're here spending time on the floor about something else. This is something we could have resolved last week when we brought a unanimous consent to pass this discharge with the full support of the body. But our friends over here who are arguing today stalled that. They objected to it, and they wanted to have this exercise instead. And that's why we say that this is a show vote. That's what this is. They're making a show of it. And it really is a shame. We have some heroic women in the chamber today. I met with many of them a while back. They're in the gallery here. They have come forward. They have shown their faces. They've used their names to share the unspeakable tragedies that many of them were subjected to, some of them when they were very young. And it is a heroic service to the country. They are seeking justice, and the justice has been delayed for too long. The Department of Justice, many years ago, should have brought these charges. It took too long to do it. And now we're in this process of making sure all the American people get the information, but we have to do it in the right way, After 4 years of Democrat control under President Biden, they were not truthful with us about a lot of things. The Democrats insisted the border was secure. We knew it wasn't. They insisted that inflation was transitory. We knew it wouldn't be. They misled the American people about the obvious mental and physical decline of the previous commander-in-chief. And now those same Democrats are demanding transparency. Suddenly, transparency is their new word. Out of nowhere, they've taken a curious concern in the Epstein investigation, all in the name of that, in the name of transparency. But the question has been asked here many times during the debate on the floor, and everybody questioning why it is that Democrats have done this right now have to look at the obvious facts. The Democrats had all the Epstein files in their possession for 4 long years under the Biden presidency. The Biden Department of Justice had these files, and no one on this side who is breathless today about the urgency of this release ever said a word about it. And it was the Democrats who could have urged President Biden's Department of Justice to go beyond prosecuting just Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, but they didn't do it. And so it's a fair question to ask today, why now? Why the sudden urgent interest in Jeffrey Epstein? Look, we know why. It's because the Democrats were never interested in transparency or executing justice or protecting the victims of this unspeakable tragedy before. The simple truth is obvious for everybody to see. This is a political exercise for Democrats, and it pains me to say it. I wish that was not the truth, but it is, and it's undeniable. This is as deceitful and dishonest as their pointless stunt was to shut the government down. Democrats are using the Epstein tragedy, the unspeakable evils that this guy committed with his trafficking ring and all of the abuses that they made these young women go through. They're using that as a political weapon to try to distract from their failures as a party and to try their best to try to tie President Trump somehow into this wretched scandal. The president had nothing to do with it. He's been very clear, and he has nothing to hide, and that's why he's endorsed the vote today. I suspect this vote will be probably unanimous. But here's the important point that everybody needs to understand. We have been advocates of maximum transparency, but we have also insisted that the victims be carefully protected. The Oversight Committee has been doing extraordinary work, and we've got some of the most vigorous advocates on the Republican and Democrat side on the Oversight Committee. They've been working in earnest to deliver transparency for the American people and to do it in a responsible manner. What do we mean by that? The bipartisan effort over there is already producing all the results that the discharge petition seeks and much, much more. Chairman Comer and all of these advocates over there have been releasing thousands of documents, for example, from the Epstein estate. By the way, in my view, that's been the greatest treasure trove of information because it's yielded for us Epstein's own personal flight logs, his financial records, his daily calendars, and so much more. But importantly, none of that was addressed or is addressed in the legislation that's being voted on today. The estate files wouldn't even have been encompassed in that. And so it goes to show that the Oversight Committee is doing it from the right way. From the very beginning, we've been insistent that this matter be handled carefully and with the utmost caution and care for the people who have been harmed. They should not be made to suffer any longer. We're talking about real people's lives at stake here, and young victims who don't want to be dragged into this political game that could get hurt further. But the Democrats are rushing the release of thousands of unsubstantiated documents that may be included in this, that are going to be in the public domain with the passage of this bill. And there are serious deficiencies in the legislation that I have noted at length, and Republicans have to work to address those deficiencies in the Senate if and when this legislation is advanced. I stood before the American public today at our press conference, and I explained in detail the dangers of the discharge petition. We have posted at my website, speaker.gov, a summary. The legal counsel, a small army of lawyers, put this together. I used to be a federal court litigator. Many of my colleagues who have spoken today were. We understand the dangers of how this was haphazardly drawn up. And among them, by the way, Mr. Speaker, before I forget, I seek unanimous consent to enter into this document into the record. It's on the website. It's entitled, How the Flaws of H.R. 4405 Could Re-Victimize Epstein's Victims, Create New Victims, and Damage the Judicial System. It is dated today. Thank you. And it summarizes just 5 or 6 of the major concerns. Among them, it fails to fully protect victim privacy. It could create new categories of victims. It potentially jeopardizes grand jury secrecy. It fails to prohibit release of child sexual abuse materials that are not appropriately defined in the legislation. It jeopardizes future federal investigations, and we have national security concerns regarding classified information. We'll put this in the record because we need the legislative record to reflect what is the legislative intent behind this vote. I used to litigate cases. We would litigate federal statutes and whether or not they could survive, and legislative intent is important, and we need to say clearly for the record, as a Speaker of the House, I'm saying to you, this legislation that will pass today is flawed and it must be amended. The question is, why didn't we amend it here before we passed it? Because the authors won't allow it. Because under the rules of the House, under a discharge petition, they have to agree to consent for the legislation to be amended, and they're not doing that. So now we rely upon our partners in the other chamber to get that done, and they need to do that. The victims deserve our utmost respect. In fact, they should be saluted for their courage. And the young women who have not come forward, who are now, some of them are middle-aged women who have not come forward, also deserve our respect, and they deserve to be protected. Republicans support transparency. We want maximum transparency, especially when it comes to disclosing the names of anybody who had anything to do with these evils, anybody who conspired with or aided in any way Jeffrey Epstein. They must be brought to justice. We want the bill to be amended so it doesn't, at the same time, violate victim privacy, create new victims, disclose the names of any whistleblower or informant, cause the release of grand jury materials or child sexual abuse materials, or undermine our national security. And if and when the Senate takes this up, we will work with our colleagues over there to make sure that these things are corrected. I'll just close with this, this simple thought. We've been at this a while. It's drug on for a while, but it's time for this to come to light. I expect that this will be a unanimous vote, and it will reflect what I think every member in this chamber, and I'll say this now, at least in recent days, every member of the chamber on the Democrat side, they didn't say anything for 4 years, but they're for maximum transparency now, and so is this side. But we want to do it in a respectful and careful manner so that we don't subject innocent people to further harm. And that has been the whole thing. I told all my members today I'll be voting yes on this, and I suspect almost everyone will. We'll send it to the Senate, and we hope it's corrected. Thank you for the time, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I'm yielding to Mr. Gomez for the sole purpose of making a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Gomez is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask a point of parliamentary inquiry. Is this an appropriate time to point out that the Republicans named children's savings account in their so-called one big beautiful bill after Donald Trump, someone connected to one of the most notorious pedophiles in this country, or that the Speaker of the House just lied on the floor by stating that there was protection, there isn't protections for the victims in the Epstein bill.
The gentleman is no longer recognized. The gentleman from Maryland, you are recognized.
Thank you. I am prepared to close. I've got no more speakers on my side.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No.
Gentleman from Ohio has 30 seconds.
Can I inquire how much time is remaining?
30 seconds. 6 minutes, 15 seconds.
Take 30 his.
We reserve.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I'll take the opportunity of the Speaker's presence to respond to some of the things that he said. In the very presence of the victims and the survivors who come to join us today, the Speaker said that now would be a time we should be working on urgent legislative work. Mr. Speaker, justice is urgent legislative work. The truth is urgent legislative work. The Speaker says, why now? Why now? Well, Mr. Speaker, you were the one who refused to swear in Adelita Grajova for 50 days. We would have done it 50 days ago, but she provided the 218th signature on the discharge petition. So why now? It was because of your dilatory tactics, your delay, your postponement of it. Now, the gentleman says that there are not sufficient protections. There are protections in the bill for the victims to make sure that their names will be redacted. And yet we hear even the Speaker of the House of Representatives openly inviting the U.S. Senate to start finger painting on this bill, which we have waited more than 5 months to bring to the floor. The Senate should pass the bill exactly as it's written. The President should sign it exactly as he said he would when he finally changed his mind. And the Epstein file must be released. Moreover, if the President is serious about what he's saying, he's got the power to release the Epstein file right now. Nobody's stopping him. It's within his possession. It's within his control. He can release the whole thing, and he can redact the names of the victims and others who are innocent in this process. Mr. Speaker, Speaker Johnson said that these are unspeakable evils. Well, because of the bravery and the invincible courage of the women who've joined us today, they're no longer unspeakable. They're spoken. They're articulated. The cat is out of the bag, and we know what's been going on for decades. It's been a double standard of justice, going all the way back to Alex Acosta, who later got rewarded with a cabinet appointment in the Trump administration. Alex Acosta had a 60-count federal indictment ready to go against all kinds of people for an interstate sex trafficking conspiracy with solicitation, with child sex abuse, all of it. And he traded that 60-count federal indictment for 1 count in state court. And Jeffrey Epstein ended up getting the sweetest of sweetheart deals ever on the plea bargain front. He was free from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. to do whatever he wanted, and continuing to perpetrate his crimes and run his conspiracy, and then he would come and he would watch TV and spend the night in jail. And it was over in about a year after the rape and sexual abuse of hundreds and hundreds of girls, and he kept going, and he kept at it. We want the whole truth to come out. This is the United States of America. Even the British monarchy wouldn't put up with this. How about the American democracy? How about we say, no way, we're not going to allow this cover-up to go on for one day more. And I'm glad the president changed his mind after pulling out all the stops to try to get one of our Republican colleagues to change their mind, to remove their name from the discharge petition. He gave up. And I want to salute the gentlelady from Colorado from having the courage to stand her ground in the Situation Room in the White House and say, no, she wasn't going to be bullied. No. So I'm glad the president changed his mind. But let's be clear, Mr. President, you've got the power today to release the entire file. That's what you called for. That's what Pam Bondi called for. That's what Kash Patel called for. So we don't need anybody calling for the Senate to slow things down for more weeks and more months. The American people have had it. We'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is reminded to direct your comments to the chair and not your colleagues. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized, and you do have 90 seconds remaining. Correction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Texas.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
The Democrat Party, with help from the dishonest media, used the Epstein files not to seek justice from the victims, but to smear President Trump. And it's sickening, quite sickening. The Democrats have used the Epstein files to distract the American people from the wins President Trump and his administration have delivered for the American people for the last 11 months. I'm proud to work with my Republican colleagues on the House Oversight Committee in coordination with the Justice Department. 65,000 pages of documents are related from Epstein released. What have my Democrat colleagues done? They selectively leaked and altered documents to mislead the American people. As President Trump has stated, we have nothing to hide here. I'm voting to release the files so that we can move on from this smear campaign the Democrats have manufactured. God bless
Gentleman's
Donald J.
time has
Trump.
expired. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
All right. How much time do I have to close?
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank all of America for tuning in to this. I want to thank Representatives Massey and Khanna, Representative Green, all of those who have insisted upon bringing the truth forward and a reckoning with the reality of one of the worst international child sex trafficking rings ever to exist in the United States and the cover-up attendant to it. We've got the opportunity today to do justice for the victims, for the survivors who have come forward to say that the voice of the victims and the survivors must be put at the very center of our deliberations. Not shunted off to the side, not submerged, not subordinated, but put at the very center. We must hear from the people who themselves were victimized by this nightmare. Now, our colleagues across the aisle seem to want to make this into some sort of partisan contest. I haven't heard so much talk about the Democrats since the Democratic National Convention. And all that we've done here is to say we want to bring the truth forward. Along with a bipartisan group, we don't want the Senate monkeying around with this in order to slow things down. We want it passed in the Senate. We want it signed. And before that, if the president is true to his word and he wants to see all of this come to light, he can release it now instead of fighting, kicking, and screaming every step along the way. But I'm glad he's changed his mind, and I hope he maintains the momentum he's got to stick with the vast majority of the American people who want to see that the truth is done here. And while he's at it, the administration could reconsider their terrible policies gutting federal offices and programs designed to combat violence against women. The DOJ terminated hundreds of grants to police departments, defunding the police when it comes to investigating violent sex crimes and to support victims. His DOJ destroyed programs to combat international human trafficking rings. Let's get back on the side of the women. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker Johnson said it right. Why now after 4 years of doing nothing? Because going after President Trump is an obsession with these guys. Best example is John Brennan testified in front of our committee under oath, said he was not involved with the dossier. Only problem is Tulsi Gabbard declassified a report, released that report, and it said exactly the opposite. And she related a story in there where a CIA official went up to Mr. Brennan and said, we shouldn't include this in the report. And John Brennan's response was, yeah, but doesn't it ring true? Forget the facts, forget the truth, go after Trump, put it in. Same dynamic at work here. We're all for protecting innocent victims. We're all for exposing the bad guys who did bad things. But this is an obsession with the left. For 10 years, it's going after President Trump. So vote yes. Make sure the bad guys are held accountable. We all want to do that. Speaker Johnson's right. I think it's going to be unanimous. But understand what they're doing, because they had 4 years and didn't do a darn thing. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 4405? Those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say no.
We're about to have the vote.
In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without
Can I request a
objection,
recorded vote, Mr. Speaker?
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Yeah, I'm requesting a recorded vote.
Here we go.
The gentleman from Maryland has requested a recorded vote. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device.
Here is the vote.
Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on the motion to suspend the rules will be followed by 5-minute votes on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 879, adoption of House Resolution 879 if ordered, and adoption of House Resolution 878. This is a 15-minute vote.
So this is the vote on the bill, which is expected to be possibly unanimous. This is the bill to tell the Justice Department to release the Epstein files. But again, to actually take effect, become law, the Senate would need to pass it. It's not even clear if the Senate's going to have a vote on it. And then President Trump would need to sign it. But at least so far, you heard Speaker Johnson, we've heard Marjorie Taylor Greene, both say they think it might be unanimous or near unanimous. So most of the House is expected to vote yes. So we'll see if anybody votes no. All yes so far, but they are voting on it right now. But this bill, this in the House itself, if they pass it, will not force the Justice Department to release the files because it's not a law yet. While we're watching this vote, it is live right now. The vote is live right now. You're watching it. I do want to say a couple quick thanks. Thanks to Mary McHugh-2 and Sevenfold for your support. Sparky Pilot Sniper. Machiavel 50, thank you. Josine. Groovy Goose, Jack MCK, CAC 13, Subtle Spire, the comment section, Coptic by Faith, Patricia Grace, Tyler Martin, The Watchman, Neotrip, Josh B, Jiggle Jess. Thanks for your support. Also, Oxytropus on Twitch, Who Shot JR. Thanks for your support on Twitch, Sandy Doggo, Da Bears, and eBiker92. So this is the vote. Again, no one has voted no. It might be a unanimous vote. Fred Flintstone, our viewer, thinks it's all for nothing. So Fred either thinks it's not going to become a law, or even if it does become a law, then files still won't be released. But this is quite, I mean, you know, this was not seen as a likely scenario when this petition was first brought up. And it has gained momentum over time. And now we're at the point where there actually is a vote, and it's going to pass perhaps with a unanimous majority. And President Trump was against the House Republicans voting for it until I think it was Friday. And then I think it was Friday, it was in the last few days when President Trump came out and said that he changed his position and wanted House Republicans to vote for it. But quite a turn of events. I'm glad we got to show you a bunch of the debate. I'm going to actually shorten this. To do that. But to repeat, the House passing this does not mean the files are released. It means that the Senate it means that the bill has passed the House. And to become law, the Senate would have to pass it and Trump would have to sign it, President Trump. So will the Senate have a vote on this bill? If they do, by the way, the House and Senate need to pass the same bill. So if the House passes a different version of the bill, well then, if the Senate passes a different version, well, then the House and Senate have to agree on a version and both pass that version. So what's going to happen with the Senate? We'll have to see. We just don't know right now. Trump would not have to... A fair point by one of our viewers that Trump could veto it if there's a 2/3 majority in both the House and the Senate. That would be enough to overcome a Trump veto. So now I don't know, if Trump vetoes it, then you would need a 2/3 vote, I believe, in the House and the Senate to overcome the veto. No votes yet. And I believe you would need another vote in the House and Senate to override the veto. You would need 2/3 in both. There are no votes yet. Thanks, Lorna Landgren, for your support. It is not clear what will happen in the Senate. We don't even know if the Senate will vote on this bill. Thank you, Johnny Hexa from Greece. Thank you also, Norman Ritchie from Scotland, I guess, who liked the debate. 131 have voted so far, all yes votes. The Washington Post today says Senate Majority Leader Thune has not said publicly whether the Senate will take up the Epstein bill. Supporters of the legislation are hopeful that the strong House vote will pressure the Senate to move forward. If Senator Thune does not bring the Epstein bill to the floor of the Senate, any senator could try to pass it by unanimous consent, which would allow it to pass as long as no senator objects. Thank you, Nick Sturgis. Thank you, Nick, for your support. Our viewer joint specialist thinks Senate will have to if they want to have any political career. Actually, I'm going to go back to my original headline because I think it's more accurately descriptive. Bill to release Epstein files. There we go. I'm going to leave it like that because if they pass it, doesn't mean the files are released. Soulstar, our viewer, thinks even if they all vote to release it, we will never get to the truth. So far, no votes, all yes votes. We are up to 188 people have voted in the House. 190, all yes votes. Another story we'll talk about after the vote is that hold on a second. I want to just make sure I have this correctly. Described for you. A federal court in Texas has blocked the new Texas congressional map, which was intended to give Republicans around 5 more seats in the U.S. House. I believe this might be appealed. I don't believe that's the final word. That's a 3-judge panel. But I'll have to look into that more when we get a second. I haven't really had time to really look into it. We'll talk about it after. Yeah, that case could end up in the Supreme Court, the Texas redistricting case. So again, I'm reading one article that says Texas Republicans will likely appeal that decision. All right, guys. So we now have a majority of people have voted on this bill, and you can see it is still unanimous. It's still unanimous in the House, a bill to force the Department of Justice to release the Epstein files. Wow, unanimous so far. It's going to pass. Will the Senate pass the bill? Will they pass the same bill so it can then go to the president? What's going to happen? The Senate could pass a different version of the bill, but then the House and the Senate have to agree on the bill. Ghost of Eazy-E says they better pass it if they want a career. Thank you, Boston Brat. And thanks for your comment, Boston Brat, who says, being abused is a lifelong trauma that takes peace away. I wish peace for all survivors. Thank you also to Dawn. $300 have now voted. Over 300 still all yes. Will it be unanimous? Yeah, the 15 minutes is up, but that's pretty common that the votes go past the allotted time. JD63 thinks no one wants to get primary. Scott Wong with NBC News reports that Representative Ronnie Jackson initially voted no, then switched to yes. That might have been a mistake. Now, I do see one no. I do see one no. There is a no up there. I don't know who the no is. I'll try to find out for you. I think there might have been a no before, but then it switched. Oh, it's a Democratic vote. It's not even a Republican vote. It's a Democratic vote, as you pointed out. So sometimes there can be a vote that's not correct, and then the person switches it. So I don't know what the deal is with that one vote. Thank you, Kimante Fisher, for your support. I really appreciate it, Kimante Fisher. Thanks also so much to our moderators who are here. Really appreciate all of our moderators. While I have a second. Bash and Girl Hearsay, thanks for moderating. Idaho Star, I got that fired. Matthew Kohai 3 and Sarah on Twitch. Thanks so much. Linda Bell, Larry, Misha over there on X. Thanks for moderating for us. Ruth Krafasi on YouTube and all of our other YouTube moderators. Sorry if I'm missing anyone. And on Facebook, We've had Kay Lowry Body and Margaret Riley and Paul Anderson and Shannon Davis Hughes. Huge thanks to our moderators. Thank you. Thanks to Rebecca Davis and Robert Rial II, Chuck Mosca, and our other subscribers over on Facebook. So we have, the no vote disappeared. Okay. The no vote disappeared. Maybe it was as an accident. So only 52 votes left. Only 52 votes. Is it going to be unanimous? We are close to a unanimous, unanimous House passage of this? 47 votes left. Oh my gosh. 46 votes left. Thank you, Lorna Landgren. Thank you, Lorna Landgren. I think the answer is yes, Lorna Landgren. $39 votes left. So far, no votes. Only 36 votes left. Thank you, DS, for your support. Thank you, DS. Thank you also, Saku Setala. Thank you. 34. Oh, now there's one no, but again, we've seen two other no's come up, and then they got changed to yeses. So I don't know if that's a real no vote or not. We'll just have to see. So earlier, ABC's Ben Siegel reports that Ronnie Jackson accidentally voted against it and then changed it to a yes. So that's one of the two before no votes was Ronnie Jackson, Republican, and he told ABC News that that was an accident and he changed it to yes. So the one no here, we'll have to see if that stays there. Ronald Jong says a unanimous decision in Congress is crazy in today's world. I don't know how often it happens. I mean, I don't follow every single vote they take on everything. So you don't hear about them much, but I don't know exactly how often it happens. I haven't seen reporting. Hey guys, Scott Wong reports that Clay Higgins of Louisiana is the only no vote so far. Clay Higgins of Louisiana. That's via Scott Wong. Oh, also, Scott Wong reports that the other that there was another vote by Danny Davis of Illinois who mistakenly voted for no, and then he switched to yes. So far, the one no is reportedly, according to Scott Wong, Clay Higgins of Louisiana. Nine votes left. Eight votes left now. Again, this is the bill to tell the Justice Department, to force the Justice Department to release the Epstein files. Once it passes, then it's up to then we'll see if the Senate passes it. We do not know if they will even have a vote on it in the Senate. It's up to them to do what they will with it. Six votes left. 5 votes left. Our viewer Boosted thinks we're not going to see any files anytime soon. Lucy Goosey thinks this is pretty symbolic regardless of the politics. I wonder if we'll get any reaction from any of the House members after the vote. We'll have to see. Still 5 have not voted yet. Oh, Clay Higgins posted about his vote, one of our viewers said. I didn't even check. Clay Higgins posted about his vote. Thanks to the viewer for letting me know. He said, make it small here. He said, what was wrong with the bill 3 months ago is still wrong today. Hold on. He thinks it'll result in, as written, the bill will result in innocent people being hurt, he thinks. He thinks the bill will reveal and injure thousands of innocent people. All right, hold on a moment.
On this vote, the yeas are 427, the nays are 1. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Breaking news, the House has passed the bill to release the Epstein files. I think it was 427 to 1 with 5 no votes. I think there were 5 no votes. I mean, 5 non-votes. 1 no vote.
Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 879, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 47, House Resolution 879. Resolution providing for consideration of the joint resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 80, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to.
All right, we'll keep an eye on this, but so it was 427 to 1. There was 1 no vote, and then 1 person voted no, and 5 people didn't vote. I don't know about the didn't votes, but there were 5 who did not vote. Either way. Again, I'll show you what Clay Higgins said in a second. but I want to make sure we're not going to hear anything more. They might just be totally moving on right now.
Record of decision, providing for consideration of the concurrent resolution, House Concurrent Resolution 58, denouncing the horrors of socialism, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 1949, to repeal restrictions on the export of import of natural gas, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 3109, to require the Secretary of Energy to direct the National Petroleum report.
I'm going to show you what Clay Higgins had to say.
United States and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 5107, to repeal the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022, enacted by the District of Columbia Council, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 5214, to require mandatory pretrial and post-conviction detention for crimes of violence and dangerous crimes and require mandatory cash bail for certain offenses.
Let's look at what Clay Higgins said. So Clay Higgins said, I have been a principal, he's a big Trump supporter, by the way. Clay Higgins says, I have been a principled no on this bill from the beginning. All right, let's hear hold on, what are they saying? They're not dealing with the bill right now. With the bill they already passed. So we'll see if we get any reaction from people that I can show you. But Clay Higgins said, I've been a principled no on this bill from the beginning. What was wrong with the bill 3 months ago is still wrong today. It abandons 250 years of criminal justice procedure in America. As written, this bill reveals and injures thousands of innocent people, witnesses, people who provided alibis, family members, etc. If enacted in its current form, this type of broad reveal of criminal investigative files released to a rabid media will absolutely result in innocent people being hurt. He said, not by my vote. The Oversight Committee is conducting a thorough investigation of that has already released well over 60,000 pages of documents from the Epstein case. That effort will continue in a manner that provides all due protections for innocent Americans. If the Senate amends the bill to properly address privacy of victims and other Americans who are named but not criminally implicated, then I will vote for that bill when it comes back to the House. That's from Clay Higgins. I don't know who the 5 no votes were. I don't know if some of them were just not there. There was 1 no vote. There were 5 non-votes. So I don't know who the 5 non-votes were and what the deal with that is. So will we be hearing, it's possible that in the next few minutes we'll hear from some of the House members. So I'm waiting. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a moment. I have right here, I already have a live shot, which is of outside the House. So I think we're going to hear from some House members shortly. Give me a moment. I'm gonna get that on the screen. So I have it here, and so I can show it to you. But I already have 1 live shot that's about to start outside the House of Representatives. So I'm just getting this ready here. All right, I have that ready when it starts. All right, give me 1 moment. 1 moment here. So it passed 427 to 1. Let me just put this. Now goes to Senate. There we go. And we're waiting to get possibly some reaction from outside the House of Representatives. Here's a headline right here from Reuters. You'll see it in a second. U.S. House passes measure to force release of Epstein files. An outcome that President Trump had fought for months before ending his opposition. 2 days after Trump's about-face, the vote passed 427 to 1. Sending a resolution that would require the release of all unclassified records on Epstein to the Senate for consideration. You know, I should look this up. Today, Trump called a reporter who asked about it a terrible person. You know, we had to... I want to find where this was asked about. We were watching. I want to show you. I believe we didn't see it because what happened is we were watching the Trump appearance with Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman today, and then the debate started in the House. So I ended up leaving the Trump event and going to show you the debate, but we didn't see all the questions. So there was a question about it, I believe, today that we didn't see. And I'm going to see if I can just find it here.
11, the previous question is ordered.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. 1 second here. Hold on. They're voting on something else now in the House. So let me see if I can find for you the clip that, again, I have to, if I want to show it to you, I got to find it myself. And I got to find it from a source that I have the rights to. But I'm looking at it right now.
And who's highly respected, asking him about...
Hold on. Was it like right at the end? I got to find it here. Got to dig it up.
I want to say the relationship is with, right? It's an interest. Gets out of your life. He's done it now. We have seen surprise. You could let something. I'll tell you something. I think the perpetrators.
I think I found it. I found it. I found it. Okay, here it is. This is from earlier today when... let me just see. What are they talking about in the House right now?
Capitol Hill more animatedly than Brett.
Okay. Let's look at... this right now. Okay, here it is. I have it on the screen for you. This was earlier today. No, this is not the ABC reporter. This is different. We didn't see this. This is when Trump was asked about the Epstein files. But we had already switched our coverage to the debate about the Epstein files. So we didn't see this earlier when we were watching this. Here's when Trump was asked about the Epstein vote and Epstein files during his appearance today.
That's right, but it's pretty.
Mr. President, why wait for Congress to release the Epstein files? Why not just do it now?
You know, it's not the question that I mind, it's your attitude. I think you are a terrible reporter. It's the way you ask these questions. You start off with a man who's highly respected, asking him a horrible, insubordinate, and just a terrible question. And you could even ask that.
Oh, to interrupt. So was this reporter, because I hadn't seen this part. Was this reporter the reporter who earlier from ABC News, who asked a question about saying people were upset that Mohammed bin Salman was in the Oval Office because Saudis were involved in 9/11, and also she asked about Khashoggi. So is it the same person? People are saying yes, okay, because he got upset. If it's the same person, he was upset at her before. Same. Okay, so fine. Thank you for that perspective. So let me just rewind it a couple seconds. But this is the second. I guess if that's true, this is the second time she'd asked a question.
Same in the report. I've been able to come in. Is that pretty good?
Mr.
I don't know if that
President,
number's right, but it's pretty
Mr. President, 1 week for Congress to release the Epstein files. Why not just do it now?
You know, it's not the question that I mind, it's your attitude. I think you are a terrible reporter. It's the way you ask these questions. You start off with a man who's highly respected, asking him a horrible, insubordinate, and just a terrible question. And you could even ask that same exact question nicely. You're all psyched up. Somebody psychs you over at ABC. They're going to psych it. You're a terrible person and a terrible reporter. As far as the Epstein files is, I have nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. I threw him out of my club many years ago because I thought he was a sick pervert. But I guess I turned out to be right. But you know who does have? Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, who ran Harvard, was with him every single night, every single weekend. They lived together. They went to his island many times. I never did. Andrew Weissman here. All these guys were friends of his. You don't even talk about those people. You just keep going on the Epstein files. And what the Epstein is a Democrat hoax to try and get me not to be able to talk about the $21 trillion that I talked about today. It's a hoax. Now, I just got a little report, and I put it in my pocket, of all the money that he's given to Democrats. He gave me none, zero, no money to me. But he gave money to Democrats. And people are wise to your hoax. And ABC's, your company, your crappy company, is one of the perpetrators. And I'll tell you something.
So why not just sign it now?
I think the license should be taken away from ABC because your news is so fake and it's so wrong. And we have a great commissioner, the chairman, who should look at that, because I think when you come in and when you're 97% negative to Trump and then Trump wins the election in a landslide, that means obviously your news is not credible and you're not credible as a reporter. So I've answered your question. You should go and look at the Democrats who received money from Epstein, who spent their time. Larry Summers was with him all the time. That creep, the fund guy, was with him all the time. What's his name?
Reid Hoffman.
Reid Hoffman. I don't know Reid Hoffman, but I know he spends a lot of money on the radical left. Reid Hoffman, in my opinion, should be under investigation. He's a sleazebag. And those are the people, but they don't get any press, they don't get any news, and you're not after the radical left because you're a radical left network. But I think the way you ask a question with the anger and the meanness is terrible. You got to go back and learn how to be a reporter. No more questions from you. Who else has a question?
Friends, very quickly, I want to ask you, how much money is Saudi Arabia?
Okay, so that was earlier. I'm glad we got to watch that because we hadn't seen it before. And the reporter was Mary Bruce. I'm seeing articles about it. Some of our viewers, I think, said that too. Mary Bruce from ABC. Okay, so that happened. I was hoping to get you guys maybe some reaction. There's supposed to be a live shot outside the House of Representatives, but the thing is, it's not live yet, and the House is still doing stuff. We'll give it a few minutes and see if we get any response after the House vote. By the way, thanks to Machiavel50, thank you, and Callie Raven, who hopes the bill passes the Senate. Thanks, Callie Raven. Also, ya boy and Bullet 850, who says, do you think this is all 100% of the files? Well, there's questions about if the Senate passed it and then President Trump signed it, would all the files be released? Or would there be some kind of attempt to say that they can't release some of them for some reason? I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. Some people are mentioning this. A couple days ago, President Trump referred to a Bloomberg News reporter as Piggy. That was Catherine Lucy, asked about a Jeffrey Epstein related question. And Trump said, "Quiet, Piggy." I don't know if I might have access to that. Hold on a second here. I might have to download the video. I'm looking at it right now. One second. That was, when was it? Was that yesterday? When was it? A few days ago? Yeah, if I could look it up and maybe get you the video. It was yesterday, I think. Sunday night? One of the viewers said Sunday night. Maybe I can find it here. Give me one more moment. See if I can pull it up for you. So Monday, let's see. Departs Florida. Maybe it was, maybe it was from Monday. Maybe that's when it came out. I don't know if I can dig it up right now. It might take too long to dig up. I probably can, I don't know if it's worth the time to go through and try to dig it up. It's on social media. You can find it on social media. It's not hard to find. It is not hard to find. So you can go look it up. All right, I was giving this a few minutes just to see in the House. The House is still doing stuff. What did they just do? Oh, did they just do something? Hold on, what did they just do? Yeah, they're still conducting business in the House. So I was thinking maybe we'll hear from some of the House members after the vote, but they're still conducting business in the House. But yeah, if you want to go watch that clip, it's there. Oh, I did want to mention the about Texas. I said I'd mention that. So this could certainly be important depending on how it plays out in the courts. Hold on. Hold on. Federal judges block Texas from using new congressional map. Remember a few months ago, I think it was, Texas, after being prompted by Trump, I have the camera outside the, after being prompted by Trump, Texas redrew their congressional map to give more seats to Republicans in the U.S. House. A federal court today, says Reuters, blocked Texas from using this new congressional map. They say it's a major blow for Texas Republicans who had been urged by President Trump to redraw the boundaries to help protect his party's narrow House majority. But this decision is going to be appealed. Likely, the panel 2-1 said that substantial evidence shows Texas racially gerrymandered the new map. The panel said that the 2026 election should use the 2021 map. But again, from what I understand, it is likely that this will be appealed and it could end up in the Supreme Court. So this is not the last word on this. Certainly, it would be a big deal if ultimately the Supreme Court, if it got there, ruled that Texas could not use their redistricted map. Hold on. There's a live shot outside the House. Wait, let me pull this up for you. Live shot outside the House. I have to get it on the screen. Live shot from outside the House of Representatives. What's going on here? I don't know.
Expect some action to move the Capitol to the Senate this afternoon. The Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer says that he plans to try to force a vote on this issue today. Asking all 100 senators to actually vote floor and actually object. So that could be a moment.
All right, so we're waiting to see maybe some House members come out and give some commentary on the vote that just happened. Let's see what happens.
How's it going? How do you feel to see the House?
Oh, that's a family member of one of the survivors. That's I think that's Virginia Giuffre's brother, isn't it? I think that's Virginia Giuffre's brother.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
She was one of the Epstein victims.
Sitting for a car for me. So
that's Haley Robson, I think. She's an Epstein survivor. The camera's going in and out.
I could do now.
I'll see you in Rainbow.
I'll be right here.
Okay.
Are you okay?
Did I get her name wrong? I might have. I'm sorry if I did. Thank you to Tammy Hicks. Thank you, Tammy Hicks, and also Rule, our member. Thank you. Wow Factor and Ya Boy, thanks for being members. Thanks, Machiavel50. Thanks, Fred Witherow, for your support. I appreciate it, Fred Witherow. Has Trump posted anything? I'm not aware. I have to check and see.
We'll do anything for.
No, Trump has not posted on True Social. Give me 1 second here. Give me 1 sec. Is that happening? Speaker Johnson is supposed to maybe speak. I don't know if we'll have coverage of that. We'll have to see. I'm looking at the House proceedings on the other shot. I just saw Speaker Johnson. There's people still there. We're waiting to see if people come out and they talk with them. No, I don't know. Multiple people in the chat have said the Senate is voting on this tomorrow. I don't know where people are getting that information. There has been no Senate vote scheduled. It's not even clear that they will hold a vote on this. But it has certainly not been scheduled that I've seen. It's not clear what's going to happen in the Senate, how it's going to go. Thanks, Machiavel. Oh, Machiavel, we covered the Survivor. We covered multiple press conferences earlier today. We did coverage of a Survivor's press conference at like 9 in the morning. But I'm waiting for to see. Thank you, Machiavel 50. I'm waiting to see if we get interviews with survivors or House members after the vote has taken place. That's why the camera's out there right now.
I'm in the show right now. Doug on my back page. Is anyone there? I'd like to make a change to the Johnson law. What, you went straight to his road break? No, 24? Yeah. She's got that.
Okay, yeah, I didn't see it. I looked during the day.
Oh, I just saw this. Max Cohen, who is with Punchbowl News, Max Cohen just posted that the Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, says he expects the Epstein Files bill to move quickly through the Senate, given that the House vote was 427-1 and it has Trump's support. Thune says he doesn't think any amendments are likely. So I mean, that certainly suggests that it's that they're going to vote on it in the Senate, and it's going to be soon. That's what it suggests. Again, Max Cohen from Punchbowl reporting that John Thune, Senate Majority Leader, says he expects the bill, the Epstein Files bill, to move quickly through the Senate, and doesn't think any amendments are likely.
Oh my God. Perfect. Just the odd one. Maybe she should just send us the odd one. Can you send me the otter?
So that's very interesting. Well, we'll have to see what happens. CBS News' Caitlin Huey Burns just posted something similar. She said John Thune, Senate Majority Leader, says that they're unlikely to make amendments and the Senate will move fairly quickly on this bill. And that so we'll have to see. Moo Moo, our viewer, says no amendments.
I don't understand why. It's like, send us the fucking. Can you just send us the otter? Why can't we just send out the line?
They're still doing stuff in the House, so. See a lot of reporters waiting outside the House. PB and Jam says that was big news from John Thune.
It's like literally 30 seconds.
Does seem like big news.
Just some like
Maybe we'll be on the air this week covering a Senate vote. Oh, okay. So, guys, I have an update here. So, Max Cohen with Punchbowl says that that John Thune, the Senate Majority Leader, says he believes that the bill could pass the Senate as soon as this week. as soon as this week. He also said it could perhaps pass by unanimous consent, where I guess they wouldn't even do unanimous consent. I think is where you don't even have recorded votes. I'll double check that. So maybe they would do it without a recorded vote in the Senate. So people don't actually all have to go on the record, and they ask if there's an objection and nobody objects. I'd like to find out a little more about that, but that's interesting. Yeah, the United States Senate on their website says much of the Senate business is conducted by unanimous consent, in which a measure passes so long as no senator objects. So I guess you just bring it up, and then you say, "Are there any objections?" And nobody says no, nobody says "I object," and that's it. So they might do it like that, which is interesting.
Fairly quickly is a quote. Fairly quickly.
I think I hear Manu Raju from CNN talking about that quote from Thune saying fairly quickly. But I might be wrong.
All you need is another doctor's appointment. That's what's missing in your schedule.
So they can pass it. Because Thune said they can pass the Senate as early as today.
Now, one of the reporters there said Thune said he thinks it could pass the Senate as early as today. I just heard a reporter say that.
Yeah, this is huge news. The Senate Majority Leader.
So I hear them talking about Thune, the reporters there.
So this whole twist on Trump is just gross.
The latest batch of the Epstein Files.
Oh, hold on a second, guys. I have an update. I have an update for you guys. Caitlin Collins from CNN says Manu Raju, who I think maybe we were hearing, says that Leader Thune in the Senate says the Epstein Files vote could happen as soon as tonight, with no changes given the large margin in the House. Thanks, David L. David L. says unanimous consent cannot override a presidential veto. Well, if the President Trump says he will sign it if the House and Senate pass it, but if he changed his mind and vetoed it, oh, there's Ro Khanna, then the House and Senate would have to vote again.
What's your reaction? And what do you I'm so proud of the survivors. This
Ro
is
Khanna.
really a tribute to them. They had to come to the Capitol 2 times. They showed enormous courage. Finally, the country listening to them. They be proud, and survivors around America really deserve our credit. It's time for the Epstein class to go, to be held accountable. It was an overwhelming vote, 427 to 1. This should pass the Senate quickly. Senator Thune now has said that the president's ready to sign it. There should be no amendment or shenanigans in the Senate. Send the bill to the president. And I really hope that the president will take this moment and invite the survivors at the bill signing, because he is the president of the United States. Him having the survivors there really will be a statement to the nation and the world that what happened was horrific and can never happen again.
Any comment on Hakeem Jeffrey's campaign soliciting money from Jeffrey Epstein himself back in 2013?
It's the first time hearing about it, obviously.
Comer said it on the floor.
Well, I don't know if it's true. I mean, you're just saying it, but obviously anyone who took money from him should return the money or didn't donate the money. And I don't.
Should he step down as leader?
I have to look at. You're saying is about it, but he should certainly return the money or donate the money. And it's the first time, honestly, hearing about it.
Do you trust the administration and the Department of Justice to handle files appropriately if this passes? Do you trust them not to?
Sorry, the camera signal is in and out there, so it's pausing and then coming back.
An overwhelming vote from the United States Congress, and when he signs the bill, it's going to be law. So any person who is engaged in illegal conduct or hiding names, they could face criminal. So I do believe that we're going to start to get the files out. Look, what do the American people want to know? They want to know who else visited Epstein's Island, who raped young girls, who abused young girls, who are the other people who were involved. Some of those names have been shared with Thomas Massey and me, by survivors and survivors' lawyers. But what we need those files to come out.
Yeah. Tough signal.
And I do believe a lot of them will come out, and there are a lot of people who've seen these files. Department career officials, people in previous administrations. So if people tamper with them, they will get caught.
What message does these votes send?
It's a message that Americans are sick and tired of a Epstein class, powerful men who thought they could do anything. I mean, it was sick. A rape island where young girls were taken and trafficked, and it's a horrific moment in our history. It is going to be something we have to grapple with as a nation. I do think when these files, from what I've heard from survivors, it's going to shock people that we allowed this to happen, that these rich and powerful people were so divorced from American values, and it's in a bipartisan way with working together.
About MBS's visit to.
I said, what first? He's meeting with MBS, the Crown Prince is meeting with the survivors. I mean, how about focusing on making sure? Right.
Sorry for the signal, guys. I don't have another video. So.
Giving too many of our secrets to was killed Khashoggi. I do get back. Thank you.
All right, so we got to hear some of what he said, which was good. At least they have a camera out there. This is the AFP camera.
Something else now and say The records were destroyed. They destroyed the records. You're going to come up with something. Oh, we all did it. We all did it. President Trump wants it. It's going to exonerate. It's going to clear him.
Yeah.
So I think he's put this back on the Democrats now. You know? But you know what? If Trump was in it, Joe Biden would have. He didn't do it.
It's weird. They have a camera out, but it's such a bad signal.
Mentioned the latest trouble than anyone else.
Steve Files. Obviously,
I can't steal coverage. I can't just steal it from some other network. I can only use what I have access to.
Hillary not want to come up and we subpoenaed.
Reuters does not have a camera out there.
It's a big cover-up. You know what's so so interesting about it? It's all the Democrats. The Democrats that are tied to Larry Epstein.
Oh, this is not Ro Khanna.
The Democrats. It's not Donald. And spending. Why? It's nice to see you guys owe him and owe Donald Trump.
I keep hoping it'll get better.
I put out a post about the Epstein Files. I got 12 million. And when thousands of.
This is Troy Nels, by the way, from Texas.
Pedophile?
It's too bad they don't have a better signal.
He'd have been indicted. And demonstrations at the. What? They didn't do anything. Matter of fact. Okay, we. Epstein.
Yeah, it's not really.
What do you make of Donald Trump's?
It's not really great. Well, we'll leave it on for a second, see if it gets better. Again, I don't have another camera out there. This is the only one I have.
There's going to be, and you're going to truth. You're going to tell downright lies, downright lies about Donald, and it's shameful. I some of you counsel.
It is not going well.
But there's problems in that health insurance that you can.
Well, I'll keep an eye on it. Maybe it'll get better, but I'm sorry. That's the only camera I have access to out there, but it's having a lot of problems. It's weird. Now he's walking around and it's okay. It was fine for a while. I wonder if he has to the person put the camera down. I wonder if they have to, if they're going to try resetting something. It seemed pretty bad. Usually it's not that bad. Again, CNN is reporting that the Senate might vote on this as soon as tonight. Hey, a big thanks to Katie Williams for your support. She says, this type of stuff happens. It's awful. Time for accountability. Let's stand together. Thanks, Katie Williams. I appreciate your support. Thanks for the gift memberships as well. Thanks, David L. as well. Thank you, David L. Now, the camera was put down and it got picked up again. Thanks, Rizzo. Rizzo says, walk the package over for a vote now. Thanks to the Rocket King for your support. All right, if there's another interview, I'll let you know. The camera seems to be working all right now, but it's not interviewing anybody. Mecco says, go Senate, vote now. MZ, our viewer, says, as a voter, I would want a recorded vote. I deserve a recorded vote. Our viewer JDA said, if everything that Trump said to the reporter who asked him about the Epstein vote today, Epstein Files today was true, why not release the Epstein Files today? I think JDA's view is that if Trump was suggesting that there were a number of Democrats who were saying very friendly with Epstein, so and maybe implying that I'd have to go back and look about it. You might think of his remarks as implying there was some wrongdoing by prominent Democrats. JDA is saying if Trump thinks that's true, why would he not want to release the files today? That's what JDA said, our viewer. If you want to see Trump's exact, we played it earlier, you can rewind and see the exact answer he gave to the reporter. All right, here's what I think we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do, okay? We've been on since the morning, and I haven't even had lunch. So I think the best thing to do is, it's possible there'll be a vote on this tonight in the Senate, but it's not going to be right this second. So I think I need to eat something. I need to get off the air and eat something. Because especially if we might have to come back on the air later. So I'm going to start wrapping up this stream, and then if there's a Senate vote tonight, we'll come back on the air, okay? Sorry, I'd like to do more coverage, but I gotta go eat something. I gotta take a break and eat. Okay? So I really appreciate you guys being here, and we very well, I mean, I'm guessing we'll have coverage of the Senate vote when it happens. But maybe I don't think it's happening 5 minutes from now. By the way, AP is reporting that AP says that Senate Majority Leader Thune says his chamber will act swiftly on the Epstein bill. All right, so let me wrap this up. Let's see if let me go eat. I'd like to be able to go eat. But we'll do another video stream if the Senate votes on it. Hey, so I really appreciate you guys watching. What's happening here? Okay. I really appreciate you guys tuning in. And if you want, subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news here without an agenda. Agenda Free TV. Subscribe and follow. I would turn on notifications so you don't miss a stream. We have our own notification system. It works great. It's free. You sign up once. You get sent a message whenever we go live so you don't miss a stream. I don't know when I'm coming back on the air. So I would sign up for those. The mods will post a link to the notifications in the chat, and you can find those notifications, the link to the notifications also on Facebook and YouTube in the description of this video. So sign up for the notifications, and I will post updates about this and other stories on my X account while I'm not on the air, which is, nope, it's not there. It's at Lookner on X, right there, at Lookner. Follow me over there for breaking news, including about this story. And also, another way to find out when we're live is to follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I always post there before we go live, and I post updates about the channel there. Oh, by the way, you know what I might have right now for you? Hey guys, I think I might have a clean video of moments ago of Ro Khanna and the other representative speaking. So maybe I'll put that up there from AFP. Hold on, let's see. Bonus coverage for you. Let's make this work. Is this going to work?
This is really a tribute to them. They had to come to the Capitol 2 times. They showed enormous courage. and finally the country is listening to them. They really should be proud, and survivors around America really deserve our credit. It's time for the Epstein class to go, to be held accountable. It was an overwhelming vote, 427 to 1. This should pass the Senate quickly. Senator Thune now has said that the president's ready to sign it. There should be no amendments or shenanigans in the Senate. Send the bill to the president. I really hope that the president will take this moment and invite the survivors at the bill signing, because he is the president of the United States. Him having the survivors there really will be a statement to the nation and the world that what happened was horrific and can never happen again.
Any comment on?
Then it got bad. Hold on, let's see. Is it better? Let's see.
It's the first time hearing about it, obviously.
Homer said it on the floor.
Well, I don't know if it's true. I mean, you're just saying it, but obviously anyone who took money from him should return the money or didn't donate the money. And I don't.
Should he step down as leader?
I have to look at what you're saying. It's the first time hearing about it, but he should certainly return the money or donate the money. And it's the first time honestly hearing about it.
Do you trust the administration to handle files appropriately if this passes? Do you trust them not to redact Donald Trump's names and files?
Well, I am concerned about the process, but they've just had an overwhelming vote from the United States Congress, and when he signs the bill, it's going to be law. So any person who is engaged in illegal conduct or hiding names, they could face criminal prosecution. So I do believe that we're going to start to get the files out. Look, what do the American people want to know? They want to know who else visited Epstein's Island, who raped young girls, who abused young girls, who are the other people who were involved. Some of those names have been shared with Thomas Massey and me by survivors and survivors' lawyers. But what we need is for those files to come out, the files on Epstein's computers, the witness memorandum, the interviews, and I do believe a lot of them will come out. And there are a lot of people who've seen these files, the victims' lawyers, other Justice Department career officials, people in previous administrations. So if people tamper with them, they will get caught.
What message does this vote send?
It sends a message that Americans are finally sick and tired of a Epstein class of rich and powerful men who thought they could get away with anything. I mean, it was sick to create a rape island where young girls were taken, and it's a horrific moment in our history. It is going to be something we have to grapple with as a nation. I do think when these files come out, from what I've heard from survivors, it's going to shock people that we allowed this to happen, that these rich and powerful people were so divorced from ordinary American values. And it says that this country is turning a corner, and it's turning a corner in a bipartisan way with Democrats and Republicans working together and voting overwhelmingly for this.
Congressman, do you have any concerns about MBS's visit to the White House today?
Well, I said, what happened to America First? He's meeting with MBS, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, instead of meeting with the survivors. I mean, how about focusing on making sure American girls are not being raped? And I do have concerns about giving too many of our secrets or weapons to MBS. It was killed Khashoggi. I have to get back. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think there's one more interview on this replay, our bonus coverage of the replay of the interviews. So let me go to that. Hold on. Let me forward it, see if I can get you the next interview. Oh, no, that's it. That was it. That was it. All right, so I wanted to play you that. We were wrapping up the stream, though. I got to eat something. If there's a vote in the Senate tonight, I'll come back on and cover it, but I got to take a break and go eat something. Thanks to Katie Williams for the additional memberships and the support. Thank you so much, Katie Williams. I already mentioned before, subscribe, follow, turn on the notifications for the channel. Again, the mods will post the link to the free notifications in the chat. And follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I post there when we're going live. Follow me at Lookner on X, where I post about breaking news. I really appreciate all you guys tuning in. Not just guys, men and women tuning in. Thank you for tuning in. And I appreciate it, and thanks for those of you who've been sending me updates and letting me read your comments on the air and posting in the chat. And also, what was I going to say? Huge thanks to our moderators. They're amazing. That's the reason that we can have chat rooms. It's so great that we can have chat rooms where people with different views can share them, but we keep it respectful in there. And the reason that we can have chat rooms is our moderators. They're keeping it under control. They're keeping it civil in there. So thanks so much to our moderators who've been here all day since the morning. Ruth Grafasi over there on YouTube, Leslie Ladyhawk, and all of our YouTube moderators and our Twitch, all of our other YouTube moderators, our Twitch moderators, Bash and Girl, Good Luck Duck, Hearsay, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and our other Twitch moderators who've been there. Thank you so much. On Facebook, Kay Lowry, Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, Shannon Davis Hughes, huge thanks. And Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. Thanks to all of our mods. Huge thank you. And hey, thanks everybody who donated too. That's so nice of you guys. That is what allows the channel to be on the air. So I really, really appreciate it. Hopefully I got everybody. Big Dog Gaming, I think I owe an extra thanks to. Big Dog Gaming, thanks for your support. And if you ever want to donate, you go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But thank you so much. Rocket King. Oh, did I thank Rizzo? I think I thanked. Rocket King, did I thank you? I hope. So thanks to you all for your support. Very much appreciated. Hey, also, we do have a chat. You can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air on Discord. And our free Discord chat, it's free. A bunch of our viewers really like doing the Discord chat. Check it out. It's the same link as the free notifications link. So check out our Discord chat. Huge thanks to our Discord mods for all that you do. And for those watching on YouTube, I would turn on the YouTube notifications. That's another good way to find out when we're live. To do that, if you're watching on YouTube, what you need to do is you need to subscribe to the channel, then click on the bell, and then choose all notifications. Subscribe, click on the bell, choose all. And I'm sorry, there were a lot more comments than I was able to get to on the air, and I apologize for that. There was a lot of things going on where we were watching the debate and stuff where I couldn't really cut into the debate when it was going on. So I apologize I couldn't get to more. But next time, we'll read more comments next time. Okay, hey, I want to shout out also our Facebook subscribers who support the channel. People like Chuck Mosca, Robert Rial II, Sharon Klassen Goslin, and Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Shannon Davis Hughes, and Michael Clayton, and did I say Robert Rial II? I think I did. And Diane Allworth and all of our other Facebook subscribers. Thanks so much for subscribing over there. And our Twitch subscribers, huge thanks. People like Wall Street and Shaggy and Matthew Kohai 3 and Barcodable and Flip54 Sky FSG, if I'm sort of getting that right. I Got That Fire, thanks for subscribing. CC and all of our other Twitch subscribers, huge thanks to all of you. And our YouTube members, thanks so much to our YouTube members. People like Laser Moose, Austin Batman, UV Lightning, Callie Raven, CAC813, I Need Some Breaking News, JK Cinar, Storm Laughter, thank you, Roger Shoemaker, Waltham, Doug Cahill, thank you, Josine, Marcel Kern, and Awesome Dude, and Wickedest Witch, all of our other YouTube members, and everybody else who watched. Dave Zenbenda, thank you. So it is possible there will be a Senate vote later today. So I got to get some food in case we have to jump back on the air and cover that. If they do it, I hope I get at least enough time to eat. But if there's going to be a vote tonight, I will jump back on and cover it. Okay, thanks Silent Hero as well, Samurai Conscious. So, and then if the Senate passes it, well, President Trump said he's going to sign it. And then one of the viewers said, well, if that all happens, when do the files come out? Well, that I don't know. I have no idea. And will there be some kind of hiccup? Might there be some kind of claim, well, we can't release these particular ones for X, Y, and Z, but we can release these other ones? That's a whole other question. So I don't know where this is all going. But Sounds like it's on its way to getting passed in the Senate. Thanks, Havada Stinker, for watching Walla Walla, and Apelli Kakinen for watching, Old School Dad, Potato Buenzil, and everybody else watching, Juliana Martin, Paula Thompson, thanks. All right, let me get off the air. Let me grab something to eat. Thanks for watching. You've been watching our live coverage of the House vote to pass the bill to release the Epstein files. The Senate supposedly is going to take it up soon. Sounds like it has good prospect of getting passed in the Senate. And then President Trump has said he's going to sign it. We'll have to see how things play out. We might end up being back on the air as soon as later today covering a Senate vote. We'll have to see. That is it for now. Thanks so much for watching. Oh, and thanks to our viewers over on X as well. I really appreciate it. Fake Sausage, Cherry Coke Cola, Goy, Towel Thrower, and all those other viewers over there on X. Thanks for watching there. That's it for now. Thanks for watching. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.